The Chest of Whispers by Win Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Whispers at the Hearth. Lenora arrived at the Hearth Crust Inn just before dawn, slipping through the front door as quietly as she could. The familiar warmth of the place wrapped around her like a well-loved blanket, even as pre-dawn shadows played across the worn floorboards. She paused in the entryway, watching Draven methodically polish the ancient wooden desk that had greeted guests for generations. The scent of fresh-baked goods drifted from the kitchen, cinnamon and honey, with an underlying hint of something magical that made her nose tingle. As she watched, a wooden chair scooted past her feet with a gentle scraping sound, tucking itself neatly under one of the round tables. Another armchair waddled across the room to position itself closer to the hearth, its cushions fluffing themselves in anticipation of future guests. She was about to greet Draven when Amara burst through the kitchen door in a cloud of flour, her silver-blue wings drooping slightly. The Fey baker balanced a tray of golden-brown crumpets that steamed invitingly in the cool morning air. Lenora's stomach growled at the sight. Amara's courage-boosting crumpets were legendary, especially among the inn's more anxious guests. "Oh!" Amara squeaked as one of the crumpets began to rise from the tray, trailing sparkles of excess magic. "Come back here, you silly thing!" She made a grab for it, but the crumpet continued its determined ascent toward the ceiling. Before Lenora could offer help, the guest book of whispers caught her attention. The leather-bound tome lay on the front desk, its pages suddenly rustling as if caught in a phantom breeze. Golden ink bloomed across the previously blank page, forming words that seemed to glow in the dim light. When shadows lengthen, secrets deepen. The key lies in untrained hands. Lenora's heart skipped a beat. As an apprentice mage searching for answers about her family's connection to the Veilborn, any mention of keys and secrets made her pulse quicken. She watched Draven and Amara exchange worried glances, but she couldn't focus on their reaction. She needed to practice, needed to be ready for whatever this cryptic message might mean. Slipping away to the practice room, Lenora pulled her worn spellbook from her cloak pocket. The protective ward she'd been studying seemed simple enough. A basic crystal arrangement meant to create a shield against minor magical disturbances. She arranged the crystals carefully on the floor, double-checking their alignment against the diagram in her book. "Focus," she whispered to herself, spreading her hands over the crystal formation. The stones began to glow with a soft blue light as she recited the incantation. But something felt wrong. The energy wasn't flowing smoothly between the crystals. Instead of forming the intended protective dome, the magic seemed to bunch up and tangle, like yarn in the paws of a mischievous kitten. "Oh no, not again!" Lenora managed before the spell collapsed with a resounding crash. The crystals scattered across the floor, leaving trails of shimmering magical residue in their wake. The air around her rippled like heat waves rising from summer-baked cobblestones, and her hair stood slightly on end from the magical feedback. A familiar giggle drew her attention upward. Jill sat cross-legged on a nearby shelf, her small form nearly hidden behind a row of practice wands. The brownie's t-shirt, which had displayed a cheerful "Good morning," moments ago, shimmered and reformed its text to read "Spellcaster in Training" in glittering letters. "That was quite the light show," Jill remarked, swinging her legs back and forth. "Though I think wards are supposed to keep magic in or out, not redecorate the room with pretty sparkles." Lenora brushed a strand of staticky hair from her face, trying not to feel too discouraged. "I thought I had it this time. The diagram made it look so straightforward." "Magic's never straightforward," Jill said, her grin widening. "That's what makes it fun. Besides, your sparkly failures are way more entertaining than watching dust collect on these shelves." Before Lenora could respond, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Amara appeared in the doorway, still clutching her tray minus the rebellious floating crumpet, with Draven's imposing figure right behind her. Their expressions shifted from concern to relief when they saw the situation wasn't as dire as the crash had suggested. Lenora sighed and knelt to gather the scattered crystals, but as her fingers brushed the first one, it rolled away with a soft chime. She reached for another, only to have it spin in a playful circle before darting under a nearby cabinet. One by one, the crystals seemed to develop minds of their own, skittering across the floor like marbles in a game she hadn't agreed to play. "Come back here," she muttered, crawling after a particularly rebellious rose quartz that was leaving a trail of pink sparkles in its wake. Above her, Jill's laughter echoed through the practice room, and Lenora didn't need to look up to know the brownie was thoroughly enjoying the show. A quick glance confirmed that Jill's shirt had indeed changed to display "Entertainment in Progress" in twinkling letters. "Maybe they just want to play," Jill suggested, swinging her legs with increased enthusiasm. "Or maybe they're practicing their escape magic. Very important skill for crystals, you know." Lenora opened her mouth to reply, but froze as Draven's shadow fell across the floor. The crystals immediately stopped their mischievous dance, settling into stillness as if they'd never moved at all. The orc innkeeper extended a large, calloused hand to help her up, his amber eyes gleaming with understanding rather than judgment. "These particular crystals can be temperamental," he said, his deep voice somehow making the practice room feel more grounded. "They respond to uncertainty." Amara fluttered in behind him, her wings catching the early morning light. "Here," she said, offering a perfectly golden crumpet that emanated warmth and the faintest hint of sparkle. "A little boost of courage never hurts when dealing with stubborn magic." Lenora accepted the crumpet gratefully, taking a small bite. The effect was immediate. Warmth spread through her chest like sunshine breaking through clouds, and her tense shoulders began to relax. As she chewed, she watched in amazement as the scattered crystals slowly rolled back toward the center of the room, arranging themselves in a pattern that was almost, but not quite, what she'd originally intended. "Well, would you look at that?" Jill remarked, hopping down from her perch. She reached into one of her many pockets and produced a tiny broom, no longer than Lenora's forearm. "Time to clean up these lovely magical leftovers." The brownie grinned mischievously and tapped the broom twice. It sprang to life, performing an enthusiastic jig across the floor, sweeping up sparkles in rhythm to a tune only it could hear. "Jill," Draven rumbled, though Lenora caught the hint of amusement in his tone. "What? Even cleaning supplies deserve to have a little fun." Jill shrugged, but she did tap the broom once more, settling it into a more practical sweeping pattern. Lenora finished the last bite of her crumpet, brushing crumbs from her hands. "I just don't understand why I can't get it right," she admitted, watching the broom chase down the last traces of magical residue. "The book makes it seem so simple. Arrange the crystals, channel the energy, create the ward. But every time I try..." She gestured helplessly at the aftermath of her latest attempt. Draven moved to examine the crystal formation, his large frame somehow managing to avoid disturbing any of the newly settled stones. "The strongest wards," he said, running a finger along an invisible line between two crystals, "are like the foundations of this inn." They weren't built in a day, and they weren't built alone. The stone-like sheen of his skin seemed to ripple as he spoke, a reminder of his elemental heritage. Your magic has its own rhythm, Lenora. Force it to match another's pace, and it will rebel, much like these crystals. Morning light streamed through the practice room's windows now, catching the remaining sparkles in its beam. The dust motes danced with tiny flecks of magical residue, creating miniature constellations in the air. Behind them, Lenora heard the subtle sound of pages turning, and she knew without looking that the guest book was closing itself, its mysterious message fading like morning mist. Besides, Amara added, her wings creating subtle currents that made the light dance even more, sometimes the unexpected results are the most interesting. Did I ever tell you about the time I accidentally made a batch of muffins that taught people to whistle? We had a chorus of off-key guests for 3 days straight. Despite her frustration, Lenora couldn't help but smile. The courage-boosting crumpet had done its work, replacing her disappointment with determination. She watched as Jill's enchanted broom made one final sweep, gathering the last traces of her magical mishap into a neat, slightly sparkly pile. Draven had spent centuries learning to read the subtle rhythms of magic, and something about this autumn morning felt different. The sensation prickled across his stone-touched skin even before the heavy oak door creaked open, admitting a swirl of copper-colored leaves and a tall figure wrapped in a travel-worn cloak. The stranger, Theron Duskwind, by the way he carried himself, moved with the careful precision of someone who knew the weight of what they carried. His cloak rippled with barely visible symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the inn's warm light, like ancient words written in water. But it was the chest cradled in Theron's arms that drew Draven's attention. Small enough to carry, yet it filled the room with a presence that made his amber eyes glow brighter in response. The magical resonance hummed against his stone-blessed senses like the deep note of a crystal glass. "Welcome to the Hearth and Crust," Draven said, his deep voice steady despite the way the magical currents in the room had begun to stir. He straightened behind the front desk, noting how the usually sociable armchairs scooted themselves backward, creating a clear path for their visitor. Even the furniture could sense something was different about this guest. A familiar jingle of trinkets drew his attention upward. Jill had materialized on the iron chandelier, her small form practically vibrating with curiosity. Her magical t-shirt flickered and changed its text from "just hanging around" to "handle with care," a rare moment of caution from their resident brownie. The brass buttons in her pockets clinked together as she leaned forward for a better look. Theron's sharp green eyes swept the room with careful assessment, lingering briefly on Jill before returning to Draven. "I seek sanctuary," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "and perhaps answers." The chest in his arms responded to his words. Runes that Draven hadn't noticed before began to glow along its wooden surface, ancient veil-born script that made his stone sense tingle with recognition. A sound like wind through distant trees filled the air, forming almost words that teased at the edge of understanding. Near the hearth, Lenora's latest attempt at protective crystals began to chime in harmony with the chest's whispers. The young mage's eyes widened as she clutched her charm-laden cloak closer, her previous embarrassment forgotten in the face of this new mystery. A clatter from the kitchen doorway announced Amara's arrival. The Fey baker still clutched her enchanted rolling pin, which trembled in her grip like a divining rod. Her silver-blue wings fluttered with nervous energy, sending motes of flour dancing in the disturbed air. "Oh my," Amara breathed, her emerald eyes fixed on the chest. "That's quite the magical recipe you've brought us." Draven kept his focus on Theron, reading the tension in the half-elf's stance. Years of mercenary work had taught him to spot someone running from something, or towards something, and Theron had the look of both. "The inn offers shelter to those who seek it," Draven said carefully, placing his large hands flat on the desk's worn surface. though I trust you'll understand if I ask about what you're bringing into my home." He gestured to the chest, which had begun to pulse with a soft, golden light in rhythm with its whispers. The enchanted guest book chose that moment to flip open, its pages ruffling as if caught in a breeze. The quill danced across the parchment, adding a new line below its earlier cryptic message. "When ancient secrets come to call, listen well or risk the fall." Draven watched as Theron moved to a nearby oak table, one of the inn's oldest pieces that had absorbed decades of magical residue. The half-elf's movements were precise, almost ritualistic, as he set the chest down. The wooden surface beneath it responded in a way Draven had never seen before, rippling like disturbed water, his stone sense picking up vibrations that made his fingers tingle. The firelight caught Theron's silvery skin, making the ancient symbols on his cloak dance with renewed vigor. Through years of hosting magical travelers, Draven had developed an instinct for trouble. This chest, with its pulsing runes and whispered secrets, promised plenty. Yet something in Theron's careful handling and obvious exhaustion suggested he wasn't the source of the danger, merely its bearer. A familiar jingling announced Jill's descent from her perch. The brownie swung down, using a series of impossible acrobatic moves that would have given him a headache if he tried to follow them. Her magical t-shirt had already adapted to the situation, now proudly displaying "Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back" across its front. Draven suppressed a smile as she began circling the table with exaggerated caution, her collection of buttons clicking softly with each step. "Careful, little friend," he rumbled quietly, though he knew the warning was unnecessary. Despite her mischievous nature, Jill had an uncanny sense for magical dangers. The sudden movement of the guest book drew his attention. Its pages began turning rapidly, the sound like wing beats in the tense silence. Draven's amber eyes narrowed as new words formed across the parchment. The key seeks its lock, the truth its voice. The book's magic had always been cryptic, but this message carried a weight that made his stone-blessed senses hum in recognition. Movement near the hearth caught his eye as Lenora stepped forward. The young mage's expression had changed from her earlier frustration to something closer to wonder. More concerning was the way the chest's whispers intensified at her approach, its mysterious language becoming almost coherent. The magical resonance between them was unmistakable, reminding Draven of two tuning forks finding the same frequency. His protective instincts flared. Lenora was under his roof, which made her safety his responsibility. But before he could intervene, he noticed something else, a crack in Theron's carefully maintained composure. The half-elf's hand gripped the table's edge, knuckles stark white against his pale skin as he watched Lenora's approach. That reaction told Draven more than hours of questioning might have. The air grew thick with tension, like the moment before a summer storm. Dust motes hung suspended in the streams of morning light, and even the usually creaky floorboards held their peace. The chest's persistent humming had become a presence in itself, an otherworldly accompaniment to the scene unfolding in his inn's common room. When Theron finally spoke, his words carried the weight of careful deliberation. "I believe this artifact requires your particular expertise." The chest's hum deepened in harmony with his voice, as if confirming his statement. Draven straightened to his full height, his shadow falling across the table like a protective ward. Whatever was happening, whatever expertise Theron sought, nothing would proceed until he was certain of his guest's safety. The stone magic in his blood thrummed with ancient purpose, ready to act if needed. He could feel Amara's worried gaze from the kitchen doorway, sense Jill's barely contained curiosity, and see the wonder and uncertainty warring in Lenora's expression. The inn itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for his response. As its protector, he would choose his next words carefully. They would either open the door to this mystery, or close it firmly shut. Jill balanced precariously on her tower of leather-bound books, her tiny feet dangling as she watched the others gather around the mysterious chest. The library's floating orbs bobbed gently overhead, casting pools of honeyed light that made the dust motes dance like fairy confetti. She'd helped Draven organize this room countless times, though her version of organizing usually involved creating strategic chaos that only she could navigate. "Ooh, getting fancy in here," she whispered to herself as Theron placed the chest on her favorite research table. The ancient oak surface still bore the scorch marks from last month's attempt at translating a temperamental spellbook. Her t-shirt flickered briefly to "Been there, burned that," before settling back to "Handle with care." Draven's heavy footsteps made the floorboards creak as he moved between the towering shelves, pulling out massive tomes with practiced care. His fingers traced the spines with surprising gentleness for such large hands, and Jill couldn't help but grin at the way he unconsciously hummed an old battle hymn under his breath. "Tea's ready." Amara fluttered in, her wings catching the orb light in prismatic sparkles. The Fae balanced a tray of steaming cups and fresh-baked scones that smelled like sunshine and clarity, if such things had a smell. "My insight-enhancing recipe," she explained, though her nervous smile suggested she wasn't entirely sure about the results. "The honey's from those clever bees that built their hive in the astronomy tower." Jill hopped down to snag a scone, watching in fascination as the steam from the teacups twisted into tiny dragons and ancient runes before dissipating. "Your magic's getting stronger, Amara," she noted, her mouth full of the buttery pastry. "Last week it was just making shapes like clouds." Theron cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to the chest. His long finger traced the shifting runes on its surface, and Jill scrambled back up to her perch for a better view. The symbols seemed to dance under his touch, leaving trails of silvery light in their wake. "These markings," Theron's voice was soft but carried easily in the hushed library, "are in the highest form of Veil-born script. They speak of guardianship and hidden paths, though their exact meaning shifts like smoke in the wind." Jill pulled out her miniature notebook, borrowed permanently from a dollhouse she'd once repaired, and began sketching the runes with quick, precise strokes. She'd learned long ago that the most interesting mysteries often hinged on the smallest details. A sharp gasp from Lenora made Jill's head snap up. The apprentice mage had one hand pressed to her chest, where that old locket of hers usually hung. The metal gleamed unusually bright against her fingers, and Jill's keen eyes caught the flash of a familiar symbol appearing on its surface. "Well, well, well," Jill murmured as her t-shirt rippled and changed to read, "Family secrets just got cooler." She added a quick sketch of the locket's rune next to her other drawings, noting how it mirrored one of the chest's symbols. The whispers that had been barely noticeable before suddenly intensified, creating a sound like wind through crystal chimes. The chest's runes pulsed in rhythm with a faint glow emanating from Lenora's locket, and Jill felt the hair on her arms stand up from the magical resonance. Books began to shiver on their shelves, their pages rustling in response to the harmonic frequency between chest and locket. One particularly unstable stack swayed dangerously, and Jill launched herself across the gap between tables with practiced ease, steadying the books before they could fall. "Don't you dare!" she scolded the wobbling tomes. "I just got you sorted by color last week." She paused, considering. Or was it by how grumpy their authors looked in their portraits? Either way, stay put. The magical resonance continued to build, and Jill returned to her observation post, adding more notes to her tiny book. She sketched the way the chest's whispers seemed to create visible ripples in the air, like pebbles dropped in a still pond. Below the drawing, she wrote, "Note to self. Check if Lenora's locket and chest share same magical frequency. Also, remind Draven we need more of those blackberry tea cakes, for research purposes, obviously." Jill couldn't help but lean forward as Theron's carefully maintained composure cracked like old pottery. Those sharp eyes of his had gone wide, fixed on Lenora's locket with the kind of intensity usually reserved for finding missing socks or particularly stubborn door hinges. The white streaks in his dark hair caught the library's magical light, making them look almost alive. "That pendant," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. The craftsmanship, the spiral pattern along the edge. Where did you acquire it? Scribbling furiously in her tiny notebook, Jill added, "Note, T's face doing that thing where people try not to look shocked, but totally are. Like when Dee found out about their decorated guest room incident." Lenora's fingers curled protectively around the locket, but her voice grew stronger with each word, like a timid bird finding its song. "It's been passed down through my mother's family for generations. My grandmother gave it to me on my 7th birthday, said it would show me the way when I was ready." She gave a small laugh. "I always thought she meant it would help with my magic studies." The chest's whispers harmonized with Lenora's words, creating a sound that reminded Jill of wind chimes made from starlight. If starlight could make noise, which it probably could somewhere. She quickly sketched the pattern of sound waves in her notebook, adding little stars for emphasis. Amara's exclamation was followed by the distinct sound of spilling liquid. Her wings sent sparkles dancing across the ceiling as she jumped back from the puddle of tea now spreading across the table. Jill hopped to a safer perch, watching in fascination as the spilled tea formed shapes that looked suspiciously like the chest's runes before seeping into the wood. "Now that's just showing off," Jill muttered, her t-shirt changing to read, "Tea leaves never lie." She added another note. "Tea predicts future? Or just magically dramatic? Ask A, for recipe, either way." Draven's low hum of concentration drew her attention. He stood near the largest bookshelf, amber eyes glowing like embers as he traced his finger along ancient text. The words seemed to wiggle and dance beneath his touch, rearranging themselves like eager puppies seeking attention. "Here," he rumbled, voice warm as fresh bread. The Veilborn were known for creating artifacts of great power, items that could recognize their intended guardians across generations. The texts speak of blood memory and truth echoes. Jill scrambled closer, perching on his shoulder to peek at the book. The words continued to shift and swirl, making her slightly dizzy. "Hey now," she scolded the page. "Some of us are trying to read you. Be still." The text settled briefly, though she swore she saw one particularly ornate letter stick out its serif at her. The chest chose that moment to emit its clearest whisper yet. The words, "Blood calls to blood, truth to truth," appeared in the air like frost on a window pane, hanging there just long enough for Jill to make a quick sketch before they dissolved into nothing. "Well, that's not ominous at all," she commented, her t-shirt helpfully changing to "Captain Obvious was here." She watched as Lenora approached the chest with trembling fingers, holding her locket out like a key, or perhaps a question seeking its answer. The moment the locket drew near the chest, both objects began to pulse with a gentle light that reminded Jill of fireflies dancing in perfect synchronization. The rhythm matched the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corner, which was impressive considering that clock hadn't worked properly since she'd improved its mechanisms last spring. Her t-shirt rippled one final time, settling on "to be continued," which seemed a bit on the nose, really. But then again, who was she to argue with enchanted clothing? She'd seen enough magical mishaps to know better than that. Making one final note in her book, Jill wrote, "Mystery status, definitely just beginning. Possible connection between Elle's family and Fancy Box. T knows more than he's saying. Shocking. Need more of A's insight scones for further investigation. Also, really must fix that clock properly this time? Maybe." She closed her notebook with a satisfied snap, already plotting where to stash herself for the next inevitable revelation. The best mysteries, after all, required the best observation spots, and she had several carefully prepared perches throughout the inn for exactly such occasions. Chapter 2. Shadows Among the Lanterns. Mordain materialized at the edge of Willowmire Village, his form coalescing from the deepening shadows like ink bleeding through parchment. The setting sun cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets, but none quite as dark or unnatural as those that clung to his flowing cloak. his violet eyes fixed on the warm, honeyed glow emanating from the Hearth and Crust Inn's windows, the light an affront to the darkness he commanded. The village's ambient magic prickled against his skin, a sensation both familiar and painful, reminding him of what he'd lost, what he meant to reclaim. The whispering willow's soft melody carried on the evening breeze, and Mordane's lips curled into a sneer. Such gentle magic, such waste. He extended his fingers, each movement deliberate and precise. Shadow magic responded to his call, seeping from his form like black water. The tendrils slithered across the ground, weaving between blades of grass that withered at their touch. The corruption was temporary. He'd learned to be subtle since his transformation, but the slight trail of deadened vegetation brought him a whisper of satisfaction. "Show me," he commanded in a voice like rustling leaves. The shadow tendrils climbed the inn's outer wall with serpentine grace. They avoided the protective runes etched into the stonework, ancient symbols that might have once fascinated him as a scholar before the shadows had claimed him. Now they were merely obstacles to circumvent. The tendril flattened against a window pane, spreading into a disk of absolute darkness. Through this magical membrane, voices filtered clearly to where Mordane stood concealed. "The chest's markings," a male voice was saying. "They're definitely Veilborn in origin. See how the runes shift?" Mordane's gaunt face tightened, shadows writhing more frantically around him. The chest of whispers. After decades of searching, tracking rumors and ancient texts, it had surfaced in this backwater village. His fingers curled into claws as he listened more intently. "It's like they're trying to tell us something," a younger female voice added. "But the whispers are too faint to make out." A sudden pulse emanated from the direction of the chest, invisible to ordinary eyes but striking Mordane like a physical blow. His form wavered, becoming partially transparent as violet energy crackled across his skin. The shadow magic that sustained his corporeal form resonated with the chest's power, threatening to tear him apart. Mordane gritted his teeth, forcing his essence to remain cohesive. The pain was excruciating, but familiar, like the agony of his initial transformation. He would endure. He always endured. "Look how my locket's reacting," the female voice continued, excitement clear in her tone. "Do you think—" The scrape of boots on cobblestones interrupted his eavesdropping. A patrol of village guards approached, their enchanted lanterns casting circles of pure light that pushed back the natural darkness of evening. The magical illumination was an anathema to his shadow-infused form. Mordane melded completely with the darkness, becoming one with the deeper shadows cast by a nearby oak tree. Only his violet eyes remained distinct, 2 points of cold fire in the gathering dark. He held perfectly still, controlling even the air around him until it became unnaturally stagnant. The patrol passed close enough that he could smell the enchanted oil in their lanterns, a cloying scent that made his nose itch. Their casual chatter about village matters grated on his nerves, but he remained motionless until they turned the corner toward the village square. As their light faded, Mordane allowed himself to partially reform, though he maintained his connection to the shadow tendril at the window. The conversation within had turned to theories about the chest's purpose, but he'd heard enough. The chest was here, and with it, the possibility of undoing what had been done to him. A bitter smile twisted his features as he recalled the warnings of his fellow scholars, their faces pale with horror as he delved deeper into forbidden knowledge. They'd called him obsessed, dangerous. They'd tried to stop him from experimenting with Veilborn artifacts. In the end, their interference had caused the very accident that transformed him. The irony might have amused him if he could still feel such simple emotions. Now there was only the drive. The need to restore himself, to feel whole again. The chest was a key piece of that puzzle, and he would claim it, no matter the cost to this quaint village or its inhabitants. Through his shadow tendril, Mordane caught fragments of conversation that made his essence pulse with dark energy. The girl, Lenora, they'd called her, was saying something about her locket's reaction to the chest. "It's never glowed like this before." Her voice filtered through his magical connection. "The symbols almost match the ones on the chest." Mordane's violet eyes narrowed, recognition sparking like lightning through his corrupted form. He knew of only one family line that carried such heirlooms, artifacts touched by veil-born magic. His fingers traced the air, drawing sigils of memory in shadow that dissipated like smoke. Yes, there had been a bright veil among his fellow scholars, before his transformation. The woman had tried to warn him about the dangers of tampering with veil-born relics. A sudden movement drew his attention upward. The whispering willow's branches swayed against the wind, its ancient magic sensing his presence like a stain on the village's tranquil aura. The tree's whispers grew more insistent, a chorus of warning voices that made his shadow-infused flesh crawl. Mordane glided backward, his movements liquid and precise. Where his feet touched the ground, frost-like patterns of shadow residue bloomed and withered in rapid succession. He positioned himself behind a merchant's cart, using its bulk to block the willow's mystical sight. The tree's branches gradually stilled, though its whispers remained uneasy. Focusing again on the inn, Mordane extended his shadow magic closer to where he sensed the chest's power. The tendrils probed delicately, seeking gaps in the building's defenses. But the inn's protective wards flared to life, subtle glyphs carved into the foundation stones gleaming with amber light. The magical backlash struck his shadow essence like a physical blow. Mordane hissed in pain as his cloak smoked at the edges, the shadow stuff of his being temporarily disrupted by the ward's pure energy. He hadn't expected such sophisticated protection in a village inn. Someone here knew their craft well, too well for his comfort. Movement near the window forced him to act quickly. The broad-shouldered silhouette of an orc approached the glass, amber eyes scanning the darkness outside with unsettling intensity. Mordane recognized him as Draven Ironroot, the inn's owner. The orc's reputation for detecting magical disturbances was apparently well earned. With practiced control, Mordane withdrew his shadow tendrils. They retreated like ink dropped in water, dissipating into nothing before Draven's gaze could fix upon them. The orc lingered at the window, one hand resting on the sill. After what felt like an eternity, he turned away, though Mordane noted how his posture remained alert. Keeping to the deeper shadows, Mordane withdrew a journal from within his cloak. The book's leather binding was mottled with patches of absolute darkness, places where his shadow magic had permanently stained the material. His claw-like fingers left faint scorch marks as he opened it to a blank page, the paper hissing softly at his touch. The ink from his enchanted quill moved like living shadow across the page as he recorded his observations. Chest of Whispers located. Hearth Crust Inn. Brightvale descendant present. Locket confirms lineage. Primary obstacles. The words writhed on the page, occasionally rearranging themselves as if seeking better ways to express his thoughts. Mordane added a final note, his writing growing sharper with frustration. Village magic oppressive, limits shadow manipulation, requires careful approach. The sun had nearly set now, painting the sky in deep purples that would soon give way to true night. Mordane felt the darkness calling to him, offering refuge from the village's suffocating aura of protective magic. He allowed his form to begin dissolving, merging with the deepening dusk. But before he fully dispersed, he cast one last hungry look at the inn. The warm light spilling from its windows seemed to mock him, reminding him of everything he'd lost in his pursuit of power. His voice, when it came, was barely more than a whisper, yet it carried an edge that left frost patterns hanging briefly in the air. "The chest will be mine." The words crystallized for a moment, shadows given brief form before fading into nothing. Where Mordane had stood, only deeper patches of darkness remained, indistinguishable from natural shadows to all but the most discerning eye. The study's warmth wrapped around Lenora like a familiar blanket as she watched Draven position the guestbook of whispers. His large hands, surprisingly gentle for their size, adjusted the ancient tome on the ornate reading stand with practiced care. The surrounding crystals cast pools of soft light that made the leather binding seem almost alive, its surface shifting with subtle patterns that caught her eye. "Anyone else getting goosebumps?" Lenora whispered, rubbing her arms. The magical energy in the room felt different than usual, more focused, as if the very air was holding its breath. Jill bounced onto a cushion that hovered at perfect note-taking height, the movement causing her pigtails to bob enthusiastically. Her t-shirt flickered between messages, settling on Mystery Solvers Club before switching to Professional Riddle Reader with a shimmer. The brownie produced an impressive array of markers from her seemingly endless pockets, arranging them by color with surprising precision. "Ooh, this is proper exciting," Jill grinned, uncapping a glittery purple marker. "Better than the time I found that colony of sparkle mice living in the pantry." The comparison made Lenora smile despite her nerves. She watched as Amara fluttered nearby, her silver-blue wings casting dancing shadows on the walls. The Fay Baker's enchanted rolling pin tapped an irregular rhythm against her palm. Tap, tap, pause, tap, matching the anxious flutter of Lenora's own heart. "It's never done this before," Amara murmured, her eyes fixed on the book. "Not in all my years here." The guest book's pages suddenly began to turn, the motion smooth and deliberate. Lenora inhaled sharply as the scent of aged parchment and something older, something that reminded her of storm clouds and ancient stone, filled the air. Her locket grew warm against her skin. Golden ink bloomed across a blank page, each letter forming like drops of honey catching sunlight. Below, where hearth meets stone, whispers echo ancient songs. "The path opens to those who listen deeply." The words seemed to ripple and dance, and Lenora felt drawn to them like a moth to flame. She stepped forward, her fingers hovering over the shimmering text. Her family's locket pulsed once, strong enough to make her gasp, and the chest on the nearby table answered with a harmonious hum. The study's crystals chimed in response, creating a brief melody that made her skin tingle with recognition. The resonance. Theron's voice was barely above a whisper as he leaned in beside her. His white-streaked hair caught the crystal light, making the strands look like strands of starlight. As his fingers traced the margins of the page, tiny sparkles of magic followed their path. "These symbols in the margins, they're Veilborn script, but a dialect I've rarely seen." Lenora's heart quickened. "Can you read them?" "Parts," Theron murmured, his green eyes narrowed in concentration. "This section speaks of paths beneath paths and doorways in forgotten corners. And here," his finger paused on a particularly intricate symbol that seemed to shift under his touch. "This refers to the keeper's hearth." "The inn's original hearth," Jill exclaimed, her marker squeaking as she scribbled frantically. "It's still down in the old cellar, isn't it, Draven?" Lenora turned to the orc innkeeper, whose amber eyes had taken on that familiar, contemplative glow. "The sealed section?" she asked, remembering glimpses of an ancient stone archway during her explorations of the cellar's accessible areas. "Aye," Draven rumbled, his stone-touched skin catching the crystal light in unusual patterns. "Haven't opened that part in years. The foundations go deep there, older than the inn itself." "And we're just supposed to listen to—" "What? The walls?" Amara's wings created tiny wind currents that ruffled the guest book's pages. Her rolling pin had stopped its nervous tapping, now hovering attentively in the air beside her. Lenora touched her locket again, feeling its steady warmth. "Maybe not the walls," she said slowly, pieces clicking together in her mind. "The chest. It's called the Chest of Whispers for a reason. And if it's responding to both the guest book and my locket, then perhaps together they can reveal what lies beneath," Theron finished, a rare hint of excitement coloring his usually reserved tone. His fingers left one final trail of sparkles across the page as he straightened. "But we'll need to be careful. Old magic like this tends to have expectations. At least we won't be bored, Jill chirped, her t-shirt now reading Adventure Time in sparkling letters. She gathered her markers with practiced efficiency, stuffing them back into various pockets. I've got my repair kit ready if anything goes wrong. Or explodes. Or both. Lenora's hand instinctively went to her cloak pocket, checking for her own magical tools, a habit born from too many spell mishaps. Should we go now? While the connection is still fresh? The crystal's light seemed to pulse in agreement, and the chest released another soft hum that made her locket warm in response. Whatever lay beneath the inn's ancient hearth, Lenora had a feeling they were about to uncover something that would change everything, especially for her and the mysteries of her family's past. Lenora had barely finished speaking when the guest book's pages began to flutter again, this time with more urgency. Her breath caught as a new page revealed itself, golden ink spreading across the parchment like water. But instead of words, an intricate map bloomed before her eyes. Or at least, she thought it was a map. Every time she tried to focus on the details, they seemed to shift and dance away from her direct gaze. "Oh, that's properly clever," Jill breathed, her markers suddenly rising from her pockets of their own accord. They hovered in the air, uncapping themselves with tiny pops before beginning to sketch rapid copies of the changing patterns onto spare parchment. "Look how it keeps transforming! It's like trying to draw smoke!" Beside her, Draven moved to the study's nearest wall, his broad hand splaying across the stone. His amber eyes began to glow brighter, reminding Lenora of embers in a banked fire. The orc innkeeper's expression shifted subtly, his connection to stone magic clearly revealing something to his otherworldly senses. "There's space below," he rumbled, voice deep with concentration. "Old space, the vibrations, they're different from the rest of the foundation. More hollow, more dot, dot, dot." He paused, searching for the right word. "Deliberate." A sudden clatter made Lenora jump. Amara's enchanted rolling pin had escaped her grasp, clattering across the floor with purpose before coming to rest, pointing like an arrow at a specific floorboard near the study's corner. The Fey Baker's wings fluttered in surprise. "Well, that's new," Amara said, eyeing her usually well-behaved kitchen tool with a mix of pride and exasperation. "Raleigh hasn't been this excited since we discovered that cache of crystallized honey last spring." Jill was already scrambling across the floor, her small hands working at the edges of the indicated board. "There's something here, under all this dust. Oh, come on, you stubborn thing. Aha!" With a triumphant grin, she cleared away decades of accumulated grime, revealing intricate runes carved into the wood beneath. "Anyone read ancient squiggles?" Before anyone could answer, the guest book's pages rustled again. This time, instead of words or maps, a melody emerged, barely louder than a whisper, but hauntingly clear. It matched the chest's persistent humming perfectly, the two sounds weaving together in an ethereal harmony that made Lenora's locket pulse warmly against her skin. She found herself leaning forward along with the others, straining to catch every note of the mysterious tune. Without thinking, she reached for her practice crystals, simple tools she used for basic spellwork exercises. As she attempted to transcribe the melody using the crystal's resonance, something extraordinary happened. The crystals began to move on their own, arranging themselves on the table in a pattern that mirrored the partial map from the guest book. Each crystal hummed faintly, contributing to the otherworldly song that filled the room. "That's it," Theron breathed, his usual reserve falling away as he studied the crystal formation. "This isn't just a map, it's a key. See how the pattern mirrors the traditional Veilborn ward-breaking sequences, but adapted, transformed?" His fingers traced the air above the crystals, following invisible lines. "They used music to hide their paths. Brilliant." The guest book's pages turned one final time, moving with a sense of finality that made Lenora's skin prickle. Golden letters appeared, bold and clear. "Time flows like water through stone, revealing paths to those who dare to descend." The book closed with a soft thump, and Jill's magical t-shirt flickered, the text changing to read, "Underground adventure coming soon," in excited, bouncing letters. "Well," Lenora said, her voice slightly shaky as she looked at the arranged crystals still humming their ancient tune. "I guess we know where we're going next." Her locket thrummed against her chest, warm with what felt like anticipation. Whatever lay beneath the inn's foundations, it was clearly connected to her family's past, and perhaps, finally, to answers about who she really was. The melody continued to wind through the air, a gentle but insistent reminder that some mysteries, once awakened, demanded to be solved. Lenora's hand found her locket again, drawing comfort from its familiar warmth as she studied the crystal pattern before her. She might still be learning to control her magic, but this felt right, like pieces of a puzzle finally falling into place. Amara hummed an old Fey melody as she fluttered between the kitchen shelves, her wings casting shimmering patterns across the worn wooden cabinets. Her enchanted rolling pin, Rosemary, bobbed excitedly in the air beside her, tapping against specific jars of magical spices that illuminated at its touch. Yes, the shimmer bloom powder would be perfect, she agreed, carefully measuring out the iridescent spice. And you're right about the moondrops too, Rosemary. They'll add just the right touch of clarity to the muffins. The kitchen buzzed with nervous energy as she gathered her ingredients. A curious chickadee perched on the windowsill, watching her work with tilted head. 2 squirrels had already tried to sneak in, drawn by the magical aromas, but she'd gently shooed them away with promises of leftovers later. "This is quite the order, isn't it?" She addressed the rolling pin, which spun in agreement. "Adventure pastries are always tricky. Too much courage in the cookies and people start challenging dragons to dance contests." From the adjacent room, she heard Lenora's soft exclamations as crystals clinked together. The young mage's voice carried a mixture of wonder and uncertainty that reminded Amara of her own early days of magical experimentation. "Oh!" Amara caught a jar of starlight sugar just as it tried to leap off the shelf. "Not you, too. Everything's so excitable today." She set it firmly beside the moondrops, then reached for her special copper mixing bowl, the one with protective runes etched around its rim. The first batch would be the courage-boosting cookies. Amara measured ingredients with practiced precision, adding pinches of shimmer bloom and drops of liquid sunlight until the dough glowed a warm, golden hue. Rosemary helped her roll each cookie to the perfect thickness, and soon the kitchen filled with the scent of bottled summer afternoons and confident smiles. While the cookies baked, she started on the clarity-enhancing muffins. These required a delicate touch. Too much moondrop essence would have people speaking in riddles for hours. She folded the silvery powder into the batter, watching it sparkle like starlight on still water. "Draven?" she called out, sensing his presence before she saw him pass the kitchen doorway. "Could you check these cookies in about 3 minutes? I need to focus on getting these muffins just right." His deep, reassuring grunt of agreement made her smile. The orc's presence always steadied her nerves, especially when attempting complex magical recipes. The healing scones were last and trickiest. Each one needed to hold just enough restorative energy to be useful without overwhelming the senses. Amara infused them with gentle warmth, weaving in strands of healing magic between layers of buttery dough. When done properly, they would pulse with a soft, comforting glow, like a hearth on a cold evening. From somewhere above, she heard Jill's rapid footsteps and couldn't help but grin at the brownie's enthusiastic preparations. Small objects occasionally tumbled down the stairs, only to zoom back up again, presumably into Jill's bottomless bag. "Careful with those cookies, Draven!" she called out, sensing him approach the oven. "They're still setting their enchantment. Pull them too early and we'll have everyone whispering their brave deeds instead of actually doing them." The storage room's lights flickered as Draven moved about, their glow reflecting off his stone-touched skin. Amara caught glimpses of him through the kitchen doorway, his massive frame bent over what appeared to be an ancient map. Even from here, she could see the magical dust swirling around him like tiny, glowing galaxies. A timer chimed, a delicate bell she'd enchanted to sound like fairy laughter, and Amara turned her attention back to her muffins. They'd risen perfectly, their tops sparkling with crystallized moondrops. The scones were next, their gentle warmth already radiating through the kitchen. "Rosemary, dear, could you fetch me the—" Before she could finish, the rolling pin had already retrieved her cooling rack, now lined with fresh protection charms. "What would I do without you?" She arranged the finished cookies with care, each one glowing like a miniature sun. The muffins followed, their silver sparkles creating tiny constellations in the air. As she worked on the scones, she heard Lenora's locket humming in harmony with certain crystals, the sound weaving pleasantly with her own fey melody. A small commotion from above made her look up, something about Jill's t-shirt changing messages again, followed by the sound of several objects attempting to reorganize themselves. Amara shook her head fondly, her wings fluttering in amusement as she returned to her baking. The scones came out of the oven radiating perfect warmth, each one pulsing gently like a sleeping cat's purr. She arranged them carefully in her enchanted basket, designed to keep magical treats at their optimal temperature and potency. "There," she said, stepping back to survey her work. "Adventure provisions, ready for whatever the whispering cavern might throw at us." Rosemary bobbed in approval, then helpfully began directing other kitchen tools in the cleanup effort. Amara watched with amusement as Lenora practiced her illumination spell in the corner of the kitchen. Tiny orbs of light popped into existence, some bright and steady, others wavering like uncertain fireflies. The young mage's face scrunched in concentration, her charm locket pulsing in rhythm with each attempt. "Got another wobbly one!" Jill announced, appearing seemingly from nowhere to snatch a faltering light sphere. The brownie produced a collection of tiny glass jars from her pockets, each labeled in her distinctive looping script. "These'll make excellent mood lighting later." Amara's wings fluttered in approval as she arranged her magical treats on the kitchen table. "Everyone gather round," she called out, carefully unwrapping the still warm pastries. "These need proper handling instructions, or we'll all be challenging cave creatures to duels." The group assembled around the table, Draven's bulk making the sturdy wood creak slightly. Theron leaned against the far wall, his sharp eyes focused on the glowing baked goods. Rosemary hovered expectantly at Amara's shoulder. "Now, the courage cookies need to be broken in half before eating," she demonstrated with one golden-hued treat. "Otherwise—" "Behold, my friends!" Lenora suddenly proclaimed, having accidentally consumed an intact cookie. She stood dramatically, her illumination orbs swirling around her head like a crown. "We shall venture forth into the unknown with valor in our hearts." Jill doubled over laughing as her t-shirt shifted to read epic quest dialogue in flowing script. Even Theron's lips twitched in amusement. "As I was saying," Amara continued, trying to suppress her own giggles, "half portions only. The effect should wear off in a moment, Lenora." Draven returned from the study, carrying several leather-bound journals. As he opened them on a clear corner of the table, the kitchen's shadows began to shift and dance. Amara's wings tingled as ghostly images formed in the air, explorers from decades past, their forms translucent but detailed, moving through what appeared to be underground passages. "The inn has quite a history," Draven rumbled, turning pages carefully with his stone-touched fingers. "Previous owners mapped sections of the caverns, though their notes mention the passages tend to rearrange themselves." "Most sensible passages do," Jill commented, her shirt now displaying Cave Explorer Extraordinaire. Theron stepped forward, producing several crystal vials from his cloak. The liquids within shifted and swirled like captured aurora borealis. "These will help us navigate," he explained, his usual reserve softening slightly. "They respond to nearby dangers." "Ooh, let me test one!" Jill snatched a vial before anyone could protest. The liquid inside cycled rapidly through colors, crimson, violet, acid green, before settling into a peaceful azure blue. "Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping for at least one immediate peril." Amara turned her attention to organizing their supplies, but her enchanted kitchen implements had already begun the task. Whisks, spoons, and ladles moved in synchronized efficiency, wrapping pastries in waxed paper and sorting equipment into neat piles. "Careful with that. Oof!" A particularly enthusiastic whisk got tangled in her wings, requiring Draven's steady hands to untangle without damaging her delicate wing membranes. Rosemary bonked the whisk reproachfully before returning to supervising the other utensils. "The clarity muffins need to be stored separately," Amara instructed as she adjusted her ruffled wings. "Too close to the courage cookies and we'll have philosophical debates about heroic deeds instead of actually performing them." Jill's bottomless bag sat open on the table, somehow accommodating an impossible amount of equipment. The brownie kept producing essential items from various pockets: glowing string, a collection of shiny buttons, 3 different types of magical lockpicks, and what appeared to be a miniature tea service. "Just in case we need to negotiate with any civilized cave dwellers," she explained, her shirt now reading, "Adventure loading, 99% complete." Amara carefully placed her basket of healing scones in a specially padded compartment of Jill's bag, making sure they were well separated from Theron's color-changing vials. The ghostly images from Draven's journals continued to play out around them, creating an ethereal atmosphere as they completed their preparations. Lenora, finally recovered from the courage cookie incident, helped wrap glowing crystals in silk pouches, each one humming faintly in response to her touch. Her illumination orbs still bobbed around the kitchen, now steadier and brighter than before, casting warm light over their organized chaos. "Rosemary, would you do one final check?" Amara asked her rolling pin. It zoomed around their supplies, tapping each item in turn as if marking items off an invisible checklist. The other kitchen implements stood at attention, awaiting final instructions. Chapter 3. Secrets Beneath the Inn. Draven pressed his palm against the ancient flagstone, feeling the familiar thrum of earth magic pulse through his veins. The stone's energy whispered to him in the old tongue, a language that resonated in his bones rather than his ears. Something about the floor felt different today, more alive, more insistent. "There's something here," he murmured, running his fingers along the worn edges of the hearth rug. "The stones are practically singing about it." As he pulled back the heavy fabric, centuries of accumulated dust scattered into the air, making Amara sneeze in a shower of tiny sparkles. Beneath the rug, a trapdoor emerged from the shadows, its iron handle carved with protective runes that made his skin tingle. "Well, that's not ominous at all," he deadpanned, though his amber eyes glowed with interest as he studied the ancient markings. The runes spoke to him in fragments: guardian, threshold, descent. Some were so worn with age they'd lost their meaning entirely. Lenora stepped forward, her illumination orbs hovering around her shoulders like curious fireflies. "Should I?" She gestured toward the trap door, and Draven nodded, appreciating her initiative despite the slight tremor in her hand. The orbs drifted down as Draven heaved the heavy door open, revealing a stone staircase that spiraled into darkness. The magical lights cast shifting shadows that seemed to move with peculiar intent, as if trying to form words on the walls. "Ooh, spooky stairs! My favorite!" Jill bounced forward, her t-shirt morphing from "treasure hunt anyone?" to "professional cave explorer" in sparkly letters. She pulled out her measuring stick, a curious contraption covered in bells and brass fittings, and tapped the first step. A clear, resonant tone rang out. "That one's good! Safety first, adventure second, snacks third." Draven suppressed a smile as the tiny brownie hopped from step to step, testing each one with methodical enthusiasm. The measuring stick sang different notes for each stone: clear chimes for solid footing, discordant jangles for the few that needed avoiding. Behind him, Theron shifted his grip on the chest of whispers, which had begun humming with increasing intensity. The sound created visible ripples in the air, like heat waves on a summer day. When these ripples passed through Lenora's orbs, they formed fleeting symbols that nagged at the edges of Draven's memory. similar to the runes on the trap door, but older somehow. "The chest," Theron observed quietly. "It's never responded like this before." Draven watched as Lenora absently clutched her charm locket, which had begun to pulse with a warm light that matched the rhythm of distant crystal echoes. The coincidence made his protective instincts stir. "Stay close," he rumbled, taking up position behind Jill as they descended. "The stones down here are old, older than the inn itself. They remember things." Amara fluttered near the rear of their group, her wings catching the light from both the orbs and the increasingly numerous crystal formations that jutted from the walls. The resulting rainbow patterns danced across the narrow passage, beautiful but somehow unsettling in their complexity. "The courage cookies," she whispered, peering into her bag of enchanted treats. "They're practically doing jumping jacks in here." The staircase finally opened into a circular chamber that stole the breath from Draven's lungs. Massive crystalline formations emerged from the walls like frozen waterfalls caught in mid-pour, their surfaces faceted and flawless. As the chest's whispers grew louder, each crystal seemed to catch the sound and reflect it, creating an ethereal chorus of overlapping voices that made the very air vibrate with ancient secrets. Draven placed his hand against the nearest crystal, letting his stone sense reach out to the chamber. The magic here was different, wilder and more profound than anything he'd encountered before. The crystal sang with memories of an age when magic flowed more freely through the world, when the boundaries between realms were thinner. "The stones," he said, his voice rough with wonder. "They're not just crystals. They're recording devices, storing echoes of voices from—" He trailed off, unable to find words for the vast span of time he sensed within the mineral matrix. The chest in Theron's arms reached a fever pitch of humming, its veil-born runes blazing bright enough to cast long shadows behind each crystal formation. The overlapping patterns of light, shadow, and sound created an almost dizzying effect, as if the chamber itself was trying to speak. Draven pressed his palm more firmly against the chamber wall, extending his stone sense deeper into the rock. The connection bloomed in his mind like ink spreading through water, revealing an intricate lattice of crystal veins threading through the bedrock. His amber eyes brightened as he traced their paths, recognition dawning. "This isn't random growth," he murmured, following a particularly strong vein with his fingers. "These crystals form a ward system, ancient but still active." The pattern reminded him of protective circles he'd seen in old fortress designs, but far more complex, with layers upon layers of overlapping geometries. A flash of movement caught his eye as Jill scampered between the crystal formations, her small form darting from base to base. Her magical t-shirt shifted to display pattern recognition expert in glowing letters as she pulled out a worn leather notebook. "Hey, big guy," she called out, waving her tiny pencil. "These markings down here, they're just like the squiggles in the guest book." She sketched rapidly, her quick hands capturing the delicate etchings with surprising precision. Draven could feel the vibration of her excitement through the stone floor. Before he could respond, the chest of whispers released a pure, resonant tone that seemed to pierce straight through his chest. The sound caught in the crystals around them, building and reflecting until the entire chamber sang in perfect harmony. Through his connection to the stone, Draven felt the vibrations travel along those ancient ward lines he'd discovered, awakening something long dormant. The wave of resonance made the air itself ripple, and suddenly, previously solid walls simply weren't. Doorways materialized in the chamber walls, their edges lined with softly glowing crystal. Draven counted 5 in total, each somehow feeling more like a revelation than an opening. "Well, that's new," he said dryly, though his heart raced at the implications. The stone told him these passages had always been there, waiting to be found by those who knew how to listen. A soft chiming drew his attention to Lenora's protective crystals as they lifted from her cloak and began to move with purpose. They arranged themselves in a perfect circle around their group, hovering just above the chamber floor. Through his stone sense, Draven felt the current of energy flowing beneath their feet, following the same pattern that the crystals now traced. "Look up," he said quietly, noting how the massive crystal formations on the ceiling mirrored the exact arrangement of Lenora's smaller stones. The symmetry was too perfect to be coincidence. Theron had gone very still, his scholar's intensity focused on the ground. "These markings," he said, kneeling to examine the crystalline floor. "They're footprints, preserved in the mineral matrix itself." He pulled out a small journal and began making careful notes, his quill scratching quietly against the paper. "They form a pattern, a path through the chamber." Draven watched as the half-elf documented each print's position and direction, noting how they seemed to dance between the newly revealed doorways in a complex sequence. The stone whispered to him that these weren't just any footprints, they held power, purpose. The chamber's energy built gradually, like a deep breath being drawn. Draven felt it through his connection to the rock, a gathering of ancient magic that made his skin prickle. The crystals began to pulse in unison, their light growing stronger with each beat until it filled the space with a brilliant glow. As one, the massive formations cast their light upward, illuminating the chamber's ceiling in its entirety. What had seemed like natural crystal patterns resolved into an elaborate map, its lines and symbols etched into the rock itself and filled with luminescent crystal. "X marks the spot," Jill's shirt proclaimed as they all stared upward at the glowing revelation. Draven felt the weight of centuries pressing down on them, along with the distinct sensation that they'd passed some sort of test. The stone thrummed with approval beneath his feet. The map above them showed more than just physical paths. It displayed flows of power, convergence points, and symbols that made his eyes water if he looked at them too long. Some parts seemed to shift and change even as he watched, as if the map itself was alive with possibility. Through his stone sense, Draven felt the chamber settling into a new configuration, like an ancient mechanism finally clicking into place. The ward system he'd discovered earlier now pulsed with renewed purpose, its energy flowing through the crystal veins in a steady rhythm that matched the beating of his own heart. The cavern stretched before them, a vast expanse where crystalline platforms hung suspended in misty air like frozen musical notes. Lenora's heart fluttered as she peered over the edge of their rocky outcrop. The depths below disappeared into swirling vapor, making it impossible to gauge just how far down the cavern floor might be. "Well, that's certainly interesting," she managed, clutching her charm locket for comfort. It thrummed against her palm, matching the subtle vibrations emanating from the chest of whispers in Theron's arms. Jill darted to the edge, her musical stepping stones t-shirt glowing faintly in the crystal's light. "Ooh, pretty, like a giant wind chime made of rainbow ice cream." She produced a tiny silver tuning fork from one of her numerous pockets and tapped it against her palm. "The Veilborn were known for their mastery of harmonic magic," Theron explained, his usually reserved demeanor brightening with scholarly enthusiasm. "This cavern was designed as both a test and a teaching tool." He held the chest out, and its whispers grew stronger, weaving through the air in an ethereal melody. Lenora watched in fascination as Theron touched the nearest crystal platform with his free hand. A clear, resonant note rang out, and the chest's runes flickered in response. "The Song of Echoes," he continued, "is more than just music. It's a language of frequencies that speaks to the very essence of Veilborn artifacts." Above them, Amara's wings stirred the air currents, creating soft, whispered songs from the crystals. "Oh, sorry," she called down, fumbling with a basket of fresh pastries. "But maybe this will help." She descended carefully, distributing what looked like spiral-shaped cookies dusted with sparkling sugar. "Pitch-perfect pastries. They'll help attune your hearing to the magical frequencies." Lenora bit into one, and immediately the ambient sounds of the cavern sharpened into distinct notes. She could hear the difference between each crystal's tone with startling clarity. Taking a deep breath, she extended her wand toward a blue-tinted platform nearby. The crystal sang out with a pure, high note that sent shivers down her spine. Her locket chimed in perfect harmony, and several surrounding crystals began to shimmer with sympathetic vibrations. I think that's right. Spot on! Jill bounced onto the platform, her tiny feet barely making a sound. She struck her tuning fork against another crystal, comparing the tones. See? They're like puzzle pieces, but for your ears instead of your eyes. Lenora watched nervously as Jill hopped to another crystal. This one rang out with a harsh, discordant sound that made everyone wince. Jill's shirt instantly changed to read, "Wrong note," in jagged letters. Careful, Draven warned, his deep voice carrying naturally through the space. He closed his eyes, humming a low, steady note that seemed to resonate with certain crystals in the array. Where his voice touched them, they glowed more intensely, revealing a subtle pattern in their arrangement. "The stone remembers," he murmured, pressing one large hand against the cavern wall. "These crystals, they're not randomly placed. They're anchored to specific points in the bedrock." His connection to stone magic appeared to give him unique insight into the platform's stability. Lenora studied the pattern Draven's humming had revealed, then consulted the chest's pulsing runes. "Look," she pointed with her wand. "The runes are cycling through a sequence that matches the crystal arrangement. If we can follow that sequence—" "We create the Song of Echoes," Theron finished, nodding approvingly. "But we must be precise. One wrong frequency could destabilize the entire platform network." "No pressure then," Lenora muttered, gripping her wand tighter. She touched another crystal, this one a deep purple. It sang out in a rich alto tone, and her locket hummed in agreement. The chest's whispers grew stronger, almost forming words now. Jill leaped across 3 more crystals in quick succession, her tuning fork leading the way. "Green one's good, red one's iffy. Oh, this yellow one's perfect." Her shirt cycled through various musical puns with each jump. Amara fluttered between platforms, sprinkling what looked like edible glitter that helped visualize the sound waves. "The harmonies are creating patterns in the air," she observed. "Like a recipe, but with music instead of ingredients." Draven continued his low, steady humming, maintaining a bass note that seemed to stabilize the entire crystal network. His battle hymn wove through their experimental tones, creating an unexpectedly beautiful foundation for their growing melody. Lenora focused intently as the chest's whispers transformed into a haunting melody. Each note seemed to dance through the air, beckoning them to follow its ethereal pattern. Her locket vibrated against her chest, somehow recognizing the ancient tune. "There!" she pointed as ghostly ribbons of sound became visible in the crystal-lit air. "The chest is showing us the path." The translucent streams of music wove between specific crystals, creating what looked like a 3-dimensional musical score. Theron stepped carefully onto a nearby platform, the chest held firmly in his arms. "The Veilborn believed music was the purest form of magic," he explained, his usually composed voice tight with concentration. "Each step must—" A harsh screech cut through the air as his foot brushed a crystal that flashed angry red. The platform beneath him shuddered violently, tilting at a dangerous angle. Lenora's heart leaped into her throat as she saw him stumble. Without thinking, she thrust her wand forward. "Leviosa momentum!" The spell burst from her lips with surprising strength, catching Theron in a cushion of magical energy just as he started to fall. The chest's whispers grew urgent, almost anxious, as she guided him back to stable ground. "Nice save!" Jill called from above, where she perched on a tiny ledge. Her t-shirt flickered to display, "Safety first, style second," before changing again. But wait! Look at how the sound lights are moving. Lenora studied the ghostly melody more carefully. The ribbons of sound weren't just marking single notes. They were weaving between multiple crystals simultaneously. "It's not a single line of music," She realized. It's harmony. We need to step on different crystals at the same time. Like a dance, Amara added, her wings creating delicate ripples in the soundlight streams. See how the patterns overlap? We each need to take different parts. Draven nodded, his deep hum shifting to match one of the lower harmonies. The stone wants balance, equal weight, equal sound. Above them, Jill's shirt now proclaimed Conductor Extraordinaire in flowing script. She produced a set of small, brightly colored flags from her seemingly endless pockets. Leave the timing to me. Green flag for Lenora, blue for Theron, pink for Amara, and purple for our stone-singing friend. Lenora gripped her wand tighter as Jill arranged them in starting positions. Her locket thrummed steadily, helping her identify which crystals matched her part of the harmony. The chest's whispers seemed to encourage her, growing stronger when she aligned with the correct notes. Ready? Jill waved her green flag, and Lenora stepped onto a crystal that sang out in a clear soprano tone. Amara's crystal chimed in perfect thirds above her, while Draven and Theron's platforms provided rich bass notes below. The resulting chord sent shivers down her spine. They moved carefully, following Jill's flag signals. Each correct combination made the chest's whispers more distinct, adding another layer to their growing song. Lenora found herself swaying slightly as she moved, letting the music guide her feet. Her earlier nervousness faded as she focused on the pure joy of creating harmony. "Middle section coming up!" Jill called out, her flags dancing through increasingly complex patterns. "Everyone needs to cross paths, carefully." Lenora's heart raced as she wove between Theron and Amara, their platforms mere inches apart. One misstep would disrupt the entire sequence, but somehow her feet found each crystal precisely when needed, her part of the song flowing seamlessly into the greater whole. The chest's whispers grew stronger with each correct chord until they weren't really whispers anymore, but a clear, ancient voice singing counterpoint to their crystal notes. The cavern itself seemed to wake up, walls glowing with remembered magic as the song of echoes took full form. Final sequence! Jill's excitement was contagious as she wielded all 4 flags at once. Everyone needs to move together. Now! Lenora stepped in perfect time with the others, her crystal lighting up brilliant gold as it joined the final chord. The chest's song reached a crescendo, and suddenly all the crystals in the cavern blazed with harmonious light. The illumination coalesced before them, forming a solid bridge of pure crystalline energy that stretched across the misty void to a distant doorway. "Standing ovation," Jill's shirt declared in sparkling letters as she bounced excitedly on her perch. The small brownie wiped an exaggerated tear from her eye. "That was beautiful! And look, we didn't even fall to our doom once. Well, except for that almost tumble, but who's counting?" Lenora let out a shaky laugh, realizing she'd been holding her breath through the final sequence. Her locket had grown warm against her skin, and she could have sworn it was humming contentedly. The chest's whispers had settled into a gentle murmur, as if satisfied with their performance. "Shall we?" Theron gestured to the newly formed bridge, which sparkled with all the colors they'd played in their magical symphony. Jill's skin prickled with warning before the shadows began to move. Living in magical places had taught her that darkness shouldn't writhe like that, especially not in a crystal-lit cavern. Her enchanted t-shirt seemed to agree, the text morphing from its previous playful message to a stark, "Danger! Danger!" in alarming red letters. "Oh, that's not good," she muttered, watching inky tendrils seep between the glowing crystals. The magical lights dimmed one by one, like candles being snuffed out by an unseen wind. The temperature dropped, and Jill found herself instinctively edging closer to Draven's solid presence. The shadows condensed, taking shape with unsettling grace until Mordaine's shadecloak stood before them, his violet eyes cutting through the darkness like cold stars. Jill had seen plenty of scary things in her time as an inn helper, but something about those eyes made her want to hide in the nearest sock drawer. The chest belongs with one who truly understands its power. His voice resonated oddly, as if speaking from multiple places at once. Jill watched shadow tendrils snake across the cavern floor, leaving trails of dimmed crystals in their wake. The sharp crack of crystal breaking echoed through the chamber. Theron's knuckles whitened as he gripped the chest of whispers tighter. The chest responded with urgent whispers that reminded Jill of angry bees, its runes flaring bright enough to make her squint. A pulse of golden light burst from the symbols, pushing back the creeping darkness momentarily. "I don't think so, Shadow Pants," Jill quipped, though her voice came out shakier than she'd intended. She reached into her enchanted bag, fingers brushing past her collection of magical odds and ends. Come on," she muttered, digging deeper. Her hand closed around a familiar crystal chime just as Lenora's locket began to pulse with brilliant white light. The intersection of Mordaine's shadow magic and Lenora's protective energy created a fascinating light show that, under different circumstances, Jill might have appreciated. The apprentice mage's protective crystals lifted into the air, spinning in a defensive array that cast rainbow refractions across the cavern walls. "Everyone behind me!" Draven growled, stepping forward. His amber eyes blazed like molten gold, and Jill felt the stone beneath her feet vibrate in response to his elemental magic. The cavern groaned ominously as he worked to stabilize the weakening crystal formations. "Right then, time for some brownie ingenuity," Jill declared, her t-shirt changing to Defense Squad as she sprang into action. She pulled out her treasures with practiced speed, a silver bell that rang with protective harmonies, 3 crystals that sparkled with trapped starlight, a handful of enchanted marbles that repelled dark magic, and, most precious of all, her great-grandmother's copper kettle that could brew tea capable of strengthening magical barriers. "Ha! Try getting through this!" She arranged her items in a circle around the group, each object clicking satisfyingly into place. The silver bell chimed without being touched, its notes weaving with the chest's whispers to create a shield of sound. The starlight crystals pulsed in rhythm with Lenora's locket, while the marbles rolled themselves into position, creating a pattern that made Jill's eyes cross if she looked at it too long. Mordaine's shadow tendrils recoiled from the barrier, hissing like angry cats. "Clever little brownie," he sneered, though Jill noticed he kept his distance from her impromptu defense system. "But parlor tricks won't protect you forever." "They don't need to," Jill retorted, pulling her great-grandmother's kettle from the bag. It was already warm to the touch, steam curling from its spout in protective sigils. "They just need to protect us long enough for the tea to brew." The cavern continued to rumble under Draven's influence, loose stones skittering across the floor. Jill could see him struggling to maintain control without bringing the whole place down on their heads. Above them, crystals creaked in their settings, caught between Mordaine's corrupting shadow and Draven's stabilizing power. Lenora's protective barrier flickered as shadow tendrils probed for weaknesses, but her locket's light held steady. Jill had to admit the apprentice mage was handling herself better than expected. Her shirt updated its message accordingly. Defense Squad MVP. "Whatever you're planning, little one, do it quickly," Theron murmured, his voice tight with concentration as he helped the chest maintain its protective glow. "I don't think our friend here is known for his patience." Jill's hands trembled slightly as she poured the protective tea into her great-grandmother's kettle, the liquid glowing with a soft amber light. Behind her, Amara's wings snapped open with a sound like unfurling silk. The Fey Baker shot into the air, her wings creating powerful gusts that scattered Mordaine's creeping shadows. "Catch!" Amara called out, tossing something that sparkled as it fell. Jill snatched the object from the air, a warm scone that radiated golden light like a tiny sun. More followed, Amara distributing them with practiced precision. Each pastry carved out a small sphere of warmth in the encroaching darkness. "Enchanted emergency scones?" Jill took a bite, feeling strength flow into her limbs. Her t-shirt approved, changing to powered by magic pastries. The moment of relief didn't last. Mordaine's form seemed to expand, violet eyes blazing as he gathered shadow energy around himself. Jill's brownie instincts screamed danger just before he released the attack, a wave of pure darkness that rolled toward them like a toxic tide. The impact against Lenora's crystal barrier made Jill's teeth ache. Several crystals exploded with discordant shrieks that set her hair on end. Poor Lenora staggered, her face pale as she struggled to maintain what remained of her protective array. No time to think. Jill's fingers flew over her scattered trinkets, connecting them with threads of brownie magic. The silver bell, the starlight crystals, even her precious collection of enchanted buttons. Everything had to work together perfectly. Her shirt flashed shield generator online as golden light burst from each object, forming connecting lines of power. "That's it!" she encouraged her makeshift ward. "Show that shadow creep what brownie magic can do." The barrier solidified into a dome of sparkling energy, pushing back against Mordaine's darkness. Draven's voice cut through the magical chaos. "Everyone move! Now!" The stone beneath their feet shifted as he used his elemental magic to create a path of retreat. Walls of rock erupted behind them, buying precious seconds as Mordaine's shadows consumed each barrier. Jill scampered backward, scooping up her trinkets as they went. Her defensive network adapted, contracting to cover their retreat while maintaining its protective glow. She could feel the strain of maintaining such complex magic, sweat beading on her forehead. "Jill!" Lenora called out, her voice tight with excitement. "Your barrier, it's responding to my locket!" The apprentice mage held up her charm, which pulsed with brilliant white light. Where the two magics touched, they seemed to dance together, growing stronger. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Jill grinned, her shirt changing to magical collaboration in progress. She reached out with her power, feeling Lenora do the same. Their magics intertwined, brownie cleverness meeting raw magical potential. The resulting flash lit up the cavern like bottled lightning. Mordaine's shadowy form dispersed with a howl of rage, violet eyes blinking out like snuffed candles. Jill whooped in triumph, though she could feel her barrier beginning to fail. "There!" Theron pointed to a narrow passage between towering crystal formations. "That tunnel leads deeper into the cavern system." They squeezed through just as Jill's magic gave out. Her trinkets dimmed, the protective network dissolving like sugar in rain. Behind them, Mordaine's furious roar shook loose crystal shards from the ceiling. The sound of shattering crystal echoed through the passage, accompanied by the slither of pursuing shadows. Jill glanced down at her shirt as they ran, managing a breathless laugh as it displayed its final message, "To be continued, running away now." "I really need to have a talk with whoever enchanted this shirt," she muttered, clutching her kettle close as they fled deeper into the glowing crystal maze. Chapter 4. Echoes of the Veilborn. Theron's boots crunched softly on the crystalline floor as he led the group into a vast circular chamber. He paused, breath catching at the sight before them. At the chamber's heart, a formation of interwoven crystal spires stretched toward the ceiling, pulsing with an otherworldly opalescent light that seemed to breathe with its own rhythm. The chest of whispers thrummed against his side, its familiar weight now charged with newfound energy. Glancing down, he noticed its runes flickering in perfect synchronization with the crystal formation's pulse. Something about this place felt achingly familiar, like a half-remembered dream. "By the ancient stars," he murmured, careful to keep his voice low. Years of scholarly training hadn't prepared him for this moment. Lenora stepped forward, her auburn curls catching the ethereal light. "The crystal," she whispered, one hand unconsciously reaching for her locket. "There's something inside it." Theron narrowed his eyes, following her gaze to a distinct glimmer within the formation. There, nestled among the crystalline layers like a secret waiting to be found, sat what could only be the shard of veil glass. Its surface rippled with impossible colors that defied description. A small movement caught his attention as Jill scrambled up a nearby crystal outcropping with characteristic agility. Her magical t-shirt flickered, text shifting from ancient drama in HD to live streaming history as she settled into position, notebook already in hand. "Whatever's about to happen," the brownie announced, pencil poised. "I'm documenting every detail." Theron approached the formation carefully, years of artifact handling experience guiding his movements. "Lenora, maintain those illumination orbs. We'll need steady light for this." He reached for the shard, fingers hovering just above its surface. "Draven, watch our backs. The chest's reaction suggests we're not the first to discover this place." With practiced precision, he began to extract the shard. The moment his fingers made contact, the crystal sang, a pure, crystalline note that resonated with the chest's whispers. Lenora's orbs caught the shard's surface at just the right angle, and suddenly the chamber transformed. Shimmering patterns erupted from the shard, dancing across the ceiling in expanding ripples of light. The chest's whispers grew stronger, no longer fragmented but weaving into a haunting melody that matched the unfolding scene above them. Theron's scholarly heart raced as figures materialized in the spectral display. Veil-born scholars, their flowing robes catching non-existent wind as they moved in perfect harmony. Their gestures were precise, purposeful, weaving streams of energy that mirrored the patterns on the chest. "The Song of Echoes," he breathed, recognition flooding through him. "We're witnessing the actual ritual." "Those patterns," Draven's deep voice rumbled from behind him. The orc stepped closer, amber eyes reflecting the ethereal light. "I've seen them before, carved into the inn's foundation stones." His calloused finger traced the air, following the scholar's movements. "Here, this gesture means to unlock, and this one, truth beneath silence." Theron watched intently as Draven translated more of the ancient gestures, his former mercenary's hands moving with surprising grace as he mimicked the positions. Each translation seemed to make the chest's whispers clearer, more purposeful. "The scholars," Theron observed, "they're not just performing the ritual, they're teaching it, preserving it for future generations." He held the shard closer to Lenora's orbs, adjusting its angle to sharpen the images. "See how they repeat each sequence? They meant for this to be found." Above them, the veil-born scholars continued their ethereal dance, their movements telling a story written in light and shadow. Theron felt the weight of centuries of knowledge pressing in around them, each gesture and whispered note, another piece of a puzzle he'd spent years trying to solve. "Look there!" Lenora pointed, her locket glowing warmly. "The way they're channeling the energy, it's similar to modern warding patterns, but more intricate." Her free hand traced the air, following the flowing movements above. Jill's pencil scratched rapidly across her notebook pages. "Anyone else notice how the chest's whispers are actually making sense now? Less cryptic ghost noises, and more step-by-step instruction manual." She was right, Theron realized. The chest's mysterious utterances had transformed into something approaching clarity. Not quite words, but patterns of sound that resonated with meaning. He could feel the knowledge settling into his bones, as if the chamber itself was teaching them its secrets. The shard pulsed once more in his hands, its light catching each of their faces in turn. Lenora's determined expression, Draven's focused gaze, Jill's curious eyes, and the delicate runes of the chest itself. In that moment, Theron understood why his research had led him here, to this specific group of people, in this hidden chamber beneath an unassuming inn. They weren't just witnessing history, they were becoming part of it. The shard's light shifted, pulling Theron's attention back to the crystalline display above. The first vision of the scholars faded, replaced by a new scene that made his breath catch. Here was something he'd only theorized about in his dusty research notes, the creation of the Chest of Whispers itself. Veil-born artisans moved with practiced precision around a workbench carved from living crystal. Their hands wove intricate patterns of light and shadow, infusing each wooden panel with layers of protective magic. The chest at his side hummed in response to its own origin story, its whispers taking on an almost wistful tone. "There!" Lenora gasped beside him. Her locket had begun to vibrate so intensely that its chain rattled against her cloak clasp. Theron followed her pointing finger to a banner hanging in the ancient workshop. For just a moment, a familiar crest flickered into view, an exact match to the one etched on Lenora's locket. The implications made his scholarly mind race, but before he could voice his thoughts, the vision shifted again. A gentle breeze stirred the ethereal light as Amara fluttered closer, her wings creating rippling patterns in the projected scene. Her emerald eyes widened with recognition. "The harmonics," she whispered, pulling a small notebook from her flour-dusted apron. "Their movements. They're exactly like the crystal path we navigated." Her quill scratched rapidly across the page. "See how they weave the energy in thirds? Just like the musical puzzle." Theron nodded, impressed by her observation. The baker's artistic eye had caught something his academic approach might have missed. The Veilborn's crafting technique did indeed mirror the harmonic patterns they'd used to traverse the cavern's challenges. The air grew heavy with anticipation as a third vision materialized. This time, the scene showed a vast chamber that made their current location seem modest by comparison. Massive columns of crystal-veined stone stretched into darkness above, but it was the door that commanded attention. Theron's hand instinctively tightened around the chest as he recognized the runes etched into the ancient portal. They were identical to those that shifted and glowed on the chest's surface. The chest's whispers took on an urgent quality, no longer merely telling its story, but seeming to push them towards some crucial understanding. Theron felt the weight of centuries pressing in around him as he studied the door's elaborate mechanisms. Got it, Jill muttered from her perch, her enchanted pencil flying across the pages. Theron glanced up to see her notebook filling with remarkably detailed sketches of the door's configuration. In the margins, notes appeared in her precise handwriting, documenting color variations and energy patterns that might have otherwise been missed. Her magical t-shirt now proudly displayed Historical Documentation Specialist in shimmering text. The final vision emerged with a discordant note that set Theron's teeth on edge. The scene above them darkened, showing Veilborn artifacts being consumed by writhing shadows. Each piece crumbled under waves of darkness shot through with an all-too-familiar violet glow. Cold realization settled in Theron's stomach as he connected the ancient warning to their present danger. "Mordain," he breathed, pieces clicking into place. The shadow magic, the violet eyes, the desperate hunt for artifacts. It wasn't just greed driving the Shadeborn's actions. This was something far more insidious. The visions faded gradually, leaving ghostly afterimages dancing in the crystal-lit air. The shard in Theron's hand dimmed, but maintained a steady pulse that synchronized perfectly with both the chest and Lenora's locket. Each beat felt like a countdown, though to what, he couldn't say. Jill's shirt flickered one final time, settling on "plot twist incoming" in bold letters. Under different circumstances, Theron might have found the brownie's enchanted clothing amusing, but his mind was too busy processing the implications of what they'd witnessed. The chest's whispers had taken on a new cadence. No longer cryptic fragments, but a clear warning. They'd uncovered more than just the artifact's origin. They'd stumbled onto something that had been deliberately hidden, something the Veilborn had gone to great lengths to protect. Theron looked at his companions. Lenora clutching her locket with newfound purpose, Amara reviewing her hastily scribbled notes, Jill adding final details to her sketches, and Draven standing guard with increased vigilance. Each of them had seen something different in the visions, pieces of a puzzle that was only beginning to take shape. The shard pulsed once more in his palm, a gentle reminder that they'd passed some invisible threshold. There would be no turning back now, not with the knowledge they'd gained, and certainly not with Mordain's shadow looming over their discovery. The phosphorescent moss carpeting the cavern floor cast an ethereal glow across Theron's features, making him appear almost ghost-like in the dim light. Lenora watched as he stood apart from their group, his fingers tracing restless patterns across the chest of whispers. Something about his posture set her nerves on edge, or perhaps it was her charm locket, which had begun to pulse with an erratic rhythm against her collarbone. "There's more to those visions than you're telling us, isn't there?" Lenora kept her voice gentle, taking a careful step toward him. The chest's whispers intensified, becoming less like distant echoes and more like urgent murmurs. Her locket's warmth increased in response, as if the two objects were carrying on their own conversation. Theron's shoulders tensed. "The Veilborn artifacts are complicated." His silvery skin seemed to ripple in the moss light, and the white streaks in his dark hair took on an almost luminescent quality. "Complicated calls for tea," Jill announced, materializing between them with the sudden appearance of a well-worn tea set. Her magical t-shirt flickered from tea-time emergency to conflict resolution specialist as she bustled about, setting up an impromptu tea party on a relatively flat rock formation. Nothing beats a proper cuppa when secrets are brewing. Pun absolutely intended. Lenora noticed Draven shift his position, casually but deliberately placing himself between Theron and the cavern's exit. The stone beneath his feet seemed to pulse in sync with his concern, sending ripples through the phosphorescent moss like tiny waves in a glowing sea. "The chest," Theron began, then faltered. His fingers traced the shifting runes with increasing urgency. "It's not just a key to the past, it's a warning." The whispers grew louder, and Lenora's locket burned against her skin. A warning about what? Amara fluttered over, her wings creating dancing shadows that seemed to give physical form to the tension in the air. "Cookie?" She offered a plate of delicate pastries that released curls of calming steam. "They're lavender dream shortbread. Good for settling nervous thoughts." Theron accepted one with a slightly trembling hand. The Veilborn didn't just disappear. They were running from something. Something they couldn't contain, couldn't control. The chest, it's not just holding secrets. It's holding memories. Memories of what they feared. Lenora's breath caught as her locket pulsed harder. "And you've known this all along." "I suspected." Theron took a shaky breath, the cookie in his hand still untouched. "But the visions we saw in the shard of veil glass confirmed it, the patterns in their evacuation, the urgency in their archived messages. They were protecting something far more precious than knowledge. They were protecting the future." "Well, that's delightfully cryptic," Jill commented, her t-shirt now reading Professional Secret Keeper. She poured tea into mismatched cups with practiced efficiency. "But maybe we could start with what you do know for certain." The moss light seemed to dim slightly as Theron's expression grew more troubled. "The chest whispers differently to each bearer, showing them what they need to understand. But since we found the shard?" He glanced at Lenora's locket. "The whispers have changed. They're becoming more specific, more desperate." Draven's low voice rumbled through the chamber. "And you thought keeping this to yourself was wise?" The stone beneath them trembled slightly, though his tone remained calm. "I thought—" Theron started, but Amara interrupted by practically shoving another cookie into his hands. "Eat first, explain later," she insisted, her wings shimming with nervous energy. "These ones have a touch of truth-telling chamomile. Not enough to compel, just enough to comfort." Lenora watched as Theron finally took a bite of the shortbread, his tense posture easing slightly as the calming steam worked its subtle magic. Her locket's pulsing gradually steadied to match his calmer rhythm. "The chest chose to come to the inn for a reason," Theron said finally, his voice steadier. "And your locket, Lenora. It's not responding by accident. The Veilborn left safeguards, pieces of a puzzle that would only come together when the time was right. When the right people were gathered." "And you think we're those people?" Lenora asked, absently touching her locket. The chest's whispers softened to an almost melodic hum as Theron met her gaze. I think you might be the most important piece of all. Your connection to the Veilborn. It's not just ancestry, it's purpose. Lenora watched as Jill distributed the tea with practiced efficiency. Each cup released shimmering symbols that danced above the steaming liquid, delicate runes of truth and harmony that cast their own gentle light in the cavern's dim atmosphere. Her magical t-shirt flickered to display, "Trust falls are easier with tea," as she handed out the mismatched cups with surprising grace for someone her size. When Theron accepted his cup, his trembling hands caused the truth symbols to scatter and swirl erratically above the tea's surface. Lenora had never seen the composed scholar so unsettled. The careful mask of academic detachment he usually wore was cracking, revealing something raw and uncertain beneath. The weight of her locket seemed to increase against her skin, its warmth spreading through her chest. Without warning, it released a clear, crystalline note that resonated perfectly with the chest's whispers. The sound filled the chamber, and Lenora gasped as the world seemed to shift into sharp focus for one breathtaking moment. Theron's head snapped up at the sound, his green eyes widening. The look he gave her was filled with such recognition and guilt that Lenora's breath caught in her throat. She'd seen that expression before, in her own reflection when she'd first discovered her family's connection to the Veilborn. Theron's voice faltered. He took a sip of tea, and the truth symbols above his cup began to pulse with a steady, encouraging rhythm. I wasn't entirely honest about how I found the chest. Jill's collection of trinkets, buttons, bits of string, and tiny tools began to move of their own accord, arranging themselves in a perfect circle around their group. Her shirt now proclaimed "Group Therapy in Session" as she settled cross-legged on a patch of glowing moss. "The chest didn't just come to me by chance," Theron continued, his words coming easier now as the tea's magic worked its subtle influence. "I was part of a scholarly order dedicated to preserving Veilborn knowledge. We called ourselves the Keepers of Echo." Lenora's locket pulsed at the name, and she wrapped her fingers around it instinctively. "Were? What happened to them?" "We ... Theron's fingers tightened around his teacup. "We made mistakes, became too focused on unlocking the past without considering the consequences. The chest was just one of many artifacts we collected, but it was different. It responded to us in ways the others didn't." Draven shifted, the stone beneath him resonating with his unease. "And the other keepers?" "Gone." Theron's voice was barely above a whisper. "Not dead, at least, I don't think so. But after what happened at the archive..." He took another sip of tea, and the truth symbols above his cup formed intricate patterns that reminded Lenora of falling leaves. The chest started whispering warnings, showing us visions of shadow and void. Most of the keepers wanted to press on, to unlock its secrets regardless of the cost. But I'd seen enough to know we were approaching something dangerous. Amara's wings created gentle currents that caused the truth symbols to dance. "So you took the chest and ran?" "Protected it," Theron corrected, though his expression was pained. "Or tried to. I thought if I could keep it moving, keep it safe until I understood more." He looked at Lenora's locket again. "But then I felt the resonance with your charm, and I realized the chest wasn't just running from something. It was searching, waiting for the right combination of elements to align." Lenora's hand trembled slightly as she raised her own teacup. "And you think I'm part of that alignment? Because of my family's connection to the Veilborn?" "Your locket isn't just a family heirloom," Theron said softly. "It's a key, or part of one. The Veilborn were master artificers. They never created anything without purpose, and they never left their most important secrets unprotected." The chest's whispers had softened to a contemplative murmur, almost like a lullaby. Jill's trinkets pulsed with tiny points of light, maintaining their protective circle as her shirt changed one final time to read "To be continued." Trust building in progress. "There's more," Theron admitted, staring into his tea. "But some truths are like pastry. They need time to prove before they're ready to be shared. The tea's helping, But trust takes time, Lenora finished for him, understanding settling in her chest like the warmth from the tea. She could feel the weight of unspoken revelations in the air, but also a fragile thread of hope. Whatever secrets still lay between them, they'd taken the first step toward uncovering them together. Draven pressed his palm against the rough cavern wall, letting his stone magic seep into the ancient rock. The familiar tingle of elemental connection spread through his fingers, but something felt off. The usually steady pulse of the earth carried an unsettling tremor, like a frightened heartbeat. "The shadows are spreading," he rumbled, his amber eyes catching the dance of light from the veil glass shard. The crystal's glow intensified with each distant crack echoing through the tunnels, casting their elongated shadows across the crystalline walls in a dizzying display. Jill darted between their legs, her small form a blur of determined energy. Time to make like a tree and leave. Her enchanted t-shirt flickered between messages as she pulled out what looked like a copper wrench wrapped in glowing vines. The tool hummed as she pressed it against various sections of the wall, leaving trails of brownie magic that outlined structural weak points in gleaming green. Above them, Amara's wings caught the mixed light of shard and cavern crystals, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that made Draven's eyes water. She landed gracefully beside him, offering a handful of crystallized sugar that sparkled with magical potential. "Quick-step crystals," she explained, her voice carrying that hint of worried cheerfulness she always adopted in tense situations. "They might taste like burnt toast, but they'll help us move faster." Draven accepted one, the sugar dissolving on his tongue with an unexpected zing of energy. His connection to the stone deepened, revealing more of the cavern's secrets with each passing moment. Behind him, Lenora had conjured several orbs of light that orbited the veil glass shard like tiny moons, their combined radiance pushing back against the creeping darkness. "The chest," Theron's usually composed voice carried an edge of urgency. "It's trying to tell us something." The runes carved into the wooden surface pulsed in an irregular pattern, matching the rhythm of shadow tendrils that now slithered beneath a distant archway. Draven closed his eyes, focusing on the vibrations traveling through the stone. Most paths ahead felt wrong, too unstable or leading nowhere, but one particular route called to him with the steady assurance of bedrock. His eyes snapped open, glowing with reflected amber light. "There's a passage," he said, turning toward a seemingly solid wall to their left. "It's been sealed for centuries, but the stone remembers its purpose." He placed both hands against the rock face, feeling the ancient mechanisms hidden within. With a grunt of effort, he sent a surge of magic into the stone, commanding it to remember its original form. The wall groaned in protest, dust and small crystals showering down as long-dormant enchantments awakened. A seam appeared in the rock, gradually widening into an archway that revealed a narrow but stable tunnel beyond. "Fascinating," Theron murmured, studying the revealed passage while keeping the chest tucked protectively against his side. "This bears the mark of veil-born craftsmanship. See how the stone itself seems to flow?" "Less studying, more escaping," Jill called out, her t-shirt now reading, "Tour Guide for the Actively Pursued." She bounced on her toes near the passage entrance, wrench still glowing. "Those shadows are getting awfully friendly." A crash echoed through the cavern, closer this time, followed by the distinct sound of crystals shattering. The temperature dropped several degrees, and Draven's stone sense picked up disturbances in the tunnel network. Passages collapsing as Mordaine's shadow magic corrupted the natural flow of energy through the crystal formations. "Through the passage," Draven ordered, his voice carrying the quiet authority that had served him well in his mercenary days. "Amara, take point with those wing lights of yours. Lenora, keep that barrier strong. The shadows seem to recoil from combined light sources. Theron, stay center with the chest. Jill—" "Already on it, boss!" The brownie had somehow scaled halfway up the passage wall, her enchanted wrench revealing a series of handholds that glowed with protective magic. I'll keep our exit route stable. These old tunnels could use a brownie's touch anyway. Draven took up the rear position, maintaining contact with the stone to monitor Mordaine's approach through the vibrations in the rock. As they moved deeper into the passage, he felt the weight of centuries press against his consciousness. This path was old, older than the inn, older perhaps than Willowmire itself. The stone here sang with purpose, its song a counterpoint to the urgent whispers still emanating from the chest. He'd chosen this life, this role as protector of the Hearth and Crust Inn, to escape violence and conflict. Yet here he was, guiding his found family through ancient tunnels, while a shadow-corrupted scholar pursued them with deadly intent. The irony might have made him laugh if the situation weren't so dire. The quick-step crystal's energy hummed through his veins, keeping his movements sure and steady despite the uneven footing. Ahead, Amara's wing light created a mesmerizing display that would make it difficult for any pursuers to get a clear view of their group. Lenora's barrier of combined light continued to hold strong, the magic from her family's locket adding an unexpected resonance to her spell work. Another crash echoed behind them, but more distant this time. Their passage choice had bought them some space, but Draven knew better than to assume they'd lost Mordaine completely. The Shadow Mage would find them eventually. Their task now was to make sure they found whatever they were meant to find first. Draven felt the temperature plummet before he saw the shadows breach their defenses. The cold bit through his stone-touched skin, a sensation that reminded him uncomfortably of nights spent in mountain passes during his mercenary days. Behind them, shadow tendrils slithered through the cracks in Lenora's light barrier, bringing with them the scent of ancient decay. A sharp metallic whir cut through the darkness. Jill's enchanted wrench sprang from her hands, expanding to impossible proportions as it braced against falling rocks. The copper tool gleamed with brownie magic, its surface etched with rapidly shifting runes. "My baby never lets me down," Jill called out proudly, her small form darting between the larger chunks of debris to reinforce weak points. "Keep moving," Draven ordered, pressing his palm against the tunnel wall to gauge their position. The stone here felt different, more crystalline, more deliberate in its formation. The veil glass shard in Lenora's grip cast prismatic patterns across the narrow passage, revealing safer paths through the treacherous ground. A furious roar echoed through the cavern system, the sound distorted by the crystal formations around them. Draven winced as the vibrations shattered several nearby crystal clusters, sending razor-sharp shards raining down. He instinctively raised his arm, the fragments bouncing harmlessly off his stone-touched skin. "Careful," he warned, but his caution came a moment too late. Lenora's foot caught on loose rocks, sending her stumbling backward. Theron moved with surprising grace, catching her with one arm while maintaining his grip on the chest with the other. The moment they touched, both the chest and Lenora's locket flared with brilliant light. A wave of protective energy pulsed outward, pushing back the encroaching shadows with such force that Draven felt it resonate through the stone beneath his feet. "That was new," Theron remarked dryly, helping Lenora regain her balance. "Look!" Jill's voice echoed from ahead, where she'd scrambled up a crystalline formation. Her t-shirt now proclaimed Tactical Engineer in glowing letters. "There's a bottleneck up ahead, perfect for a last stand." She was already pulling impossible amounts of equipment from her small bag, gears, springs, and what looked suspiciously like parts of a defunct clockwork dragon. Draven assessed the position with practiced ease. The brownie had chosen well. The natural formation created a defensive choke point with solid stone walls that would respond well to his magic. He watched in amazement as Jill's wrench seemed to move of its own accord, securing mechanisms and reinforcing weak points while she directed it with quick gestures. Another crash behind them, closer this time. The shadows were learning, adapting to their defenses. Draven could feel them corrupting the stone itself, turning the natural resonance discordant. "Time to run," Amara announced, reaching into her flour-dusted apron. She pulled out several pastries that glowed like miniature suns. These were supposed to be good luck charms for the summer festival, but she hurled them behind them with surprising accuracy. The magical treats burst into brilliant spheres of light, creating a dazzling barrier between them and the advancing darkness. Draven pressed both hands against the tunnel walls, channeling his stone magic into Jill's elaborate contraption. The familiar warmth of earth magic flowed through him, reinforcing metal with stone, strengthening weak points, creating a hybrid barrier of brownie ingenuity and elemental power. "Everyone through!" he commanded, feeling rather than seeing the others dash past him. The shadows crashed against Amara's light show, tendrils of darkness seeking any weakness. Draven poured more power into the stone, his amber eyes glowing as he maintained the barrier's integrity. Jill's voice cut through his concentration. 3 seconds to seal. 2. 1 exclamation mark. Draven dove through the narrowing gap just as Jill's mechanism activated. Gears whirred, stone ground against stone, and the passage sealed behind them with a satisfying thud. The brownie's t-shirt flickered one last time, settling on MacGyver would be proud in triumphant letters. "MacGyver?" Jill mused, wiping sweat from her brow as she patted her wrench affectionately. "Don't know who that is, but I bet they'd appreciate good engineering when they see it." She beamed at her handiwork as Mordane's frustrated howl echoed dimly through the sealed passage, growing fainter with each passing moment. Draven kept one hand on the wall, monitoring the barrier's stability as they caught their breath in the relative safety of the upper tunnel. The stone here felt cleaner, untouched by shadow corruption. They were safe for now, but he knew better than to think they'd seen the last of Mordane's shade cloak. Chapter 5. Willowmire's Forgotten Roots. Amara's wings hummed with a nervous energy as she adjusted the height of her enchanted serving trays. The silver platters bobbed gently in the study's warm air, laden with her latest experimental batch of focus-enhancing treats. She'd infused the shortbread with essence of moonflower and a hint of crystallized starlight, just enough to sharpen the mind without the jitters that came from her earlier attempts. "Mind-mapping muffins, anyone?" She gestured to a plate of golden brown treats swirled with violet icing. "I added a dash of memory moss. Should help with the translations without turning anyone's thoughts purple this time." Jill snickered from her perch atop the tallest bookshelf, her t-shirt flickering to display Research Assistant Extraordinaire in shimmering letters. The brownie's tiny hands traced delicate patterns in the air, sending up miniature fireworks that formed precise replicas of the cavern symbols they'd discovered. Each spark hung suspended near the ceiling, creating a glowing reference guide that cast dancing shadows across the ancient texts spread below. "Your timing's perfect," Lenora murmured, not looking up from where she sat cross-legged on a cushioned ottoman. Her fingers traced the surface of the veil-glass shard, which responded with ripples of opalescent light. "These markings, they're like nothing I've seen in the standard texts, but something about them feels familiar." Amara drifted closer, fascinated by the way the shard's light seemed to harmonize with her wing shimmer. She adjusted a plate of raspberry thyme scones, watching as Lenora's charm locket pulsed with a soft golden glow each time she correctly interpreted a symbol. "Oh!" Amara exclaimed as a particularly bright flash from the shard aligned with her wing pattern. "Did you see that? The light seemed to dance with the translation." Theron leaned forward from his seat in a well-worn armchair, his earlier guardedness forgotten in the excitement of discovery. "The Veilborn were known to weave light into their written language. Perhaps your fey magic is responding to traces of their techniques." The furniture shifted subtly around them as Draven worked his way around the room's perimeter, his amber eyes glowing as he traced new protective sigils into the wooden panels. He'd incorporated elements from the cavern markings into his wards, and Amara could feel the inn's magic embracing the ancient patterns, like old friends reuniting after a long absence. "The inn seems to like these new wards," she observed, watching a chair scoot itself out of Draven's way with unusual eagerness. Her rolling pin, propped in its special holder on her apron, gave an appreciative wiggle. "Indeed." Draven's deep voice carried a note of satisfaction. The old magic recognizes its kin. Amara fluttered to her workstation in the corner, where she'd set up a temporary baking area. The study's usual scholarly atmosphere now mingled with the scent of vanilla and starlight as she began mixing a new batch of inspiration-inducing butter cookies. Her hands moved automatically through the familiar motions while her mind whirled with possibilities. What if... She sprinkled a pinch of ground moonstone into the dough, watching it sparkle. What if the pastries could somehow align with the translations? Like, literally feed into the process. Jill's firework constellations sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Ooh, magical study snacks! My t-shirt approves. The text on her shirt briefly changed to taste tester available before flickering back. Lenora finally looked up from her work, her eyes bright with discovery. These markings here, they're not just symbols, they're more like music made visible. Her locket hummed in agreement, the sound perfectly matching the tone of Amara's mixing bowl as she stirred the enchanted dough. The resonance! Amara's wings fluttered excitedly, sending a shower of silver sparkles across her workspace. That's why the shard keeps responding to different frequencies of magic. Theron, could the chest's whispers be part of the same pattern? Theron nodded slowly, his scholarly demeanor warming with enthusiasm. The Veilborn were known to layer their magic through multiple senses: sound, light, taste. He glanced meaningfully at Amara's baking station. Then we need to align everything, Amara declared, already reaching for her special jar of harmony honey. The wards, the translations, the food, it's all connected. She paused, then added sheepishly, though maybe we should test the cookies before I get too excited about this theory. Last time I got carried away, the scones started singing opera. The room filled with gentle laughter, and Amara felt the inn's magic pulse warmly around them, like a contented sigh. Even her rolling pin seemed to stand a little straighter in its holder, ready to help create whatever magical confections might aid their research. Amara watched in wonder as her experimental cookies began to emit a soft musical hum that perfectly matched the whispers from the chest. Before she could comment on this development, a brilliant flash from the veil glass shard caught her attention. Her wings fluttered in surprise as a crystalline image bloomed in the air above their research table. "The Whispering Willow!" she gasped, recognizing the familiar silvery bark and graceful branches. The projection showed the tree in ethereal detail, its trunk wrapped in ghostly ribbons of light that extended down into the earth like luminous roots. Lenora's excited intake of breath drew Amara's gaze. The young mage was frantically flipping through her notes, her charm locket pulsing with an intensity that made Amara's wing shimmer resonate in response. "Look at these calculations," Lenora said, spreading out several parchments covered in intricate diagrams. "The willow isn't just at the center of the village, it's at the exact center of what appears to be an ancient Veilborn settlement pattern." Above them, Jill's tiny hands wove through the air with practiced precision. Her magical fireworks formed a glittering map of Willowmire, each spark perfectly placed. Her t-shirt shifted to read "Cartographer's Apprentice" as she added layers of detail to the aerial view. Amara's wings hummed with excitement as she recognized familiar locations transformed into points of magical light. The marketplace glowed with warm amber sparks, while the inn shimmered in comforting gold. The Whispering Willow stood out in brilliant silver, with delicate lines of light radiating outward in precise geometric patterns. "The bakeries!" Amara exclaimed, noticing how 3 of Willowmire's oldest bakeries formed a perfect triangle around the willow. They must have been placed deliberately. Perhaps the Veilborn knew about food magic too? She hugged her rolling pin closer, wondering if its peculiar personality might have deeper historical roots. Lenora stood straighter, her earlier uncertainty completely forgotten, as she directed their attention to specific points on Jill's map. See how these ley lines intersect? Each major crossing point corresponds to a location where we found those unusual rune stones last spring. Amara felt a surge of pride watching Lenora take command of the situation. The young mage's hands moved with newfound confidence as she arranged reference materials and coordinated their findings. Even Theron, usually so reserved, nodded approvingly at her insights. The chest's whispers grew stronger, weaving through the room in harmonious waves that made Amara's fresh-baked cookies dance on their serving trays. Each new tone seemed to unlock something in the veil glass shard, causing it to reveal additional symbols that floated in the air like shimmering musical notes. "Your family must have been deeply connected to this place," Amara observed, watching Lenora handle the magical artifacts with increasing skill. The way her locket responded to each discovery reminded Amara of how her own fey magic had grown stronger once she'd found her true calling in magical baking. Above them, Jill orchestrated an impressive display of miniature fireworks, her t-shirt now proudly declaring Special Effects Department. The tiny explosions recreated scenes from their cavern adventure, glowing crystals, shadowy pursuits, and moment of triumph. Amara's wings sparkled in response to each burst of light, adding their own shimmer to the spectacular show. "Remember how the crystals sang?" Jill called down, sending up a cascade of musical sparks that perfectly mimicked the cavern's harmonic puzzle. "And here's Amara's quick-thinking fog pastries that helped us escape." A puff of glittering smoke formed the shape of the special buns Amara had enchanted to create emergency cover. Lenora gathered them all around the research table, her movements precise and purposeful. She sketched out a clear sequence of steps on fresh parchment, her handwriting strong and assured. "We'll need to verify these alignment points around the willow," she explained, marking specific locations. "Then we can use the shard to reveal any hidden veil-born structures that might still exist beneath the village." Amara noticed how the magical artifacts responded to Lenora's planning. The chest's whispers formed encouraging harmonies, while the shard cast approving ripples of light across her diagrams. Even Lenora's locket seemed to glow with pride. Jill's final fireworks display formed an enormous thumbs up above their heads as her shirt transformed one last time to read "Dream Team Assembled." The brownie grinned down at them all, her pigtails sparking with residual magic. "Well," Amara said, adjusting her serving trays of now harmoniously humming cookies, "I suppose we should make sure we're properly fueled for all this exploration." She held out a plate of the latest batch, which glowed faintly in sync with the chest's whispers. "These seem to have turned out exactly right this time, and I promise they won't make anyone float unexpectedly." Jill's bare feet skipped across the cool morning grass as she darted between the whispering willow's massive roots. Dawn painted the sky in cotton candy colors, and she could feel the old tree's magic humming through the soil, stronger than usual, like it had been waiting for them. "Everyone's so serious," she muttered, fishing through her pockets for her collection of enchanted trinkets. Her t-shirt shifted from tree therapy to nature's help desk as she worked, and she caught Lenora trying not to smile. At least someone appreciated her fashion commentary. The prayer ribbons tied to the willow's lower branches danced without a breeze, their colors bleeding together in the early light. Jill pulled out a tarnished bell, a crystal prism, and her favorite, a music box missing its dancer but still full of magic. She arranged them in a circle around the trunk, each object catching the tree's whispers and transforming them into different notes. "Ta-da!" She flourished her hands at her handiwork. One magical amplification circle, brownie style. No fancy spellwork required. The bell chimed softly, the prism hummed, and the music box released a tinkling melody. But when Lenora stepped forward with the shard and her locket, the real symphony began. The tree's whispers wove through the artifact's songs, creating harmonies that made Jill's pointed ears twitch with delight. "It's like they're having a conversation," she whispered, watching Theron's chest join the chorus. The ancient voices spoke in a language she couldn't understand, but the melody felt familiar somehow, like a lullaby half-remembered from childhood. The willow's branches swept down around them, creating a living chamber of silver-green leaves. Jill ducked as one brushed her pigtails, leaving behind a trail of starry light. "Hey, watch the hair!" But her protest died as she noticed the silvery marks matching patterns on the shard. Her t-shirt helpfully changed to read, "Connect the dots." "Draven, look." She pointed to where the marks formed a constellation-like map across the leaves. "Your turn, big guy." The orc approached the trunk, his usually stoic expression softening as he pressed his palm against the ancient bark. Jill felt the surge of his stone magic through her feet, a deep, steady pulse that reached down to the willow's roots. She hopped from foot to foot, trying to read the vibrations like he could. "Underground passages," Draven rumbled, his amber eyes glowing faintly. "The roots. They've been mapping them for centuries, all leading to—" He trailed off, lost in the vision. "The moonlit grove?" Jill supplied helpfully, her t-shirt now reading, "Underground Tour Guide." Above them, Amara's wings scattered the morning mist into swirling patterns that mimicked the willow's swaying branches. Dewdrops fell from the leaves where she flew, but instead of splashing randomly, they formed distinct shapes on the ground. Jill darted between them, careful not to disturb their placement. "Quick, quick!" She pulled a piece of chalk from one of her many pockets and started outlining the symbols before they could fade. "Amara, your notebook!" The Fey baker fumbled with her notebook, nearly dropping it in her excitement. "They're like the marks from the chest," she called down, "but different somehow. More alive?" Jill nodded enthusiastically, adding her own notes in the margins of Amara's careful sketches. She drew tiny arrows connecting similar patterns, her handwriting a messy contrast to Amara's flowing script. Her t-shirt flickered through several phrases before settling on "professional doodle decoder." The tree's whispers grew more insistent, and Jill felt them vibrating through her collection of trinkets. The bell's ring took on an urgent tone, and the music box's melody shifted to a minor key. Something was changing in the magic around them, something that made her brownie instincts tingle with anticipation. Friends?" She gestured to where her enchanted objects had started to glow with increasing intensity. "I think the willow's trying to tell us we're on a schedule here." Her t-shirt helpfully changed to read, "Time's ticking." The morning light strengthened, cutting through the willow's protective canopy in sharp beams. Jill watched them illuminate motes of silver magic drifting through the air, each one carrying a fragment of the tree's ancient knowledge. She wished she could bottle them up for later study, but some magic wasn't meant to be contained, only experienced in the moment. Jill's fingers tingled as the willow's whispers began to shift, transforming from scattered murmurs into something more deliberate. Her t-shirt flickered to "Ancient GPS recalculating" as she scrambled to keep up with the flood of information, scribbling furiously in her notebook with a pencil stub she'd borrowed from Draven's desk. Oh, this part's important." She hopped from foot to foot, pointing at where the dappled light through the leaves formed distinct patterns. Her trinkets spun faster, catching and reflecting the messages like tiny magical mirrors. The grove isn't just any old clearing, it was their gathering place, their heart home. The words felt right in her mouth, even if she wasn't quite sure where they'd come from. Beside her, Lenora stood perfectly still, her amber eyes tracking the dance of light and shadow across the ground. The apprentice mage's usual nervous energy had settled into something focused and sure, like she'd finally found the right frequency for her magic. "Look at her go," Jill whispered to no one in particular, watching Lenora's hands trace symbols in the air that matched the tree's messages. "Somebody's been studying." The locket at Lenora's throat pulsed with a warm golden light, answering each revelation with its own harmony. Jill couldn't resist adding a few musical notes to her diagram, trying to capture the way the magic sang through the air. "The grove lies where moonlight pools in the valley's cup," Lenora translated, her voice steady and clear. "Where 3 ancient paths cross beneath the stars." Her locket flashed particularly bright at that, and Jill quickly sketched the intersection pattern before it could fade. The prayer ribbons above their heads suddenly snapped to attention, moving like dancers in a carefully choreographed performance. Jill's ears perked up at the familiar rhythm. She'd heard it before, in the cavern when the chest had started singing. "Theron!" She tugged at the half-elf's cloak. "It's doing the thing, the echo song thing." Theron's usual reserved expression cracked slightly as he watched the ribbons weave their story. "The Song of Echoes," he confirmed, "but this is only part of it. See how the patterns spiral outward? They're showing us the way the ley lines flow toward the grove." Jill's collection of trinkets chose that moment to go completely haywire, spinning like tiny tops and projecting points of light that painted a glowing map across the willow's trunk. Her t-shirt helpfully updated to follow the glowing breadcrumbs as she darted between the projected landmarks, adding them to her increasingly cluttered notebook pages. "That's the old stone bridge," she muttered, marking an X. "And there's the crooked oak. Can't miss that. It's the one that looks like it's doing a jig. Ooh, and watch out for the boggy bit by the lightning-struck stump." Her pencil flew across the paper, adding little warning symbols and helpful notes like, "Mind the pixies," and "Definitely don't eat these berries." The air grew heavy with magic as the willow prepared its final revelation. Jill felt it building like static before a storm, making her pigtails stand slightly on end. The tree's branches drew closer, forming a living dome over their heads. And then silver light exploded outward, filling their vision with crystal-clear images of the moonlit grove. Jill gasped as she saw it through the willow's memories, a perfect circular clearing where moonlight gathered like liquid silver, ancient stone markers standing sentinel around its edges. The vision showed them exactly how the chest and shard needed to be positioned, aligning with the stars above and the ley lines below. "Now that's what I call a detailed instruction manual," Jill breathed, frantically sketching the arrangement. Her usual chaotic drawings seemed to arrange themselves more neatly on the page, guided by the willow's magic. As quickly as it had appeared, the vision faded. The willow's branches lifted away from them with a gentle susurration, releasing a scatter of silver-edged leaves that drifted down in a deliberate path. Jill didn't hesitate, pulling out her bottomless bag, which she'd enhanced with a few extra pockets, because you could never have too many pockets. "Come to Mama," she cooed, snatching the leaves out of the air and tucking them safely away. Her t-shirt made one final change, settling on "Tree Wisdom Acquired," as she patted her bag with satisfaction. "Right then!" She spun to face the others, practically vibrating with excitement. "Who's ready for a moonlight stroll through monster-infested woods to find a magical grove that probably hasn't seen visitors in a few centuries?" She paused, considering. "Should we pack snacks?" "We should definitely pack snacks. Amara, what's our pastry situation?" Chapter 6. The Grove of Moonlit Whispers. Lenora's breath caught as they stepped into the moonlit grove. The ancient trees loomed overhead, their bark shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence that reminded her of mother-of-pearl caught in sunlight. Each careful step sent ripples of luminescence through the moss beneath her feet, as if they walked on the surface of a magical pond. "Well, this is definitely the place," Jill chirped from somewhere near her elbow. The brownie's magical t-shirt blazed like a beacon, the words, "Magic levels over 9,000, practically dancing across the fabric. The chest of whispers transformed its usual gentle hum into something deeper, more musical. Lenora watched as Theron adjusted his grip on the artifact, his sharp features softening with wonder as silvery runes began to flow across its surface like quicksilver streams. "The chest has never responded like this before," he murmured, turning it carefully in his hands. The leaves around them trembled in harmony with the chest's song, creating a subtle percussion of rustling that made Lenora's skin prickle with goosebumps. Her locket suddenly grew warm against her chest, tugging like an eager puppy on a leash. Following its pull, she found herself drawn toward the grove's heart, where moonlight illuminated a half-buried circle of white stones. "Look at this pattern," she breathed, kneeling to brush away some moss. The illumination orbs she'd conjured earlier, finally cooperating after days of practice, drifted upward of their own accord. They arranged themselves in a familiar constellation that mirrored the stone circle below. "It's like the grove is completing the spell for me." A low rumble of appreciation came from Draven as he pressed his broad palm against one of the ancient tree trunks. His amber eyes took on an ethereal glow, reflecting the moonlight like twin flames. "There's more here than meets the eye," he said, voice deep and contemplative, crystal veins running deep. "They form a network, ley lines, all converging right where you're standing, Lenora." "This place is incredible!" Jill's excitement was contagious as she darted between trees with enhanced speed, leaving trails of brownie magic that sparkled in her wake. Her t-shirt flickered to display Grove's VIP guest as she skidded to a stop. "Hey, look at these! The trees have tiny runes carved into them." She pulled a handful of trinkets from her endless pockets, comparing them to the marks. "They match my collection." The air filled with a gentle golden glow as Amara fluttered near a cluster of strange flowers. They seemed to wake at her presence, unfurling luminous petals that cast shifting shadows across her delighted face. Her wings scattered silvery pollen that hung in the air, coalescing into ethereal shapes that stole Lenora's breath, tall, graceful figures performing what appeared to be an ancient ritual before dissolving into sparkling motes. "Those are Veilborn," Lenora whispered, her heart racing. The images matched the fragments she'd seen in her family's old texts, but these were so much clearer, so much more real. Her locket pulsed again, stronger this time, and she felt the magic of the grove responding to her presence in a way that both thrilled and unnerved her. The chest's song grew louder, weaving together with the harmonic hum of Draven's crystal veins and the whispered echoes of Amara's pollen visions. Lenora's illumination orbs spun faster in their constellation pattern, throwing scattered light across the ancient stones at her feet. She could feel the magic building, layer upon layer, like the world's most complex spell coming together of its own accord. "The grove," Theron said softly, moving to stand beside her with the chest held carefully in his hands. "It's not just a sacred site. It's responding to us. To you, Lenora. To your connection to the Veilborn." She nodded, unable to find words as the magic continued to build around them. The opalescent shimmer in the tree bark seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat, and her locket grew almost too warm to touch. Whatever secrets the moonlit grove held, whatever connection it had to her family's past, she knew with absolute certainty that they were about to discover something extraordinary. The chest's whispers rose to a crescendo, and the runes on its surface began to align with the pattern beneath their feet. Lenora's hands trembled as she reached for her locket, feeling the way it pulled her toward the center of the stone circle. The grove's magic sang through her veins, ancient and familiar all at once, like a song she'd known in a half-forgotten dream. The shard in Lenora's hands suddenly blazed with inner light, startling her. Droplets of evening dew caught the radiance, multiplying it until the entire grove shimmered like the inside of a pearl. Images began forming in the crystalline reflections, not the fuzzy, fragmented visions from before, but vivid scenes that took her breath away. Tall, ethereal figures in flowing robes moved through the very space where she stood, their forms translucent but distinct. They gathered in circles, raised their hands in gestures that left trails of silvery light in the air. Lenora watched, transfixed, as the ancient Veilborn performed ceremonies that made the very air hum with power. Their movements were both familiar and foreign, stirring something deep in her memory. "It's beautiful," she whispered, though the word felt inadequate for what she was witnessing. The ground beneath her feet began to pulse with waves of silver energy, rising like gentle tides. Beside her, Jill's collection of enchanted tools lifted from her many pockets, dancing in the air like wind chimes in a breeze. The brownie's eyes lit up with delight as her miniature wrench and magical measuring spoons arranged themselves in an intricate pattern overhead. "Now this is what I call a show!" Jill exclaimed, her t-shirt shifting to display "Conducting Magical Orchestra" in glowing letters. The tiny brownie raised her hands like a conductor, somehow guiding the flow of ancient power through her floating tools, each one chiming a different note as the magic passed through it. The chest in Theron's hands changed its tune, its whispers becoming clearer, more purposeful. Words in an ancient tongue echoed through the grove, making Lenora's locket vibrate against her skin. "They're speaking of a ritual," Theron translated, his voice taking on the measured cadence of a scholar. "Something about, yes, an alignment. The full moon's power focused through the crystal veins beneath us." His eyes gleamed with excitement. "The grove itself acts as a lens, gathering and directing magical energy." Lenora felt drawn to the stone circle, each step making her locket pulse stronger. As she crossed the threshold of ancient stones, her locket burst with brilliant light. The beam struck the nearest tree, awakening dormant runes that had been invisible moments before. Like a chain reaction, symbols blazed to life across every trunk in the grove, creating a web of glowing script that took her breath away. The air grew thick with magic, not the gentle whispers of before, but a tangible presence that made it feel like walking through warm honey. Her skin tingled with each breath, and she could taste something ancient and powerful on her tongue, like lightning and starlight mixed together. "Oh!" Jill's excited squeak cut through the humming air. Her t-shirt flickered to "Ancestral Connection Loading" as she pressed her tiny hands against a tree trunk. "There are brownie wards here, old ones. My great-great-great-grandmother might have helped weave these protections." The small creature's eyes went wide with wonder. "They're still active, just sleeping all this time." Moonlight began to intensify above them, focusing like a spotlight on the stone circle where Lenora stood. The chest's whispers rose in volume, no longer just sound, but pure magical energy that harmonized with the grove's ancient power. Each note seemed to strike a chord deep within her, resonating with something she hadn't known was there. "Look!" Jill bounced on her toes as her shirt made one final change, declaring, "Sacred Site user access granted" in triumphant letters. "The grove is accepting us." Lenora felt it too. Acceptance, welcome, recognition. The magic wasn't just around them anymore. It moved through them, connecting them to this sacred place in a way that made her feel both small and significant. Her locket thrummed against her chest, and she understood with sudden clarity that they'd found exactly where they needed to be. The visions in the dewdrops shifted, showing her fragments of ceremonies that felt increasingly familiar. She saw figures that shared her features, her eyes, the curve of her chin, the way she held her hands when casting spells. These were her ancestors, and they had stood in this very spot, channeling the same ancient power that now filled the grove. The chest's song wove through it all, no longer mysterious but purposeful, as if it had been waiting for this moment, this place, this convergence of past and present. Lenora stood in the center of it all, feeling the weight of generations of magic users who had come before her, their knowledge and power preserved in the very air she breathed. Draven felt the ancient power thrumming through the runestones beneath his feet as moonlight spilled across the grove's stone circle. His connection to the earth deepened with each pulse, like a heartbeat synchronized with the land itself. He watched Lenora carefully arrange the artifacts, her movements precise despite the slight tremor in her hands. "A little to the left," he suggested, noting how the chest's whispers grew stronger when she adjusted its position. The familiar weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders, not just for the inn now, but for whatever consequences this ritual might bring. The shard caught the moonlight, sending prismatic reflections dancing across Lenora's determined face. Her locket completed the triangle, and the three objects began to hum in perfect resonance. Draven couldn't help but smile as Jill scampered between them, her ritual set-up crew shirt glowing faintly in the dark. "Everyone ready?" Theron's quiet voice carried an edge of urgency that made Draven's combat instincts stir. Taking his position at the north point, Draven pressed his palm against the central runestone. The rough texture grounded him as he channeled his stone magic, feeling the ancient wards respond to his touch. Above them, Amara's wings created gentle eddies that carried the scent of night-blooming flowers, her presence a reminder of lighter times in his kitchen. "The stones remember this song," Draven murmured, surprised by the way the magic seemed to recognize the ritual. "They're eager for it." Theron began to sing, his voice carrying notes that seemed to exist between ordinary tones. The chest's whispers rose to meet him, no longer fragments but a coherent harmony that made Draven's skin prickle. The grove's magic responded, swirling visible in the air like morning mist caught in sunlight. Jill's shirt flickered to sound check, perfect pitch as she darted between the runestones, adjusting tiny trinkets and charms. Her movements were precise, despite her usual mischievous energy. Lenora's voice joined the song, hesitant at first, but growing stronger. Draven felt a surge of pride watching her confidence build with each correct note. Her locket pulsed in time with the melody, sending out waves of warm light that reminded him of sunrise through the inn's windows. The shard amplified their voices, weaving ribbons of light between the ancient trees. The magic felt right, settling into patterns that had waited centuries to be reformed. But then Draven felt it, a chill that cut through the warm harmonics like a blade. The phosphorescent flowers at the grove's edge withered as shadows deepened unnaturally. Draven's muscles tensed as Jill's shirt flashed its warning. "Party crasher!" She scrambled to reinforce her protective trinkets, but Draven knew they'd need more than brownie magic for what was coming. "Keep singing," he growled, already drawing power from the earth beneath him. The familiar sensation of stone magic coursed through his veins, his skin taking on a faint granite sheen. Mordaine's attack came like a wave of midnight, shadow tendrils whipping toward the circle with lethal intent. Draven's response was instinctive, born from years of protecting those in his care. He pulled power through the runestones, forcing a barrier of solid rock between the shadows and the ritual circle. The impact shuddered through him like a physical blow. Several runestones cracked with sounds like breaking bones, and Draven felt each one like a personal injury. The barrier held, but he could feel Mordaine's power seeping through the cracks, seeking weakness. "The song!" Theron called out, his voice steady despite the chaos. "We must maintain the harmony." Draven braced himself, drawing deeper on his connection to stone and earth. The old battle hymns he loved rose unbidden in his mind, their rhythm matching the pulse of power flowing through the circle. He might not be able to join the Song of Echoes, but he could give the others the time they needed to complete it. The shadows pressed harder against his barrier, and Draven set his jaw, remembering countless nights defending his inn from lesser threats. This place, these people, they were his to protect. Stone magic flowed through him like molten rock, reinforcing the barrier even as more runestones cracked under the strain. "Just a little longer," he muttered, feeling sweat bead on his forehead. Above him, Amara's wings beat faster, stirring the magic into brighter patterns. Lenora's voice grew stronger, her locket's light pushing back the encroaching darkness, and through it all, the chest's whispers wove a pattern that felt like destiny. Draven's muscles strained as he channeled more power into the stone barrier, watching cracks spider across its surface like frost on a winter morning. Through gaps in his defense, he glimpsed Jill darting between the damaged runestones, her small form illuminated by bursts of brownie magic. Her enchanted wrench, normally no bigger than a sewing needle, had grown to match the task at hand. "Emergency maintenance," her shirt proclaimed as she pressed her hands against a fractured stone. Golden light seeped from her fingers into the cracks, knitting the ancient rock back together. Draven felt each repair through his connection to the earth, like broken bones being set and healed in an instant. "Amara!" he called out, sensing another wave of shadow magic building beyond his barrier. "We need more light!" The Fey baker responded without hesitation. She pulled several glowing pastries from her apron, crystalline tarts that seemed to capture starlight in their sugar coating. With practiced grace, she tossed them into the air where they burst like tiny suns, creating shields of pure light that reinforced Draven's stone walls. Behind him, Theron and Lenora's voices wove through the chaos, maintaining the delicate harmony of the Song of Echoes. The chest's whispers had taken on an urgent tone that made the hair on Draven's neck stand up. He recognized that cadence from years of reading Danger. They couldn't stop now, no matter what came at them. A violent surge of shadow magic slammed against the grove's ancient wards, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath Draven's feet. Light and darkness clashed overhead in spectacular bursts, like lightning in a midnight storm. Through it all, Jill scrambled between impact points, her shirt now reading Extreme Stone Mason, as she reinforced each repair with increasingly complex brownie craftwork. "Hold steady!" Draven shouted, feeling the strain in his bones as he poured more power into the defenses. He watched in amazement as the three artifacts, chest, shard, and locket, rose slowly into the air. Their combined light formed a dome over the ritual circle, pulsing in time with Lenora's strengthening voice. Something in her song had changed, tapping into a deeper power that resonated with the Veilborn magic saturating the grove. The moment of wonder shattered as shadow tendrils finally breached his outer defenses. They whipped through gaps in the stone barrier like striking snakes. Draven spun to intercept one that aimed for Lenora, his fist connecting with solid force as his stone magic transformed the shadow into brittle obsidian that shattered on impact. Amara swooped overhead, her wings creating patterns of defensive light as she pelted the shadows with more of her enchanted pastries. Each burst forced the darkness back, but Mordane's assault was relentless. Draven could feel the shadow mage's frustration building into rage as each attack failed to reach the ritual circle. "Multitasking champion!" flashed Jill's shirt as she balanced on top of a runestone, one hand maintaining her repairs while the other scattered protective trinkets from her endless pockets. Tiny bells that rang with clarifying light, mirrors that reflected shadow magic back on itself, and glowing buttons that stuck to the barrier like luminous patches. Draven's arms felt like lead as he maintained his connection to the stone circle, but he couldn't afford to show weakness. Not now. The ritual had reached a critical point. He could feel it in the way the earth itself seemed to hold its breath. The three artifacts hung suspended in perfect alignment, their light forming intricate patterns that reminded him of the chest's carved symbols. Another wave of shadows crashed against the dome of light, and Draven heard Lenora's voice waver for just a moment before growing stronger. Theron matched her tone, their voices creating a barrier as tangible as Draven's stone walls. The chest's whispers rose to a fever pitch, joining the harmony with ancient words that made reality itself seem to bend. Through a gap in the chaos, Draven spotted Jill making one final leap toward a critical runestone that had begun to crack. Her shirt shifted to read, "To be continued," at worst possible moment, as she pressed her hands against the ancient stone. The repair would take precious seconds they might not have, but that runestone was crucial to the circle's integrity. Mordane's shadows pressed against the dome of light from all sides now, creating a terrible pressure that Draven could feel in his bones. He set his jaw, drawing up every ounce of strength left in his massive frame. The stone magic flowing through him felt like molten iron, burning and strengthening all at once. He had sworn to protect this place, these people, and no shadow mage would make him break that oath. The ritual's power built towards something massive, something final. Draven could only hope they'd all be strong enough to see it through. Theron's throat burned as he carried the final notes of the ancient melody, each syllable resonating with centuries of carefully preserved magic. Around him, the moonlit grove thrummed with awakening power, its ancient trees swaying to a rhythm older than time itself. The chest hovering before them pulsed with an answering harmony that made his bones ache with recognition. "Hold steady!" he called out, watching as Lenora's hands trembled slightly while maintaining her part of the ritual circle. Her determination showed in the set of her jaw, even as sweat beaded on her forehead. The young mage had surprised him with her resilience, proving herself far more than just another seeking answers about the Veilborn. Above them, 3 artifacts hung suspended in the ritual space: the chest, the shard, and Lenora's family locket. Moonlight gathered and concentrated into a brilliant beam that connected all 3, creating a triangle of pure radiance. The chest's usual whispers transformed, becoming a clear, melodious song that sent shivers down Theron's spine. He recognized fragments of the ancient tongue, words of power that had haunted his research for decades. A violent crash of shadow magic against their protective dome drew his attention briefly to Mordain. The Shadeborn's attacks had grown increasingly desperate, each assault sending ripples of darkness across their magical barrier, but the grove's power, awakened by their ritual, strengthened their defenses. Where Mordain's shadows struck, lines of silver light bloomed in response. "The runestones are holding!" Jill's tiny voice called out as she darted between the anchor points of their ritual circle, her enchanted tools glinting in the moonlight. The brownie's presence had proved invaluable, her quick thinking and quicker hands keeping their magical framework intact despite Mordain's assault. Theron returned his focus to the chest, where something extraordinary was occurring. The runes etched into its surface had begun to flow like liquid starlight, reforming themselves into patterns he'd seen in his most obscure research. Beside him, Lenora gasped. "That's it!" she exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. "Those symbols, they're the same as my family's crest." Her locket pulsed brightly in response, its glow synchronizing with the chest's transformed runes. Theron deepened his voice, letting the ancient words roll forth with practiced precision. The shard suspended above them amplified his song, creating visible waves of energy that spiraled around the chest like rings around a planet. Each note had to be perfect. After years of studying the Song of Echoes, he knew the slightest deviation could shatter the delicate magical harmonics. A clear, bell-like tone rang through the grove, cutting through even Mordain's continued assault. The chest's lock mechanism began to move, revealing intricate magical circuitry that glowed from within its formerly solid surface. Theron held his breath, maintaining the song even as his lungs burned for air. "Got it!" Jill called out, her tiny form blurring as she made one final adjustment to a failing runestone. The power flow stabilized, and Theron could feel the ritual reaching its crescendo. With a sound like breaking dawn, the chest's lid finally opened. Golden light spilled forth, illuminating the grove with warm radiance that seemed to push back the very night itself. Floating in a bed of velvet shadows lay the Veilborn key, its crystalline surface capturing and refracting the moonlight into countless rainbow fragments. Theron's breath caught in his throat. After all his years of research, all the dead ends and false leads, here at last was proof of everything he'd theorized about the Veilborn's mastery of harmonic magic. The key's surface bore the same symbols he'd seen in Lenora's careful notes, the ones she'd pieced together from her family's fragmentary records. The sight filled him with equal measures of triumph and trepidation. He knew better than most the power such artifacts could hold, and the price they sometimes demanded of those who sought to use them. Theron watched in quiet awe as Mordain's shadowy form recoiled from the key's brilliant radiance. The Shadeborn's frustrated howl echoed through the grove, his dark magic dissipating like morning mist before the sun. The defensive wards they'd established, now supercharged by the ritual's success, pulsed with renewed strength, forcing their adversary further back until he melted into the darkness beyond the tree line. "That's what you get for interrupting a perfectly good ritual," Jill called out, her diminutive form practically vibrating with satisfaction. Theron caught a glimpse of her shirt's shifting text and couldn't suppress a small smile despite the gravity of the moment. His attention snapped back to the chest as something began to unfold beneath the floating key. A map materialized, its delicate lines drawn in what appeared to be pure moonlight-given form. The cartography was unlike anything he'd seen in his years of research, living silver that shifted and flowed across the surface, revealing intricate connections between locations he'd only theorized about in his studies. "By the ancient stones," he breathed, leaning closer. "These are all Vale-born sites." His finger traced a particularly bright line that connected several points around Willowmire. Each location pulsed with a subtle rhythm that matched the chest's continuing hum. Jill darted over to peer at the map, her eyes growing wide. "Wait, that's the old hollow beneath Mossy Market. And there, that's the crystal cave behind Widow Thornberry's cottage." She bounced on her toes, pointing out locations with growing excitement. "The brownies have been tending these spots for generations, but we never knew they were connected." Theron made mental notes of each site she identified, his scholar's mind already cataloging how this new information aligned with his previous research. The way the map depicted the flow of magical energies between locations suggested a far more sophisticated understanding of ley line manipulation than he'd previously attributed to the Vale-born. Lenora stepped forward, her movements careful and deliberate as she reached for the key. The moment her fingers made contact, her family locket erupted in a shower of sparks that danced and twirled around the crystalline artifact. Where the two lights met, new marks appeared on the map's surface, notes and annotations in a script that made Theron's eyes water when he tried to focus on them directly. "I can read it," Lenora whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "It's the same code my grandmother used in her journals, but older, much older." Her free hand unconsciously went to her locket as she began to translate. "It's talking about harmonic convergence points and something called the Veiled Archive." The ritual's energy gradually settled around them, leaving the grove bathed in a peaceful luminescence that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Draven pressed his palm to the ground, his amber eyes glowing slightly as he connected with the stone beneath them. "The ley lines have shifted," the orc confirmed, his deep voice resonant in the quiet grove. "They're stronger now, more focused. The grove's protection has been reinforced." Theron nodded, unsurprised. The Vale-born had always demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of natural magical flows. "They built their network along existing power lines," he explained, gesturing to the map's silvery pathways. "But they didn't just use the energy, they refined it, directed it, created a whole infrastructure we're only beginning to understand." The empty chest continued its gentle humming, drawing his attention once more. Its interior showed traces of the same crystalline structure as the key, suggesting it was more than a simple container. The resonance between chest, key, and map hinted at a deeper purpose, one that aligned with his theories about Vale-born harmonic magic. "Look at these markings," he said, pointing to a series of concentric circles on the map that centered on their location. "They're frequency indicators, similar to the patterns we used in the Song of Echoes. The Vale-born weren't just building sites, they were creating a network of harmonic frequencies." The moonlight gradually returned to its natural state, though the grove retained a subtle luminescence that seemed to pulse in time with their breathing. Lenora held both key and map with reverence, while Jill flitted about, setting up protective wards with practiced efficiency. "The chest is still singing," Theron observed, more to himself than the others. He ran his fingers along its edge, feeling the subtle vibrations. "It's maintaining the same frequency as when we started the ritual, just quieter." Years of research had taught him that Vale-born artifacts often served multiple purposes, their true functions revealed only through careful study and proper understanding of their principles. He watched as Jill finished her protective enchantments, her tiny magical tools disappearing into the countless pockets of her dress. The brownie's presence had proved invaluable. Her innate understanding of magical maintenance had kept their ritual stable through Mordane's attacks. Her t-shirt's final message brought another small smile to his face, though his mind was already racing ahead to the scholarly work that awaited them. The group gathered closer around Lenora, their success in retrieving the key tempered by the weight of new questions. Theron could see his own academic excitement reflected in the young mage's eyes as she studied the map's shifting patterns. They had succeeded in opening the chest, yes, but in doing so, they'd uncovered something far more intricate than a simple magical artifact. Chapter 7. Bonds Tested by Shadows. Lenora's legs ached as she settled into one of the study's worn leather chairs, but her mind buzzed with an energy that wouldn't let her rest. The Veilborn key and its accompanying map lay before them on Draven's ancient oak desk, casting ethereal patterns across the room's dust-filled air. Her fingers absently traced the outline of her locket, its steady warmth a familiar comfort against her collarbone. "Well, that was quite the light show back there," Jill chirped from her perch atop a stack of leather-bound books, her t-shirt proudly declaring "Post-Adventure Team Meeting" in swirling script. The tiny brownie swung her feet, sending small puffs of dust into the already hazy air. Before anyone could respond, Theron stepped forward, his pale fingers reaching for the weathered map. In one fluid motion that might have seemed casual to an outsider, Draven shifted his broad frame, effectively placing himself between Theron and the desk. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "Perhaps," Draven rumbled, his amber eyes gleaming in the key's light. "Before we proceed, you might explain how you came to know so much about Veilborn artifacts. Your knowledge seems unusually specific." Lenora's illumination orbs, still hovering near the ceiling from when she'd cast them upon entering, flickered in response to her unease. She watched Theron's face carefully, noting how the shadows under his eyes seemed to deepen. "Team drama loading," Jill's shirt helpfully announced into the tense silence. "My research at the Celestial Archive," Theron began, but Draven cut him off with a raised hand. "The archive that was sealed 50 years ago?" The innkeeper's voice carried a weight of skepticism that made Lenora's stomach twist. She found herself taking a step closer to the key, its soft glow pulsing in time with her locket's increasingly erratic rhythm. Amara fluttered between them, her wings creating eddies in the dust-filled air. "Here, please. Everyone should have some chamomile and lavender tea. It's enhanced with a touch of serenity essence." Her usually cheerful voice carried a note of strain as she balanced a tray of delicate cups that steamed with purple-tinted liquid. Nobody reached for them. "The archive's records were preserved." Theron's voice took on a defensive edge. "Those of us dedicated to understanding the Veilborn." The chest of whispers, still cradled in Theron's arms, suddenly emanated a series of urgent murmurs, like a crowd of ghostly voices speaking all at once. Draven's frown deepened into something approaching a scowl. "Drama level, rising," Jill's shirt helpfully updated, though the brownie herself had gone unusually quiet, her bright eyes darting between the room's occupants. Lenora felt something shift inside her, like a key turning in a lock, the weight of her family's pendant, the persistent whispers of the chest, the soft glow of the key. They all seemed to align in her mind with sudden clarity. She pushed herself to her feet, surprised by the steadiness in her own voice. "I have a right to know what these artifacts mean." Her words cut through the tension like a blade of light. "My family's connection to the Veilborn isn't just some academic curiosity. Every time I touch my locket, every time I cast a spell, I can feel echoes of something bigger than myself." The key's glow intensified as she spoke, casting her shadow tall against the study's wall. "We need to continue this search, and we need to do it together." "Team Lenora Support Squad," Jill's shirt proclaimed as the brownie hopped down from her perch to stand beside her, barely reaching Lenora's knee but somehow making the gesture feel monumental. Amara's wings finally stilled, and she landed softly beside them. "Lenora's right," she said, her voice gentle but firm. We've all seen how these artifacts respond to her. Whatever secrets they hold, they're meant for her to discover. Draven's posture remained rigid, but something in his eyes softened as he looked at Lenora. Your conviction is admirable, but we should all rest before making any decisions, Amara interjected, her wings fluttering once more as she gestured to the untouched tea tray. The grove's magic was powerful, and we're all feeling its effects. Perhaps we might see things more clearly after some sleep and a proper breakfast. The tension in the room wavered like a candle flame in a draught. Lenora's illumination orbs steadied their glow, casting warm pools of light that seemed to soften the sharp edges of their situation. She caught Theron watching her with an unreadable expression, the chest of whispers now quiet in his arms. "I suppose," Theron said slowly, "there's wisdom in that suggestion." He looked down at the chest, then back to Lenora. "Though I doubt any of us will find rest easy to come by tonight." Jill hopped onto the desk, careful to avoid the map and key. "I'll keep watch," she announced, her shirt now reading Night Guard Extraordinaire as she struck an exaggerated pose of vigilance. Lenora watched as Draven's broad fingers traced the study's stone wall, his amber eyes narrowing. She could almost feel his concern radiating through the room like heat from the inn's great hearth. The wards. She sensed their weakness now too, though not with his stone-deep certainty. Recent battles had left their mark. "Mordane's growing stronger," Draven said, his voice low and gravelly. "Each encounter, his shadow magic leaves deeper scars in the protective barriers." His gaze shifted to Lenora, and she recognized the conflict there, the same look he'd given her when she'd first attempted complex spellwork in his inn, protective, yet respectful of her need to grow. "I understand the importance of your journey, Lenora, but—" A sudden burst of tinkling laughter interrupted him as tiny lights erupted from Jill's seemingly bottomless bag. The brownie's eyes widened in mock surprise as dust sprites, at least a dozen of them, spilled into the air like gleaming confetti. "Oops, forgot I had those in there," Jill exclaimed, her shirt morphing to display Comic Relief Department in sparkly letters. The sprites, delighted with their freedom, began an impromptu aerial ballet around the room. One particularly bold sprite attempted to braid Theron's hair, while another drew glowing figure eights around Draven's head. Lenora fought to keep her face straight as Draven, trying to maintain his serious demeanor, went cross-eyed tracking a sprite that had perched on his nose. Even Theron's lips twitched as he attempted to wave away the persistent hair-braiding sprite. "I suppose timing was never my strong suit," Jill mused, looking far too pleased with herself. The lightness of the moment shattered as Theron suddenly caught one of the sprites, his expression shifting to something raw and vulnerable. "My sister," he began, his voice rough. "She used to catch these, before ... He released the sprite gently, watching it spiral away. "Before the shadow magic took her." The chest in his arms whispered softly, almost like a lullaby, and Lenora's heart clenched at the pain in his voice. Jill's shirt quietly changed to character development in progress as they all absorbed this revelation. "That's why you've dedicated yourself to understanding the Veilborn artifacts," Lenora said softly, moving to stand beside him. "You're looking for answers about the shadow magic's origin." Her locket warmed against her skin as she drew closer, and the Veilborn key on the desk began to hum in harmony with it. The combined tone felt like validation, like pieces of a puzzle finally clicking together. She saw Draven's stance relax slightly, though his hand remained on the weakened ward wall. "I've spent years searching," Theron admitted. "The Veilborn knew how to contain shadow magic. If their artifacts could help prevent others from suffering my sister's fate—" "Then we work together," Lenora said firmly, surprising herself with her conviction. "Your research, my family's connection to the artifacts, we're stronger combining our knowledge." Draven stepped forward, his expression thoughtful. "We can establish additional safety protocols, ward anchors at regular intervals, warning systems." He glanced at the sprites, still dancing overhead. "And perhaps some of Jill's unique security measures. "I've got my entire collection of brownie wards," Jill announced, her shirt changing to safety first, adventure second, as she began pulling an improbable number of tiny glowing trinkets from her pockets. "This one makes intruders speak in rhymes, and this one turns the floor into magical molasses, and this one—" "And I can enhance the protective properties of our travel supplies," Amara interjected, her wings shimmering with enthusiasm. "My latest batch of courage cookies is almost ready, and I've been experimenting with clarity-heightening cinnamon rolls." Lenora felt warmth spread through her chest as she watched them all begin to plan together. The map on the desk glowed softly, as if approving of their cooperation. Even the remaining tensions felt manageable now, like a complex spell broken down into learnable parts. "Here," Jill declared, her shirt now proclaiming, "To be continued." Group therapy session successful, as she distributed small, sparkly cookies from yet another pocket. "Special occasion treats." Lenora bit into hers without hesitation and immediately heard her own voice rise several octaves as she tried to thank Jill. Draven's deep chuckle became a high-pitched giggle, and soon even Theron was squeaking with laughter as they all tried to maintain serious conversations with their temporarily transformed voices. The dust sprites, apparently delighted by this new entertainment, began harmonizing with their squeaky voices, creating an absurd impromptu chorus that made it impossible to maintain any remaining tension. Lenora caught Draven's eye as he attempted to discuss ward configurations in a voice that could rival a mouse's squeak, and for just a moment, everything felt perfectly, ridiculously right. Amara's wings fluttered with determination as she directed her enchanted kitchen tools in a culinary ballet. Golden morning light spilled through the kitchen windows, catching on copper pots and crystal jars filled with magical ingredients. Her rolling pin twirled through the air, dusting flour in its wake while her favorite mixing bowl hummed a cheerful tune. "A pinch of dawn-gathered dew for the Fey scones," she murmured, sprinkling crystalline drops into the mixture, "and a dash of mountain minerals for Draven's mushrooms." The stone griddle heated itself to the perfect temperature as she arranged thick-cut mushrooms in a precise pattern. Jill darted between Amara's dancing utensils, her Breakfast Club Magic Edition t-shirt glowing softly as she arranged mismatched chairs around the worn oak table. "The blue chalice for Theron. It matches his brooding aesthetic," the brownie declared, setting out their special breakfast dishes with surprising grace. A familiar heavy tread announced Draven's arrival. The orc paused in the doorway, his amber eyes widening at the sight of stone-grilled mushrooms sizzling with the same earthy herbs his mother had once used. Amara's mixing bowl, always the most mischievous of her kitchen tools, chose that moment to accidentally splash pancake batter across his leather apron. "Your aim is improving," Draven rumbled, the corner of his mouth twitching as he wiped batter from his chin. His usual stoic expression cracked into a reluctant smile that warmed Amara's heart. Lenora bustled in next, her arms full of parchment covered in cramped magical formulae. Before she could spread her research across the breakfast table, Jill appeared as if by magic, her shirt now proudly declaring "Research Break Enforcer," and smoothly replaced the stack with a steaming mug of trust-enhancing tea. "But I just had a breakthrough about the Veilborn," Lenora protested as Jill whisked the notes into her seemingly bottomless bag. "Breakfast first, breakthroughs later," Amara called over her shoulder, coaxing extra sweetness into a batch of honey-drizzled scones. She felt Theron's presence before she saw him, hovering uncertainly at the threshold. Her faithful rolling pin abandoned its dough-kneading duties to gently nudge the half-elf inside. The chest of whispers, tucked under Theron's arm, suddenly changed its usual mysterious murmuring to something almost musical. Its soft melody wove perfectly between the clink of dishes, the bubble of brewing tea, and the sizzle of cooking breakfast. Jill's shirt flickered to Team Building Exercise Phase 1 as she pulled out a small velvet pouch. "Since we're all here," the brownie announced, producing delicate threads that seemed spun from starlight and magic, "I thought we could make something special." Her clever fingers began weaving the strands together, each one sparking with different colors. earthy green for Draven, silvery blue for Amara, warm amber for Lenora, and deep purple for Theron. Amara seized the perfect moment to serve her Unity-blessed pastries, each one infused with just enough magic to share the warmth of cherished memories. As everyone took their first bites, a collective sigh filled the kitchen. Draven's eyes closed as the taste of his grandmother's herb bread spread across all their tongues. Lenora's childhood memory of winter solstice cookies brought smiles to every face. "The first time I successfully enchanted a batch of muffins," Amara shared as her own memory bubbled up, letting them all feel the pure joy of that moment. They made everyone float a few inches off the ground for hours. Even Theron contributed, though his memory came as a surprise. The simple comfort of reading by lamplight in a cozy library, the scent of old books and warm tea. His usual reserve softened as they all experienced the peaceful moment together. Lenora set down her tea, her charm locket pulsing with a gentle light. The tension of recent days had melted away, replaced by something warmer and more certain. "I think," she said, reaching for a scone, "we need to talk about what comes next, but this time we do it together." Amara's wings quivered with satisfaction as she watched Jill's shirt transform one last time to display character development, achievement unlocked. Her kitchen tools settled into a content hum as morning sunlight painted them all in warm gold, united at last around her table. Amara's heart soared as she watched Draven savor his stone-grilled mushrooms. The usual tension in his broad shoulders melted away with each bite, and she noticed the kitchen's stone walls taking on a warmer hue that matched his contentment. Her enchanted spatula did a little flip of joy. It had always been fond of the stoic orc. "The northern tunnels provide our best defensive position," Draven mused between bites, sketching a rough map with his finger on the table's surface. Where his finger touched, faint lines of golden light traced the path. "We can establish safe rooms here and here, warded with both my stone magic and Lenora's protective charms." The change in him made Amara's wings flutter, sending tiny sparkles drifting down to dust the breakfast dishes. Instead of building walls between them, he was finally using his protective instincts to strengthen their bonds. Her attention shifted to Theron, who had abandoned his usual reserved demeanor as he explained a particular Veilborn rune to an eagerly listening Lenora. The chest of whispers sat between them, its mysterious murmuring now carrying notes that reminded Amara of wind chimes in spring. "See how the lines intersect here?" Theron traced the symbol in the air, leaving a brief shimmer of silver light. "Your natural affinity for unlocking charms likely comes from this very tradition." Amara busied herself with her special reconciliation soufflés, adding a pinch of truth-seeking starlight and a dash of courage-lending cinnamon. As she worked, she watched Jill's nimble fingers weaving the unity charms. The brownie's magic sparked and danced through the threads, emerald strength for Draven, twilight wisdom for Theron, dawn's promise for Lenora, and for Amara herself, a thread that shimmered like moonlight on dew. The soufflés rose perfectly in their ramekins, each one glowing with a soft inner light. Amara distributed them with a flourish, her wings creating a shower of iridescent sparkles that made Jill's latest shirt message, "Custom buff items crafted with love," twinkle merrily. "These are truth soufflés," she explained, trying not to giggle as Draven's immediately grew an inch taller when he gruffly admitted, "I may have been too quick to judge our chances." Lenora's soufflé did a little wiggle when she confessed, "I've been afraid of failing you all," but then puffed up proudly as she added, "But I'm starting to believe in myself more." The kitchen seemed to embrace their honesty. Her whisk began tapping out an encouraging rhythm against a mixing bowl, and soon other implements joined in. Wooden spoons conducted an impromptu symphony, while measuring cups clinked together in harmony. Even her rolling pin rolled back and forth in time to the music. Jill hopped onto the table, her enchanted wrench raised like a conductor's baton as her shirt shifted to read, "Kitchen Concert Harmony Achieved." Under her direction, the impromptu orchestra of kitchen tools played a melody that somehow captured their growing unity. Strong and steady like Draven, mysterious and deep like Theron, bright and hopeful like Lenora, and sprinkled with Amara's own magical whimsy. "And now," Jill announced with a flourish as the music faded to a gentle hum, "the finishing touch." She distributed the unity charms with ceremonial gravity that was somewhat undermined by her grin. Amara slipped hers over her head, gasping softly as it settled against her heart. She could feel the other's presence: Draven's steadfast strength, Theron's careful wisdom, Lenora's determined spirit, and Jill's clever joy. The charms pulsed in perfect synchronization, casting small rainbows across the kitchen table. Her faithful mixing bowl chose that moment to start humming their melody again, and this time even Draven joined in, his deep voice adding a rich foundation to their chorus. Theron's eyes crinkled with genuine warmth as he harmonized, while Lenora's charm locket chimed in perfect pitch with their song. Jill's shirt made one final change, declaring "party status fully bonded" in letters that sparkled like fresh frost. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows, catching in the unity charms and casting rainbow arcs across their shared table. Amara's wings quivered with joy as she looked at her companions. No, her family, their faces bright with shared purpose and trust. Her rolling pin nudged her gently, reminding her that she still had cinnamon rolls in the oven. But for once, Amara was content to let them bake a moment longer, not wanting to break this perfect moment of harmony. Chapter 8. The Sanctuary Beneath Willowmire. Draven's stone sense tingled as they descended the ancient steps beneath the whispering willow. His connection to the earth whispered stories of age and power, each worn stone step carrying centuries of forgotten footfalls. The cool, damp air felt familiar against his skin, reminiscent of the mountain caves where he'd first discovered his elemental heritage. "Watch your step," he cautioned, noting how Lenora's locket cast dancing shadows on the spiral stairwell. The veil-born key in her other hand pulsed in perfect synchronization, illuminating elegant script that wound its way down the walls like a serpentine ribbon of light. Ahead of them, Jill skipped down 3 steps at a time, her tiny form barely visible except for her glowing t-shirt that proudly declared, "Underground Explorer, Expert Mode." Draven fought back a smile at her enthusiasm, though his protective instincts had him scanning for structural weaknesses or signs of collapse. "The stonework here," he murmured, running calloused fingers along the wall. "It's not just carved, it's been sung into shape." The revelation settled in his chest like a forgotten melody. His stone sense detected layers of harmonics woven into the very foundation. The stairwell opened into a vast circular chamber that drew a collective gasp from the group. Draven's breath caught as his stone sense overwhelmed him with information. Crystalline pillars stretched upward like ancient trees of light, each one thrumming with dormant power that resonated through his bones. "Ley lines," he announced, his voice gruffer than usual as he processed the surge of energy. "This chamber sits at their crossroads. 7 of them, maybe more." The power reminded him of the old battle hymns he used to sing, but these songs were older, deeper, written into the earth itself. Jill darted between the pillars, her shirt now reading "Ancient Chic Interior Goals" as she examined their bases. "These crystals are practically purring," she called out, pressing her ear against one. "Like happy cats, but sparkly." Draven watched as Lenora approached the central pedestal, the veil-born key humming more intensely in her grip. The moment she held it closer, patterns erupted across the floor in waves of soft light, creating what looked like star maps beneath their feet. The stone sang beneath his boots, a complex harmony he could feel in his marrow. "These constellations," Theron breathed, kneeling to study the patterns. "They're older than any charts I've seen in the archives." The chest of whispers cradled in his arms released a series of melodic sounds that seemed to confirm his words. A delighted squeal from Jill drew Draven's attention. The brownie was examining tiny markings along one of the pillar bases, her magical tools glowing with a warm, golden light. "Look at these maintenance runes. They're brownie made." Her shirt shifted to read "Family business established ages ago" as she traced the familiar patterns with reverent fingers. "Your people helped maintain this sanctuary?" Draven asked, impressed but not surprised. Brownies had always been the unsung heroes of magical architecture. "We sure did!" Jill beamed, her enchanted multi-tool practically dancing in her hands as it recognized the ancient craftsmanship. "These are master-level marks. My great-great whatever grands must have been something special." Draven turned his attention to Lenora, who stood before a wall of shifting symbols, her locket casting prismatic light across the ancient text. Her voice, when she spoke, carried the weight of discovery. "These passages—" She pressed her free hand against the wall, the key in her other hand pulsing rhythmically. "They speak of guardian families, chosen by the Veilborn to protect their knowledge." Her fingers traced the flowing script. "My family. We were among them." Above them, Amara's wings caught ethereal light streaming down from what Draven had initially mistaken for a natural cave ceiling. The Fae's silvery blue wings scattered the light like prisms, illuminating a massive dome of enchanted glass. Images flickered across its surface, scenes from a lost age. "Oh my," Amara whispered, her natural Fae magic seeming to enhance the clarity of certain visions. They watched as Veilborn figures moved through gardens of crystal flowers, sharing knowledge with creatures of myth and magic. They weren't just scholars or mages. They were bridge builders between worlds. Draven's stone sense continued to pulse with the chamber's power, but something about the harmonics felt incomplete, like a chord waiting for its final note. He studied the central pedestal more closely, noting how its crystalline surface seemed to mirror the dome above. "There's more here," he rumbled, placing his hand on the pedestal's smooth surface. "The stone remembers a deeper purpose. This chamber wasn't just for storing knowledge. It was meant to be used." Draven ran his palm across a series of interlocking runes carved into one of the chamber's support columns. The pattern was achingly familiar. He'd carved similar protective wards into the inn's foundation stones. These were older, far more sophisticated, but the underlying principles sang to his stone sense in the same way. "These were sanctuary wards," he explained, his amber eyes catching the crystalline light as ancient memories stirred in his elemental blood. "Like the ones I use at the inn, but exponentially more powerful." He traced the flowing lines with reverence, feeling the dormant magic respond to his touch. This place was meant to shelter people, to keep them safe. Jill scampered up the column, her shirt now declaring, "Historical security system still active," as she examined the wards. "Ooh, these are top-notch. Look at how the protection layers overlap. It's like a magical blanket fort." Before Draven could respond, the chest of whispers erupted in a haunting melody that seemed to weave through his very bones. The sound resonated with the crystal pillars, setting them aglow with inner light. His stone sense thrummed as hidden mechanisms awakened throughout the chamber. With a series of smooth clicks and gentle rumbles that Draven felt more than heard, panels in the walls began to slide away. The stone sang of long-dormant systems returning to life, each movement precise and deliberate despite centuries of disuse. Alcoves appeared, their contents preserved in shells of crystalline energy that made his skin tingle. "By the ancient mountains," he breathed, stepping closer to examine what appeared to be a workshop space. Tools of impossible design hung suspended in the protective field, their surfaces etched with runes that made his head swim when he tried to comprehend them. Books bound in materials he couldn't identify, lined shelves that seemed to bend space itself. A gasp from Lenora drew his attention. She stood before an alcove that had opened near the central pedestal, her locket glowing in harmony with the artifacts within. "These are my family's records," she announced, her voice steady with newfound confidence. "Look, The Bright Veil line was entrusted with maintaining the sanctuary's knowledge transfer systems. Draven watched with pride as she navigated the ancient archives with sure movements, no trace of her former hesitation visible. Jill perched on her shoulder, her shirt now reading, Family Tree Loading Previous Saves, as they examined the preserved documents together. The Bright Veils weren't just guardians, Theron called out excitedly from another alcove. They were part of a network. The scholar's usual reserve had melted away as he gestured to a series of maps suspended in crystal light. These show other sanctuaries, each protected by different families working in concert. The chest in his arms whispered approvingly, its tone warm and encouraging. "See these markings?" Theron continued, openly sharing his findings with an enthusiasm Draven had never seen from him before. They indicate specialized focuses for each sanctuary. This one emphasized harmonics and stellar alignment, while others focused on different aspects of Veil-born knowledge. A familiar tinkling laugh echoed through the chamber as Jill darted from alcove to alcove, her magical tools glowing with increasing brightness. "Time for some serious housekeeping," she declared, her shirt changing to read Spring Cleaning, Timeline, Several Centuries, as she pressed her hands against a panel near the floor. Draven's stone sense registered a surge of ancient magic as brownie-crafted maintenance systems hummed to life. Dust vanished from surfaces, crystalline elements brightened, and the very air seemed to freshen. The chamber responded to Jill's touch like an old friend waking from a long slumber. The activation of the maintenance systems seemed to complete some crucial circuit within the sanctuary. The crystal pillars pulsed with renewed vigor, their light synchronizing into patterns that danced across the ceiling. Below, the star maps in the floor blazed to life, creating a three-dimensional display that filled the chamber with points of light. Draven stood rooted to the spot, his connection to the stone allowing him to feel the perfection of the moment as all the sanctuary's systems aligned. The harmonics reached a crescendo that resonated with his elemental core, and he understood with sudden clarity that they had done more than just discover this place. They had truly awakened it. Jill's shirt made one final change, now reading Season Finale, New Mysteries Unlocked, as she twirled through the floating lights. But Draven barely noticed, too absorbed in the song of the stone around him. The sanctuary's defenses had fully activated, wrapping them all in layers of ancient protection that felt like coming home. The chamber continued its mesmerizing display, and Draven allowed himself a rare smile as he watched his companions explore their discovery. His inn had always been a haven for those who needed one, and now they had found its ancient predecessor, a sanctuary that promised even greater wonders to uncover. Jill scampered along the edge of the newly revealed crystalline walls, her tiny fingers tracing the intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. The sanctuary's floor had split apart with all the drama of a theater curtain, and she couldn't help but appreciate the showmanship. Her magical t-shirt flickered before settling on Maze Runner, Magic Edition, a sentiment she found rather on the nose but amusing nonetheless. "Well, this is certainly more exciting than fixing loose floorboards," she quipped, pulling her prized mapping tools from one of her many pockets. The miniature compass spun wildly before pointing straight down, which was absolutely no help at all. Typical Veil-born magic, making simple tools go haywire. Above her, Amara's wings caught the crystalline light, sending rainbow refractions dancing across the walls. The Fey Baker tried to float over the maze's walls, only to bump into an invisible barrier with a surprised "Oof!" "No cheating allowed," Jill called up, her shirt obligingly changing to "No shortcuts allowed." She jotted down notes about the air currents Amara described, watching as the Fae's wings twitched in response to subtle magical flows. "Those drafts might be useful. Everything here seems deliberately placed." Lenora stood at the first junction, her family locket swaying gently. "It's warm to the right," she murmured, then stepped left to test. "Definitely cooler here. I think it's trying to guide us." Theron traced the symbols etched into the crystal walls with long, elegant fingers. These markings speak of trials and worthiness. This path, he pointed left, warns of mirrors that fragment the self. "Oh, lovely," Jill muttered, adding that detail to her growing map. "Because regular mazes aren't confusing enough." They chose the right path, following the locket's warmth until they reached a corridor that seemed to stretch infinitely in both directions. The walls fractured their reflections into thousands of versions of themselves, some walking on the ceiling, others moving backward, a few doing peculiar jigs that none of them were actually performing. "Stop moving," Draven commanded, his feet planted firmly. The stone beneath his boots responded to his presence, sending tiny ripples of stability through the floor. "The true path is solid, the rest is illusion." Jill's keen eyes caught a familiar shape among the dizzying reflections, a tiny rune no bigger than her thumbnail, carved with the distinct marks of brownie crafting. Her shirt shifted to debug mode activated as she scrambled closer. "Ha! Found the maintenance access," she declared, pulling out her enchanted wrench. The tool adjusted its size perfectly to fit the rune's grooves. "Whoever built this maze knew they'd need someone like me to keep it running. Brownies have been maintaining magical structures since before the Veilborn disappeared." With a satisfying click, the rune turned, and the disorienting reflections faded to reveal a simple, straight corridor. Theron's eyebrows rose appreciatively. "The craftsmanship is remarkable," he mused, studying the walls with renewed interest. "These patterns, they mirror the Song of Echoes. Look how the lines flow like musical notation." The chest of whispers, which had been unusually quiet, suddenly hummed to life. Its whispers took on a melodic quality, rising and falling in a familiar rhythm. "It's singing!" Lenora exclaimed. She began to hum along, her voice matching the chest's ethereal notes perfectly. The crystal walls resonated in response, lighting up different pathways in sequence. "Left, then right, then 2 lefts," Jill called out, her mapping tools dancing across the parchment as she recorded the musical pattern. "The maze is teaching us its song." As they followed the melodic path, Jill spotted something that made her brownie senses tingle with recognition. "Hold up!" She darted forward, dropping to her knees to examine a series of circular plates set into the floor. Her shirt changed yet again to read, "Trap Maintenance Specialist." "These aren't just pressure plates," she explained, using her wrench to carefully press the first one. A soft click echoed through the corridor, followed by a gentle chime. "They're tuning mechanisms. The Veilborn built this place to test understanding, not to harm. See these markings? Classic brownie crafting symbols. We've been maintaining systems like this for generations." She moved from plate to plate, triggering each one in sequence. Rather than unleashing deadly traps, they produced different notes that harmonized with the chest's whispers. "It's another layer of the song. The maze isn't just teaching us the melody, it's teaching us all the parts." Lenora's locket pulsed warmly, and the chest's whispers grew stronger, more coherent. The crystalline walls seemed to sing back, creating a complex harmony that made Jill's skin tingle with ancient magic. "I think," Theron said slowly, "we're not just following the maze. We're learning how to speak its language." Jill's mapping tools danced across her parchment as she recorded the spiraling paths that wound outward from the chamber like the spokes of a particularly ambitious spider's web. Her enchanted compass spun lazily, thoroughly confused by the magical currents swirling through the space. Typical. "Well, this is delightfully complicated," she muttered, watching as Lenora stepped forward with newfound purpose. The young mage held her family locket in one hand and the Veilborn key in the other, her expression focused rather than uncertain. Now that was progress. Jill's shirt flickered to choose wisely as she observed Lenora closing her eyes, letting both artifacts guide her movements. The locket swung in gentle arcs while the key hummed at different pitches as Lenora moved past each pathway. "This one," Lenora announced, pointing to a path that looked identical to the others, but as she spoke, the other routes shimmered like heat waves and faded to reveal solid crystal walls. Jill quickly sketched the true path, adding little notes about the illusion magic for future reference. They hadn't gone far when Amara suddenly threw out her wings, blocking their progress. "Stop! The air! It's wrong here!" The Fae's wings shimmered with an odd double image, as if viewing them through warped glass. Jill's shirt immediately changed to time management, critical, as she felt the temporal distortion. Her brownie senses tingled. This was old magic, the kind her ancestors had helped maintain. She pulled out her enchanted wrench, which grew warm in her palm. "There!" She spotted the control runes hidden in the crystalline walls. "Amara, can you direct the temporal flow up? These old systems usually have overflow channels." Working together, they redirected the time-warped energies safely upward, where they dispersed harmlessly into the maze's magical infrastructure. Jill made a mental note to come back later and give the temporal regulators a proper tune-up. The next chamber presented them with 4 identical archways, each humming with activation runes that needed simultaneous triggering. Jill's shirt helpfully updated to Team Coordination 100% as she assessed the mechanism. "We'll need to split up," she announced, pulling out her Unity charms, little trinkets she'd crafted earlier from spare parts and good intentions. "These will pulse when we're in sync. Just follow the rhythm, like dancing." Taking the leftmost arch, Jill positioned herself by the activation rune. The Unity charm warmed against her chest, beating in time with the others. When all 4 pulses aligned, she pressed her hand to the rune. The archway sang with perfect harmony as the group's synchronized actions triggered the ancient mechanism. The next challenge made her groan. Riddles in shifting Veilborn script decorated the walls like particularly pretentious wallpaper. Her shirt changed to puzzle parser as she watched Theron and Lenora work through the translations, but it was her tools that proved unexpectedly useful. Her enchanted screwdriver vibrated intensely near certain symbols, while her measuring tape kept extending itself toward specific word combinations. "Look here!" she called out, pointing to where her wrench had started glowing. "This part seems important." Draven stepped closer, his practical nature cutting through the scholarly debate. "The symbols match the maze's layout," he observed. "It's not asking us to solve the riddles. It's telling us how the answers change the maze itself." Working together, they decoded each riddle's practical application. Jill's tools hummed happily as they used the solutions to reshape their path, the crystalline walls flowing like liquid in response to their correct answers. The final chamber took her breath away, a dome of pure crystal with countless facets catching and scattering light in dazzling patterns. Her shirt shifted to light show technician as she immediately spotted the technical challenge. Hidden mirrors waited to be aligned, their positions crucial to recreating some sort of light pattern. "Amara, hover there," Jill directed, pointing to where the Fae's wings would catch the light just right. She scrambled up the crystal faces, her small size perfect for reaching the tucked-away mirror controls. Each adjustment sent new beams of light dancing through the chamber. "A little left. Now up. Perfect!" The light scattered from Amara's wings, bounced off precisely arranged mirrors, and painted an intricate Veilborn sigil on the chamber's floor. The whole room seemed to exhale, and the crystalline walls began to dissolve like morning mist. Jill's shirt made one final change, displaying level complete boss battle loading. As she rejoined her friends, their Unity charms pulsed with shared purpose, warm against their skin. Whatever waited in the maze's heart, they would face it together. She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment, ready to map whatever came next. After all, someone would need to maintain whatever ancient wonders they were about to discover, and brownies had a reputation to uphold. Chapter 9. The Shadow's Reckoning. Through the writhing shadows that cloaked him, Mordain observed the sanctuary's crystalline dome with a mixture of reverence and bitter longing. The constellations above seemed to mock him, their pure light a stark reminder of what he'd lost. His violet eyes tracked each member of the group, calculating weaknesses, measuring resolve. The corrupted magic within him surged, seeking escape. Mordain let it seep through the ancient floor's hairline cracks, watching with satisfaction as the sanctuary's defensive crystals dimmed in response to his presence. The brownie's gaudy shirt flashed an annoying red warning, but he noted how her tiny hands moved with surprising efficiency, pulling trinkets from that impossible bag of hers. "Such noble defenders," Mordain's voice echoed, distorted by the shadows that composed much of his form. The sound made the air itself shudder. "Protecting secrets you barely understand." His gaze fixed on Lenora, or more specifically, on the key she clutched. Its resonance called to the fragments of his humanity that still remained. The group's defensive formation amused him. So predictable, so futile. The orc's stone magic rippled through the floor, attempting to reinforce the failing wards. Mordain felt each pulse like a dull ache against his corrupted essence, but it was the brownie's actions that gave him pause. Her connection to the sanctuary's matrix sparked ancient runes to life, their glow an unwelcome intrusion into his carefully crafted darkness. "Fascinating," he murmured, genuine curiosity briefly overshadowing his hunger for the key. "A maintenance link to the original matrix. Perhaps I underestimated you, little one." The words tasted bitter. He hated admitting oversight. Gathering his power, Mordain stretched out with tendrils of shadow, testing the hastily erected barrier. The brownie's defenses held stronger than expected, but he sensed instability in the harmonic frequency. Each probe sent ripples of corrupted echoes through the chamber, a twisted parody of the sacred song that had once been his life's study. The phase aerial interference pattern strategy was clever, he had to admit. Her wings created shifting light that disrupted his shadow step abilities, forcing him to remain more corporeal than he preferred. The scent of her enchanted pastries reached him, a reminder of simpler times, of humanity, of warmth. He pushed the memory aside with practiced cruelty. "Your barriers won't hold," Mordain projected, his voice carrying notes of the corrupted song of echoes. "The sanctuary's matrix responds to truth, and I speak with the authority of one who has sacrificed everything to understand its secrets." The shadows around him pulsed with each word, drinking in the dimming light of the defensive crystals. He watched the half-elf scholar's expression change as recognition dawned. Yes, Theron would understand the perverted harmony in his voice. Would he share that knowledge with his companions? Would he reveal how close Mordain had once been to unlocking the Veilborn's greatest mysteries before the shadows claimed him? Drawing himself up, Mordain gathered his power for the first true assault. The shadows responded eagerly, hungry for the light they could never truly possess. "Last chance," he offered, surprising himself with the sincerity in his words. "Surrender the key, and I'll leave you your lives and enough knowledge to satisfy your scholarly curiosity." But he saw the answer in their stance, their unity, their foolish bravery. The brownie's shirt changed its message again, and Mordain allowed himself a small, twisted smile. Very well. They would learn, as he had, the price of seeking truth in ancient powers. His attack launched with explosive force, corrupted shadow magic colliding with the brownie's barrier in a spectacular display of opposing forces. The impact sent harmonic vibrations through the chamber that made his very essence resonate painfully. Yet he pressed on, feeding more power into the assault. The shadows around him writhed with anticipation, eager to spread their influence through this last bastion of Veilborn light. The Fae's aerial maneuvers grew more elaborate, her wings casting interference patterns that forced him to constantly adjust his approach. Her distribution of protective pastries irked him. Each bite strengthened their defensive auras, making his shadows work harder to find purchase. "Impressive coordination," he acknowledged, genuine respect coloring his words. "But you're only delaying the inevitable. That key responds to corruption as much as purity. Can you not feel it calling?" He directed this last question to Lenora, noting how the key's energy flickered in response to his presence. The shadows surged again, seeking any weakness in their defenses. Mordain felt the strain of maintaining such power, but the prospect of claiming the key, of finally understanding how to reverse his condition, drove him forward. The sanctuary's weakening wards groaned under the assault of his corrupted magic, and he allowed himself to hope that perhaps, this time, victory was within his grasp. Mordain felt it before he saw it, the sudden surge of protective magic emanating from the girl's locket. His shadows recoiled instinctively, hissing at the pure resonance. Through the writhing darkness, he watched Lenora and Theron's hands move in practiced synchronization over the key, their movements following patterns he knew all too well. The chest's whispers reached even his corrupted senses, each syllable a needle of truth piercing his defenses. "Predictable," he snarled, but inwardly cursed as his shadows struck empty air. The chest's warnings gave them precious seconds of forewarning, forcing him to constantly adjust his strategy. The familiar ache of lost humanity intensified with each failed attack. The brownie proved particularly vexing. Her diminutive form darted between his shadow strikes with infuriating precision, that ridiculous enchanted wrench morphing from tiny adjuster to massive barrier support as needed. Mordain's violet eyes narrowed as he observed her methodical reinforcement of key structural points. Her garish shirt's proclamation of damage control specialist seemed less amusing now that she was actually succeeding in controlling his damage. His corrupted song rose in intensity, satisfaction flooding through him as the sanctuary's crystals began to resonate with his twisted harmony. The pure notes degraded, warped by his influence, crystal matrices struggling against their original purpose. But then, that insufferable orc's stone magic threaded through the brownie's barriers, Earth's ancient stability challenging his corruption. "You only delay the inevitable," Mordain projected, though the words tasted hollow as another shadow tendril dissipated against their combined defense. The safe zones they created shimmered with irritating persistence, forcing him to expend more power with each assault. Frustration building, he gathered his shadows into crushing walls, drawing on memories of ancient siege engines to form his attack. The darkness responded eagerly, too eagerly perhaps, its hunger threatening to overwhelm even his control. He saw the brownie's shirt flash its warning of system failure, but instead of fear, her expression showed only determination as she withdrew tools that radiated generations of accumulated power. "Fascinating," he murmured, genuine scholarly interest momentarily overriding his aggressive intent. The complexity of browniecraft magic had always eluded his research, and here was a master class in action. The shadows around him stirred restlessly, sensing his distraction. The key's sudden brilliance snapped his attention back to Lenora. As she raised it high, its pure light carved through his darkness like a blade of truth. The chest's song rose in perfect counterpoint to his corruption, and for one devastating moment, Mordain remembered exactly how it felt to be human. The harmony stripped away his carefully constructed walls of bitterness, leaving him raw and exposed. In that moment of clarity, he watched the brownie's barriers crystallize, drawing strength from the pure resonance. His shadows roiled in protest, but part of him, the part that remembered being a scholar, that still yearned for understanding, appreciated the elegant synthesis of magical theory at work. The sanctuary's core pulsed around them, ancient power responding to the clash of energies. Mordain gathered his shadows for what he knew must be a decisive assault, even as the brownie's final barrier shimmered between them like a membrane between truth and corruption. Her shirt's declaration of boss fight commencing would have amused him in other circumstances. As his opponents moved into their battle positions, Mordain felt the familiar surge of shadow hunger rising within him. Yet that moment of clarity lingered, an unwelcome reminder of everything he'd sacrificed in his pursuit of knowledge. The corruption in his voice grew thicker as he pushed the memory aside. "Let us see," he rasped, shadows coiling around him like eager serpents. if your understanding of Veilborn magic runs as deep as your courage." The darkness responded to his will, gathering for an assault that would test not just their defenses, but the very foundations of the sanctuary itself. Lenora's hands trembled as she raised the Veilborn key, its crystalline surface catching the ethereal light of the sanctuary. Around her, shadows writhed and twisted, Mordaine's dark magic pressing against their defenses like an inky tide. But something felt different now, a resonance building in her chest that matched the gentle warmth of her family's locket. Theron's voice rose first, clear and ancient, carrying words that seemed to wake the very stones beneath their feet. The Song of Echoes. Lenora had practiced it countless times in the inn's library, but here, in the heart of the sanctuary, each syllable felt charged with purpose. "Join in now," Theron urged, his eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness. "Feel the rhythm of the place." Lenora's voice joined his, uncertain at first, but growing stronger as the key pulsed in response. The sanctuary's crystals began to hum in harmony, their light intensifying with each verse. She caught a glimpse of Jill darting between pillars, the brownie's magical shirt blazing with the words, "Magical Lockdown Protocol activated." "The shadows! They're retreating!" Amara called out, her wings casting prismatic light that seemed to strengthen their song. The Fae's excitement was contagious, but Lenora forced herself to focus on the complex melody. The chest's whispers, which had been their constant companion, suddenly swelled into a chorus that wound through their song like silver threads through fabric. Lenora felt it guiding her movements, urging her to trace patterns with the key that mirrored the labyrinth's ancient design. Each step felt predestined, as if she were dancing to music written in her very bones. "Don't break formation!" Jill shouted, scampering past with an armful of her protective trinkets. Her shirt now declared, "Security System Upgrade in Progress," as she placed each charm with precision. "The sanctuary remembers this dance!" A deep rumble shook the chamber as Draven pressed his palms to the floor. Lenora watched in awe as veins of golden light spread from his hands, tracing the forgotten ley lines beneath the sanctuary. The surge of power sent Mordaine's shadows reeling back toward the entrance, each tendril hissing like water on hot stone. "The runes!" Theron called between verses. "They're responding to the song." Indeed, ancient symbols were igniting along the walls in cascading sequences. Amara took flight, her wings scattering light that seemed to amplify the effect, turning each rune into a blazing star. The sanctuary was awakening, and Lenora could feel its power harmonizing with the key in her hands. Jill's movements became more purposeful, her small hands dancing across specific points in the walls. Her shirt flickered to "Ancient Admin Rights Granted," as hidden panels responded to her touch, revealing intricate mechanisms that hummed to life. "Ha! Still got it?" The brownie's triumphant grin was visible even through the growing light. "The old security system just needed a proper maintenance check." Mordaine's snarl of frustration cut through their song, but couldn't break it. His violet eyes blazed with recognition and something else. Fear? His shadows probed desperately for weaknesses, but wherever they touched Jill's wards, they found only light and song. "You cannot hope to contain me with these parlor tricks," he spat, but his voice wavered. "The shadows cannot be bound." But Lenora felt it now, the true purpose of the key burning bright in her hands. Her locket pulsed in time with her heartbeat, and suddenly she understood. This wasn't just about unlocking secrets. It was about sealing away dangers too great to be destroyed. The final verse of the Song of Echoes rose in her throat, no longer just remembered words, but a living thing. Her voice rang out clear and strong, leading the others as the key's light built to a brilliant crescendo. Jill's shirt flashed one last message: "Power level, maximum," as the sanctuary itself seemed to join their song. Streams of pure light erupted from the key, weaving with the ley lines Draven had awakened and the ancient wards Jill had restored. They formed a complex web of power that drew ever tighter around Mordaine's writhing form. His shadows, once so threatening, began to fade like mist in morning sun. "No!" Mordaine's cry echoed off the crystal walls. "You don't understand what you're protecting, what you're preventing." But Lenora did understand, at last. Every whisper from the chest, every pulse of her locket, every step of their journey had led to this moment. The Song of Echoes reached its peak, and the sanctuary blazed with ancient power, ready to complete its age-old purpose. Crystal light bloomed around Lenora in geometric patterns, each pillar igniting in sequence like a constellation coming to life. She felt the key's power flowing through her, harmonizing with her family's locket in a way that made her whole body hum. Through the brilliant display, she watched Mordaine's shadows retreat, forced back by each new surge of ancient magic. "The pattern!" Theron's voice cut through her concentration. "It's the Veilborn binding sequence. Lenora, angle the key 30 degrees left on the next pulse." She adjusted her grip, following his instruction just as another wave of light erupted from the nearest crystal column. The key responded instantly, sending out a matching burst that pushed Mordaine's darkness further into the chamber's center. 3, 2, 1, now up! Theron called out the timing, and Lenora moved in perfect sync with his cues. Each motion felt more natural than the last, as if her body remembered a dance her mind had never learned. Jill darted past in her peripheral vision, the brownie's small form a blur of determined motion. Her magical shirt flashed, "Final countdown initiated," as she scampered along the walls, enchanted wrench spinning in her capable hands. Wherever she touched the ancient stone, lines of power strengthened and sealed. "Got another crack here!" Jill announced, jamming her wrench into a hairline fracture. "No way we're letting this binding slip through poor maintenance." A howl of rage drew Lenora's attention back to Mordaine. His form was losing cohesion, fragments of shadow breaking away like leaves in a storm. He lashed out with what remained of his power, but the attack shattered against their unified defense. Lenora felt the impact through the key, but their combined magic held strong. "Keep the formation!" she called out, surprising herself with the authority in her voice. "The binding's working!" They began their careful retreat toward the entrance, moving as one unit. Lenora could feel the strength of their connection through the unity charms Jill had crafted, each one pulsing in perfect rhythm. The brownie's repairs echoed through the chamber, her magic weaving seamlessly with the ancient wards. Sweat beaded on Lenora's forehead as she maintained the flow of power through the key. The constellation maps they'd studied flashed through her mind as they reached the threshold. This was the crucial moment, the final seal. "Everyone clear the doorway," she said, raising the key. Her hands moved in the complex pattern they'd discovered, tracing the paths of long-lost stars. The sanctuary responded immediately, crystal and stone flowing like liquid geometry. Each layer folded precisely, an intricate puzzle locking itself shut. "And stay out!" Jill's triumphant voice rang out as her shirt updated to "Access denied." The brownie's grin was visible even in the dimming light as the last seams of the entrance melted away. Lenora lowered the key, her arms trembling with exhaustion. The sanctuary's final pulse of power washed over them like a warm wave, confirming the binding's success. But there, in the newly sealed stone, a faint violet glow caught her eye. Her locket grew warm against her skin, a warning that Mordaine's influence lingered, contained, but not conquered. Jill hopped onto a nearby rock, her shirt making one last change to temporary solution applied. See Season 2 for details, as she wiped her brow. "Well," the brownie said, tucking away her wrench, "that's one way to end a workday." Lenora leaned against the cool earth where the entrance had been, feeling the residual magic humming beneath her palm. They'd won this battle, but as she clutched her still-warm locket, she knew their work was far from finished. The key pulsed once more in her other hand, as if in agreement. Chapter 10. A Hearth Rekindled. Jill perched on her favorite spot atop the hearth's mantel, dangling her legs over the edge as the evening light painted the inn's common room in warm amber hues. Her t-shirt flickered to display "Adventure complete, saving progress," while she watched the others settle into their usual places. The satisfaction of victory tingled through her tiny brownie frame like the sparkles in Amara's special cinnamon tea. Speaking of Amara, the Fey baker had outdone herself. Platters of celebration treats danced through the air. Honey-glazed scones that literally glowed with triumph, courage-infused tea cakes, and what looked suspiciously like victory-flavored custard tarts. Jill snagged a miniature scone as it floated past, catching the knowing wink Amara sent her way. "Anyone else feel like we should be more exhausted?" Jill called out, brushing crumbs from her patchwork dress. "Instead, I'm practically buzzing. Must be all that ancient magic we stirred up." The chest of whispers hummed in agreement from its place beside Lenora, who sat cross-legged on her favorite cushion. The apprentice mage, though apprentice hardly seemed to fit anymore, had spread her research notes in a careful array around her. The Veilborn key caught the firelight, casting dancing patterns across her determined face. "The sanctuary's energy is still resonating," Lenora explained, her voice carrying a confidence that made Jill's heart swell with pride. Gone was the nervous student who'd accidentally turned her own hair blue last month. "I think we've only scratched the surface of what the Veilborn left behind." Theron leaned forward from his armchair, his usual reserve softened by genuine enthusiasm. "Your intuitive grasp of the patterns is remarkable, Lenora. Perhaps we could cross-reference the sanctuary's runes with some early Veilborn texts I've collected?" Jill's t-shirt shifted to Master Craftsperson Gift Edition as she patted the worn leather bag at her side. "Speaking of remarkable things," she announced, unable to contain her excitement any longer, "I've been working on a little something. Or, rather, several little somethings." She reached into her bag, a magical creation that was significantly bigger on the inside, thank you very much, and began withdrawing carefully wrapped packages. Each one sparkled with traces of brownie magic wrapped in paper she'd enhanced with protection charms. "For the grumpiest, most lovable innkeeper ever," Jill declared, presenting the first package to Draven with a flourish. Her heart did a little dance as his amber eyes widened at the stone pendant within. She'd spent weeks infusing it with a blend of brownie magic and energy collected from the sanctuary's crystals. Draven turned the pendant over in his massive hands, his usual stoic expression softening. Without a word, he stood and pressed it into a specific spot on the nearest wall. The inn's magical barriers rippled visibly for a moment, strengthening and settling into new patterns that made Jill's brownie senses tingle pleasantly. "The walls needed that," she commented, her t-shirt briefly flashing, "structural integrity plus 100, before returning to its gift-giving message. Next came Amara's package, which practically vibrated with contained magic. The Fey baker's wings scattered rainbow light as she unwrapped a set of delicate baking tools. A whisk that could detect harmful ingredients, a rolling pin attuned to emotional energy, and measuring spoons that chimed in perfect harmony when the proportions were exactly right. "Jill!" Amara gasped, already clutching the whisk like a beloved friend. "These are incredible! The Fey brownie resonance is perfect!" Her wings fluttered with such excitement that she briefly lifted off her chair. "Your magic always did play nice with mine," Jill replied as her shirt updated to "Magical Fusion Success." She watched with satisfaction as Amara immediately began sketching recipe ideas, muttering about protective pastries and warning whoopie pies. Finally, Jill turned to Theron, whose curious expression reminded her how far they'd all come from his first mysterious arrival. "For our resident scholar," she announced, presenting him with a carefully bound journal. The sanctuary crystal fragments embedded in its spine caught the firelight, sending tiny rainbows skittering across its pages. The chest of whispers let out a pleased murmur as Theron accepted the journal, its ancient voice harmonizing with the crystal's subtle song. A genuine smile spread across his face, the kind that still surprised them all with its warmth. "The crystalline resonance is remarkable," he observed, running his fingers along the spine. "And these binding techniques. Brownie craft never ceases to amaze me." "Just wait until you try writing in it," Jill replied with a wink. "The pages have a few tricks up their sleeves. They might just help organize those scattered research notes of yours." Jill couldn't contain her grin as she pulled out her final creation. The charm bracelet caught the firelight, each tiny silver piece telling its own story of their adventure. Her t-shirt shifted to character arc completed as she floated down from the mantel to present it to Lenora. "For our resident mystery solver," she announced, watching Lenora's eyes widen as she recognized each charm. "Look, there's a miniature of the Chest of Whispers. It even hums a bit if you hold it just right. And that's a crystal from the cavern, a tiny whispering willow leaf. Oh, and my personal favorite." "Is that a microscopic version of your wrench?" Lenora laughed, touching the perfectly detailed tool charm. "The one you used to seal the crevice when Mordain was chasing us?" "Complete with authentic brownie magic," Jill confirmed, her chest swelling with pride as Lenora immediately clasped the bracelet around her wrist. The charms tinkled softly, a sound like distant wind chimes that made the inn's magic pulse appreciatively. Amara floated over, her wings scattering silver light as she examined the bracelet. "Oh, there's even a tiny version of the runestone circle from the grove. Remember how the shadows kept trying to snuff out our ritual lights?" "And I kept having to relight them," Jill chuckled, settling cross-legged on the table. "My shirt went through about 12 variations of technical difficulties that night." "Speaking of technical difficulties," Draven rumbled, rising from his chair with unexpected grace for someone his size, "I believe this calls for something special." He disappeared into the kitchen, returning with an ornate stone teapot that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Jill's shirt promptly updated to memory lane, now serving refreshments, as she watched him pour the stone-aged tea into their special occasions cups. The steam rose in elaborate patterns, forming miniature scenes from their adventures. She spotted herself darting between crystal formations in one wispy tableau, her tiny form brandishing that trusty wrench. "I still can't believe you actually got Mordain to trip over his own shadow," Theron mused, accepting his cup with a grateful nod. "Your timing with those crystal reflections was impeccable." "Pure brownie instinct," Jill shrugged, though her chest puffed out slightly at the praise. "Besides, anyone wearing a cloak that dramatic is just asking for pratfalls." Their unity charms, carefully crafted pieces of sanctuary crystal that Jill had enhanced with her own magic, pulsed warmly as laughter filled the room. The inn seemed to lean in closer, its magical atmosphere wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Lenora stood suddenly, raising her teacup with newfound authority that made Jill's heart swell with pride. "To success," she began, her voice strong and clear, "and to protecting whatever other Veilborn sites are out there waiting to be discovered." The key on the table glowed in apparent approval, its light catching the steam patterns and creating miniature auroras. Jill's collection of trinkets sparkled in response, their magic harmonizing with the moment. "There are several promising locations in the eastern forests," Theron added, his usual reserve melting as he pulled out a weathered map. "These markings here match some of the sanctuary's outer runes." Jill hopped down to examine the map, her maintenance log already materializing from one of her many pockets. "Those forests back up against some interesting leyline convergences," she noted, her shirt updating to "next quest loading," as she jotted down potential access points and likely repair needs. "We'll need to enhance the protective wards," Draven mused, touching his new pendant thoughtfully. "Perhaps integrate some of the sanctuary's resonance patterns." "And I can modify my warning whoopie pies for longer journeys," Amara chimed in, her wings shimmering with excitement. "Oh, maybe add some direction-finding properties to the glazing." The evening deepened around them, but Jill barely noticed, too absorbed in their planning session. Her shirt cycled through various messages: adventure planning committee, logistics division, snack coordinator, before settling on team status family as they raised another toast. Looking around at her found family, Jill felt the rightness of it all settle into her bones. Draven's steady presence, Amara's creative energy, Lenora's growing confidence, and Theron's careful wisdom, all of it wrapped in the inn's protective magic and seasoned with her own particular brand of brownie mischief. The unity charms pulsed again, stronger this time, their light mixing with the inn's ambient magic to create patterns that danced across the ceiling. Jill recognized the significance of the moment, knew it would join the collection of precious memories that made the Hearth and Crust more than just an inn. It was home. It was headquarters. It was the start of something wonderful, and her shirt didn't need to change to tell her that. Through the steady hum of celebration, Draven watched his inn come alive with a warmth that went beyond the crackling hearth. The common room pulsed with magic and merriment, every corner filled with the kind of joy that made his stone-touched heart feel lighter than usual. He adjusted a floating lantern with practiced ease, its golden glow highlighting the parade of Amara's enchanted pastries that twirled through the air like delicate dancers. From his position near the hearth, he could keep an eye on everything, a habit from his mercenary days that now brought comfort rather than vigilance. Above, Jill had claimed her usual perch on the thick wooden beam, her magical shirt glowing with Village Victory Party host mode, as she directed traffic between the floating treats and the gathering crowd. More spiced tea for the sylphs by the window, he murmured to himself, already moving to retrieve a fresh pot. The stone beneath his feet thrummed with contentment, the inn's magic recognizing and welcoming each new guest who crossed the threshold. Keeper Rosethorn from the Whispering Willow made her entrance with characteristic grace, her arms laden with ceremonial ribbons that seemed to catch non-existent breezes. Draven felt the inn's magic stir as the ribbons took flight, weaving through the rafters in intricate patterns. Each strand whispered congratulations in voices that reminded him of wind through ancient branches. "The tree sends its blessing," Keeper Rosethorn announced, her eyes twinkling as a ribbon brushed past Draven's shoulder with a whispered, "Well done, steadfast guardian." He allowed himself a small smile, watching Jill scramble along her beam to better coordinate the ribbon's dance with the floating lanterns. Her shirt now proclaimed, "We're all in this together," as she called out cheerful directions to the magical decorations. The arrival of the Fey merchants drew his attention to where Lenora stood near the window seat. Their gifts, crystalline vials of moonlight essence, pressed flowers that still bloomed, and strings of starlight, created a subtle harmony with her family locket. The young mage's face glowed with pride and something deeper, belonging. Draven found himself moving closer as various craftspeople approached him, their arms laden with offerings. Old Thornhewn, the dwarven stonemason, pressed a smooth river stone into his palm. "Blessed by the earth itself," the dwarf explained gruffly. "It'll strengthen your foundation wards." More gifts followed, strips of copper spelled by the Tinker's Guild, wood carved with protective runes from the Carpenter's Collective, even a set of wind chimes that hummed with protective magic from the local metallurgists. As each item found its way into his hands, Draven felt the inn respond, its walls straightening imperceptibly, its magic weaving the new protections into its existing tapestry of wards. "The inn appreciates your generosity," he rumbled, his voice carrying the weight of genuine gratitude. The stone beneath his feet seemed to pulse in agreement. Near the kitchen door, a gathering of brownies had surrounded Jill, their excited chatter rising above the general din. Her shirt now gleamed with family reunion status legendary as she demonstrated something with her enchanted multi-tool. The older brownies nodded approvingly, while the younger ones scribbled notes in tiny notebooks. Theron, who had been keeping to the edges of the celebration, found himself drawn into an animated discussion with Professor Moonweave and her fellow scholars. They had brought scrolls and books, their enthusiasm evident as they gestured at ancient texts. Jill, ever attentive to the mood, tossed several of her sparkle bombs their way. The tiny explosions resolved into perfect miniature constellations that matched the star charts they were discussing. Draven leaned against his familiar spot by the hearth, taking in the scene. Amara flitted past, her wings shimmering as she directed another wave of treats through the air. She paused long enough to pass him a courage-spiced scone with a knowing smile. "The inn hasn't felt this alive in ages," she noted, her eyes bright with joy. He nodded, feeling the truth of it in the very stones beneath them. The Hearth and Crust had always been more than just an inn. It was a sanctuary, a meeting place, a home. But tonight, filled with the magic and gratitude of the entire village, it felt like the heart of something larger, something precious. A ribbon drifted down to wrap briefly around his wrist, whispering, "Guardian of Hearth and Hope." Draven allowed himself another small smile, watching his found family celebrate amidst the warm glow of floating lanterns and starlit constellations, surrounded by the magic of community and trust they'd built together. Draven moved through the crowded inn, his heightened senses taking in every detail of the impromptu feast that had materialized. Village families streamed in bearing dishes that defied ordinary description. The stone floor beneath his feet hummed with approval as each new magical contribution found its place on the ever-expanding tables. Mrs. Thornberry's moonflower soup cast dancing silver lights across the ceiling, while the Dewdrop twins' enchanted berry tarts released tiny butterflies of pure light with each bite. He watched, amused, as Amara flitted between the offerings, her wings shimmering with excitement as she arranged everything in a pattern that seemed random but felt intentional to his earth-attuned senses. "The harmonics are perfect," she called out to him, adjusting a plate of color-changing bread. "When all the dishes resonate together, oh, you'll see." He did see moments later when Amara clapped her flour-dusted hands. The entire spread lit up in synchronized waves of magic, each dish contributing its own note to a symphony of light and energy that rippled through the inn. The stone beneath his feet practically purred at the harmonious display. Near the hearth, a cluster of wide-eyed children had cornered Lenora and Theron, their small faces eager for tales of adventure. Jill, never one to miss an opportunity for dramatics, swung down from her perch to assist. Her shirt's proclamation of "Story Time Theater Now Playing" drew appreciative giggles from the young ones. "And then," Jill announced, producing a handful of her special effects dust, "the shadows came creeping in like this." She tossed the dust, creating harmless shadow puppets that danced across the walls. The children squealed in delighted terror, pressing closer to Lenora, who smiled and conjured a small sphere of protective light. Draven felt the inn's magic shift as the village's musical spirits began to filter through the walls. These ancient melodies had always been part of Willowmire's soul, but tonight they seemed more focused, more intentional. The ethereal notes wove perfectly with the lingering whispers from the chest, creating harmonies that made the very stones of the inn vibrate in recognition. He noticed how Jill's collection of trinkets pulsed in time with the music, adding their own subtle chimes to the growing orchestra. The brownie herself was perched on a windowsill now, conducting the floating lanterns with enthusiastic gestures as her shirt proclaimed, "Concert mode activated." Elder Moonshadow's arrival drew Draven's attention. The ancient sylph moved through the crowd with purpose, her gossamer robes trailing starlight. She carried a tome nearly as large as herself, its pages seeming to turn of their own accord as she approached the group. "The signs were always there," she announced, her voice carrying despite its softness. The Whispering Willow's prophecy of silver keys in Shadow's wake, the ancient riddle of hearts bound by stone and spirit. She traced the glowing text with a finger that sparkled with stardust. Draven felt the truth of her words resonate through the inn's foundation. The key, still in Lenora's possession, emanated a soft, golden light that seemed to emphasize each revelation. Around them, other elders began sharing their own pieces of lore, each fragment clicking into place like perfectly cut stones in a master mason's wall. As evening reached its peak, the furniture began to move of its own accord, or perhaps at the inn's instruction, clearing space in the center of the common room. The musical spirits picked up a familiar melody, one that spoke of protection and community, of bonds stronger than magic itself. Without prompting, the villagers moved into the traditional spiral formation. Draven found himself at the edge of the dance, his connection to the earth helping anchor the magic that began to build. Keeper Rosathorn's ribbons wove between dancers, carrying whispered blessings. Amara's enchanted treats circled overhead, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. The dance began slowly, each step drawing more magic from the participants. Draven watched as different types of magic blended together. The Fae's natural glamour, the earthen strength of the dwarves, the scholarly spells of the professors, and the practical enchantments of the craftspeople. Above them all, Jill bounced from beam to beam, her shirt now declaring, "Community magic level over 9,000," as she tossed handfuls of sparkle bombs that exploded into patterns matching the dance below. Through his connection to the inn's foundation, Draven felt every pulse of magic, every shared laugh, every moment of joy as it rippled through the stone. This was what he'd sought when he'd left his mercenary life behind. Not just peace, but purpose. Not just a building, but a home that sheltered and nurtured magic in all its forms. The dance reached its crescendo, and the combined magic of the village manifested as shimmering auroras that swirled through the inn. Draven steadied himself against the hearth, feeling the stones practically singing with contentment as the lights danced across the ceiling. Jill's shirt made one final change, glowing softly with Willowmire status, one big family, as she orchestrated a grand finale of magical fireworks that somehow managed to explode silently, respecting the perfect harmony of the moment. Epilogue: The Hearth's New Light. Draven settled into his favorite chair by the hearth, its carved surface worn smooth from years of use. He'd crafted it himself during his first month at the inn, each groove and pattern telling the story of his transition from warrior to innkeeper. Now, watching his found family claim their usual spots in the common room, he felt the rightness of that long-ago decision settle deep in his bones. Golden firelight danced across the wooden floors, casting warm shadows that held no menace. Lenora arranged herself cross-legged atop a pile of cushions, her charm locket catching the light as she leaned forward to examine the artifacts they'd gathered. Theron had claimed the scholar's desk, his usual reserve softened by the evening's peaceful atmosphere. Above them all, Amara fluttered near her beloved pastry tray, wings casting prismatic patterns on the ceiling. Jill, perched on her favorite rafter, wore a shirt that glowed with the words, "Cozy Epilogue Loading." The sight made Draven's lips twitch into a slight smile. The brownies' running commentary via clothing had become such a fixture of their lives that the inn would feel oddly quiet without it. A familiar whisper of magic drew his attention to the center table, where the guest book floated serenely through the air. Its leather binding seemed to shine with an inner light as the pages turned of their own accord, settling on a pristine sheet. Draven watched, fascinated as always, as ink flowed across the paper in elegant script. The adventure begins anew. "Well, that's appropriately cryptic," he rumbled, earning a giggle from Jill, whose shirt now proclaimed "Season Finale, Achievement Unlocked." The scent of fresh-baked goods filled the air as Amara's victory pastries began their traditional dance through the room. Draven accepted a courage-boosting crumpet, feeling the familiar warmth of her fey magic spread through him as he bit into it. Each treat carried echoes of their shared experiences. The sparkle of starlight in the celebration cakes reminded him of their first descent into the Whispering Cavern, while the friendship-strengthening scones held the same comforting energy as the moment they'd all agreed to protect the chest together. Tiny pops and fizzles announced Jill's contribution to the celebration. She'd produced her enchanted wrench, a tool that had saved them more times than Draven could count, and was using it to release delicate fireworks into the air. Her shirt now read Special Effects Department as she orchestrated miniature light shows of their adventures. Draven watched, amused, as a tiny version of himself faced down shadow creatures while a diminutive Lenora solved glowing puzzles in mid-air. The real Chest of Whispers sat contentedly on its newly crafted pedestal, one of Draven's finest works. He'd incorporated protective runes into the wood grain itself, though he suspected the chest hardly needed the extra security now. Its whispers had changed since being opened, becoming less urgent and more musical. The sound blended perfectly with the hearth's steady crackle, creating a peaceful harmony that seemed to resonate with the inn's own magic. Across the room, Theron and Lenora exchanged meaningful glances as a particularly clear whisper rose above the others. Draven noted their interest but didn't press. He'd learned that some mysteries revealed themselves in their own time. Besides, Jill's shirt had already shifted to read, "Coming soon more adventures," which told him all he needed to know about the likelihood of future quests. Rising from his chair, Draven moved to the special cabinet where he kept his prized tea collection. The stone-aged blend had been saving for just such an occasion, its leaves infused with memories of the earth itself. He poured the steaming liquid into the enchanted cups he'd traded a dwarven merchant for years ago, watching as the ceramic shifted colors with each pour. "Mind the temperature," he warned as he distributed the cups. "It's got a bit of a kick to it." Lenora took her first sip and gasped in delight as her cup turned the same brilliant blue as the crystals in the cavern. Theron's shifted to the deep purple of twilight, while Amara's cycled through a rainbow of colors that matched her wings. Above them all, Jill created a heart-shaped burst of sparks that cast a rosy glow over Draven's head. Draven watched with quiet pride as Lenora rose from her cushions, her movements more confident than he'd ever seen. Gone was the hesitant apprentice who'd first stumbled into his inn. In her place stood a young mage coming into her own power, her charm locket gleaming as she raised her hands toward the ceiling. The floating lanterns responded instantly to her magic, rising in graceful arcs until they hovered just below the wooden beams. With precise gestures, Lenora guided them into familiar patterns, constellations they'd discovered etched into the sanctuary's ancient dome. The veil-born key at her throat pulsed in perfect rhythm with her locket, casting ripples of silvery light across her determined face. From her perch, Jill's shirt flashed, character growth maximized as she clapped in appreciation. The brownie's enthusiasm sparked something in the inn itself, or perhaps she'd given it a little magical nudge. Either way, Draven felt the familiar surge of enchantment course through the building's bones. His carefully crafted furniture began to move of its own accord. The chairs, each one carved by his own hands during quiet evenings, performed a stately waltz around the edges of the room. The tables adjusted their heights with quiet precision, ensuring every guest's comfort. Even the heavy velvet curtains he'd hung last winter swayed as if caught in a gentle breeze, though no wind stirred the warm air. Draven recognized Jill's influence as she wove her particular brand of brownie magic through the inn's existing enchantments. The result was seamless, homey and welcoming in a way that made his chest tight with emotion. Her shirt's proclamation of "Home Sweet Magical Home" captured the feeling perfectly. The unity charms Jill had crafted earlier began to pulse with shared joy. Draven touched the one at his wrist, marveling at how such a tiny thing could hold so much meaning. Lines of light stretched between them all, him to Amara, Amara to Lenora, Lenora to Theron, and Jill somehow connected to everyone at once. The brownie released a shower of butterfly-shaped sparks that danced along these connections, their wings leaving trails of golden light in their wake. Movement caught his eye as the magical guest book floated up from its stand. Its pages ruffled in that particular way that meant it had something to say. Sure enough, silvery ink began to flow across the parchment. When ancient whispers meet modern magic, adventures bloom like winter roses. The words shimmered with possibility, and Draven noticed Jill adding her own notes in the margins with a miniature quill, her shirt now declaring "plot seeds planted successfully." The scent of sugar and spice drew his attention to Amara, who was putting the finishing touches on what could only be described as an edible masterpiece. The cake hovered at eye level, a perfect replica of the whispering willow crafted entirely from spun sugar and enchanted frosting. Its delicate branches swayed in an unseen breeze, catching the lantern light and casting sugar crystal shadows on the walls. "Mind the height," he cautioned as Amara guided the confection to the central table. She shot him a playful glare, her wings creating tiny rainbows as she adjusted the cake's position with professional precision. When she began cutting slices, Draven leaned forward in fascination. Each piece revealed a different scene from their adventure, rendered in incredible detail through layers of magical pastry. His piece showed the moment they'd first discovered the sanctuary's entrance, complete with tiny sugar-spun versions of themselves. The flavors shifted as he ate, matching the emotions of each memory. The sharp tang of excitement, the warm comfort of teamwork, the sweet taste of victory. Draven raised his teacup, the enchanted ceramic still shifting colors in response to their shared emotions. Around him, his found family did the same, their faces illuminated by Jill's spectacular firework display overhead. The tiny explosions formed a glittering canopy that mimicked the star patterns from the sanctuary, while somehow managing to spell out "The End, for now," in sparkling letters. The guest book floated once more, its pages turning to a fresh sheet. With a flourish of silver ink, it wrote, "To be continued." The words seemed to hover for a moment before sinking into the page, becoming part of the inn's ongoing story. Draven settled back in his chair, feeling the gentle pulse of his unity charm synchronize with the inn's heartbeat. The hearth's flames danced merrily, casting that particular shade of golden light that made everything feel right with the world. He caught Jill's eye as she released one final shower of sparks, her shirt's message matching the contentment in his heart. The end. For now. Lenora sat cross-legged on her bed, her tongue caught between her teeth as she traced delicate patterns in the air. Silvery moonlight spilled through her window, casting long shadows across the spell components scattered across her desk. Her family locket provided additional illumination, its warm glow catching the metallic sheen of the Veilborn key beside it. "Your form's getting better," Jill observed from her perch atop a stack of spellbooks, her t-shirt proudly declaring "Magical Girl Power-Up Scene" in sparkly letters. The brownie's tiny hands sorted through a collection of crystalline vials with practiced efficiency, though that last curve could use a bit more flourish. I know. Lenora sighed, flexing her cramping fingers. "The protection runes are trickier than they look. All those interlocking patterns—" A soft scratching at the door interrupted her self-critique. Lenora paused, her half-formed ward fading into wisps of golden light. The scratching came again, more insistent this time, followed by a quiet whine. "We have a visitor," Jill sing-songed, her shirt shifting to read "Familiar Incoming" in bouncing letters. The door creaked open, revealing a tiny beige Chiweenie dog. Despite its diminutive size, the creature moved with surprising grace, each step deliberate and purposeful. Lenora found herself caught in its gaze. Warm, chocolate-brown eyes that seemed to peer straight into her soul with uncanny intelligence. "Well, hello there," Lenora breathed, lowering her hand. "Where did you come from, little one?" The dog, barely larger than a loaf of bread, trotted directly to her bed. Without hesitation, it hopped into her lap, turning in a perfect circle before settling down. The moment it made contact, Lenora's locket pulsed with warmth against her chest. The Veilborn key on her desk responded in kind, its soft glow intensifying. A familiar shimmer of magic, the same essence she'd felt near the whispering willow, enveloped both Lenora and the small dog. The connection felt ancient, inevitable, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. Jill gathered her ward-testing trinkets with a knowing smile. "Give you two a moment." The brownie settled into a comfortable observation spot on the windowsill. "I suppose you need a name," Lenora mused, scratching behind the dog's ears. A tag on its collar caught the magical light. Peanut? That's absolutely perfect." As if in response to his name, Peanut's button nose began to emit a gentle golden glow. He wriggled free from her lap, patting purposefully among her spell components. His tail wagged in precise, measured beats that matched the magical resonance of each item he investigated. The strongest enchantments drew longer, more enthusiastic wags. "He's got quite the nose for magic," Jill commented, her shirt now reading, "Enchantment detection upgraded" in technical-looking font. Lenora picked up her practice again, attempting to draw the protection ward. Before she could complete the third curve, Peanut stood on his hind legs, gently bumping her hand with his nose. The contact sent a tingle of magical awareness through her fingers. "Oh!" Lenora adjusted her gesture, following Peanut's guidance. The ward took shape with newfound clarity, its golden lines holding steady instead of dissipating. "That's what I was doing wrong." Jill's shirt flickered to Teaching Assistant, Good Boy Edition as she clapped her tiny hands. "Now that's what I call teamwork." Peanut dropped back to all fours, his tail wagging with approval. To Lenora's amazement, he began to move in careful patterns across her bedroom floor. Each step left a temporary trace of ghostly light, forming complex runic sequences she recognized from her studies. When she hesitated over a particular combination, his nose would glow brighter, illuminating the correct path. "Catch, Professor Peanut!" Jill called out, tossing a treat that sparkled with magical energy. The tiny dog snatched it from the air with surprising agility, and it burst into a shower of miniature fireworks that reflected in his intelligent eyes. Lenora felt tears of joy prickling at the corners of her eyes. After weeks of struggling with her magical studies, everything suddenly felt clearer, more accessible. She reached down to scratch Peanut's ears again, and his tail thumped against the floor in perfect rhythm with her locket's pulse. "I think," she said softly, watching as Peanut traced another ward pattern with his glowing paw prints. "This is the beginning of a beautiful partnership." Lenora watched in fascination as Peanut's nose began to twitch, his ears perking up with sudden interest. He hopped down from her lap and trotted purposefully toward her crowded bookshelf, tail wagging in that precise, measured way she was quickly learning to interpret as magical detection. "What is it, boy?" she whispered, following his lead. The Chewini stopped at the corner of the shelf, his nose pressed against the worn wooden panel. The glow from his button nose intensified, illuminating a faint pattern she'd never noticed before. "Well, would you look at that?" Jill exclaimed from her windowsill perch, her shirt now proudly declaring, "Dynamic duo formation complete." "Your new partners found something interesting." Lenora ran her fingers along the wall where Peanut indicated, feeling the slight tingle of magic beneath the surface. With gentle pressure, the panel shifted, revealing an intricate protection rune carved into the wood beneath. The craftsmanship was unmistakably old, perhaps dating back to the inn's earliest days. "I can't believe I never noticed this before," Lenora breathed, tracing the pattern with her finger. The magic responded to her touch, warming beneath her fingertips. Peanut gave an encouraging yip, his tail wagging faster. A sudden shimmer from her desk caught her attention. The Veilborn key was floating slightly above the surface, casting ethereal images into the air around it. Lenora gasped as translucent figures materialized, ancient mages in flowing robes, each accompanied by their own magical companions. She watched, transfixed, as a particularly clear image showed a Veilborn practitioner creating complex wards while a glowing fox-like creature guided their movements. Peanut sat at attention, his nose glowing in perfect rhythm with the projected magic. His eyes tracked each movement of the spectral mages with keen interest. "Historical reference, live demo," Jill's shirt announced as she leaned forward to watch. "Now that's what I call a teaching aid." Feeling inspired, Lenora held out her hand to Peanut. "Want to try something?" The tiny dog immediately understood, placing his paw atop her casting hand. The moment they made contact, Lenora felt her magical awareness expand exponentially. The ward patterns she'd been struggling with suddenly seemed as clear as constellations on a winter night. She began to draw the protection circle, Peanut's paw moving in perfect sync with her gestures. Golden light flowed from their combined effort, forming crisp, precise lines that put her previous attempts to shame. The magic felt different, stronger, more focused, as if Peanut's presence helped filter out any uncertainty or hesitation. Power levels synchronizing, Jill observed, her maintenance tools humming with approval as they detected the enhanced magical output. Once the ward was complete, Peanut began a methodical inspection of her room's existing protective enchantments. His glowing nose highlighted areas where the magic had grown thin or unstable, particularly in overlooked corners and along the window frames. His small size allowed him to check spaces Lenora would have struggled to examine properly. "Clever boy," she praised as he marked another weak spot. "You're quite the magical inspector, aren't you?" Feeling more confident than she had in weeks, Lenora decided to attempt the complex layered ward she'd been avoiding. She settled into her casting stance, Peanut immediately taking position beside her. Her locket pulsed warmly as she began the intricate sequence of gestures, her familiar's paw adding its gentle guidance whenever she hesitated. The resulting ward was beautiful, concentric circles of protection that filled the room with a soft, golden light. Each layer locked perfectly into place, creating a seamless barrier that hummed with protective energy. The locket responded with a spectacular display of its own, sending ribbons of light dancing through the air in celebration. "Level up! Achievement unlocked!" Jill's shirt flashed triumphantly. Exhausted but deeply satisfied, Lenora settled into her favorite reading chair, summoning her ward crafting manual with a gentle magical tug. Peanut immediately claimed his spot in her lap, his warm weight providing a comforting anchor as she flipped through the pages. His nose glowed softly as they studied the patterns together, occasionally touching specific diagrams that caught his attention. Lenora felt the last of her magical insecurities melting away. With Peanut's help, the patterns that had once seemed impossibly complex now appeared as natural as breathing. She scratched behind his ears, earning a contented sigh from her new familiar. From the corner of her eye, she caught Jill slipping toward the door, the brownie's shirt making one final change. Party member added, Peanut the Magnificent. The gentle weight in her lap, the warm pulse of her locket, and the steady glow of Peanut's nose created a perfect moment of magical harmony. Lenora smiled, turning another page as her familiar's tail tapped against her leg in time with the ward patterns they studied together. Draven descended the cellar stairs, each footfall sending tiny ripples of awareness through the stone beneath his boots. The newly installed crystalline sconces flickered to life as he passed, their azure glow warming to a gentle amber that matched his eyes. The light caught the edges of the recently constructed Veilborn relic vault, its smooth stone walls gleaming with hidden potential. "Right on schedule!" Jill's cheerful voice piped up from somewhere near his elbow. The tiny brownie perched on a nearby ledge, her magical t-shirt glowing softly with the words, "Vault Guardian Protocol Initiating." The Earthshaper's bracers, snug against his wrists, pulsed with a comforting warmth as he approached the vault door. Draven ran his fingers over the ancient metal bands, marveling at how the earthy brown surface seemed to ripple like liquid stone. Their power felt different from his innate stone magic, older, deeper somehow. "The bracers are showing unprecedented energy signatures," Jill muttered, scribbling in her tiny notebook. Her shirt now read, "Equipment Power Assessment" in flowing script. "Try touching the vault wall, big guy." Draven placed his palm flat against the cool stone surface, and immediately his world exploded with sensation. The bracers amplified his natural connection to stone, revealing a complex network of ley lines running beneath Willowmire that he'd never sensed before. The magical pathways pulsed with ancient power like glowing veins through the bedrock. By the old stones, he whispered, his usual stoic demeanor cracking slightly with wonder. Ha! Your face? Jill bounced excitedly, her shirt updating to magical GPS network located. She pulled out a miniature surveying tool from one of her many pockets. This is exactly what we hoped would happen. The vault's crystals began to hum in harmony with his enhanced abilities. Draven closed his eyes, feeling the defensive matrix forming around them like a living thing. Every corner of the secure space became an extension of his consciousness. His amber eyes glowed as he tested the connection, directing the flow of power with subtle shifts of his will. Jill's maintenance tools lifted into the air of their own accord, dancing excitedly as her shirt displayed, "Security system upgrading." She darted from crystal to crystal, making minute adjustments with practiced efficiency. A new sensation washed over Draven as the bracer's power deepened. The stone beneath his palm began sharing its memories, impressions of ancient Vale-born craftsmen shaping the very foundations of Willowmire. He saw their methods, felt their dedication to their craft, understood the intricate patterns they'd woven into the bedrock itself. "The stones," he murmured. "They remember everything." "Historical download in progress," Jill's shirt announced as she peered up at him with keen interest. "What do you see?" "Not see exactly." Draven struggled to put the sensation into words. "It's more like remembering something I never knew I'd forgotten. The Valeborn, they didn't just build on the stone, they worked with it, spoke to it." The leyline energy surged gently through the network as Draven experimented, guided by the ancient memories. Where his stone magic had once felt like a tool, it now flowed as naturally as breathing. He identified weak points in the vault's structure and, with careful concentration, reinforced them with crystallized magic that grew like living gems from the walls. His stone elemental ancestry sang in his blood, harmonizing with the Vale-born magic in ways he'd never imagined possible. Each new crystal formation strengthened the vault's defenses while adding to its beauty, organic patterns that seemed to grow from the very rock itself. "Stone Magic 2.0 Beta Test," Jill's shirt proclaimed as she flitted about, documenting every change with her enchanted tools. "This is absolutely brilliant. The vault's security rating just doubled, and it's not even breaking a sweat." Draven closed his eyes, letting the bracers guide his movements as he channeled their ancient power. The stone beneath his feet seemed to breathe with him, each pulse of energy flowing through his body like a heartbeat. With careful concentration, he began to shape the raw magic into something new. Small chunks of stone rose from the floor, swirling in intricate patterns before coalescing into compact, roughly humanoid forms. Each construct stood about knee-high, their crystalline cores glowing with the same warm amber as Draven's eyes. He could feel their nascent awareness taking shape, simple but dedicated minds forming from the merger of stone and magic. "Oh, they're adorable!" Jill exclaimed, hopping down to examine the nearest guardian. Her shirt flickered to Security Detail Rock Division as she circled the construct. "Like tiny stone soldiers." Draven felt a surge of pride as the guardians oriented themselves, their crystalline cores pulsing in sync with the vault's wards. Through the bracers, he could sense their individual presences, each one a distinct note in the symphony of stone magic now resonating through the vault. "Let's get them properly organized," he rumbled, directing the constructs with subtle gestures. The guardians responded instantly, falling into efficient patrol patterns that covered every corner of the vault. As the stone sentinels settled into their roots, something unexpected happened. The artifacts housed within the vault, each powerful in its own right, began to respond to the new protective network. The chest of whispers hummed a deeper note, while the Valeborn key seemed to shine more brightly. Each relic's magical signature adjusted, harmonizing with the ley line energy flowing through the bracers. "Artifact harmony achieved," Jill's shirt announced as she darted between the display pedestals, checking readings with her enchanted tools. The relics are actually reinforcing your wards. Draven nodded, feeling the interconnected web of power growing stronger. With careful precision, he extended his awareness upward, seeking the familiar protective magic that already surrounded the hearth and crust. The bracers thrummed against his wrists as he found the connection point, and then power surged through him like a river finding its course. The vault's defenses merged seamlessly with the inn's existing wards, stone magic flowing through the foundation like veins of liquid metal. Draven could sense every corner of his beloved inn now, from the cozy hearth room to the highest gable. "Infrastructure update complete," scrolled across Jill's shirt as she performed a gleeful backflip. "The whole building's practically singing." The bracers pulsed again, this time with an insistent rhythm that spoke of possibilities yet unexplored. Draven followed their guidance, letting the ancient knowledge flow through him. Something new was taking shape in his mind, a ward unlike any he'd crafted before. His hands moved in patterns that felt both foreign and perfectly natural, weaving together traditional protective magic with the living essence of stone and earth. The resulting barriers shimmered into existence like heat waves rising from sun-warmed rocks, simultaneously solid and fluid. Jill's maintenance tools spun in excited circles as her shirt proclaimed, "New spell unlocked." She scribbled frantically in her notebook, trying to document the unprecedented magical technique. "This is revolutionary," she squeaked. "It's like you're teaching the stone to protect itself." Draven barely heard her, lost in the expanded awareness the bracers now granted him. Through the ley line network, he could sense movement and energy far beyond the vault's walls. A group of visitors approaching the inn registered as gentle ripples in his consciousness. A cart passing on the street above sent tiny vibrations through the stone. Even Mordane's lingering shadow magic left traces he could now detect and track. "Spidey sense, stone edition," Jill's shirt declared as she observed his growing mastery. "You're really getting the hang of this." Standing in the center of the vault, Draven felt more connected to his role as protector than ever before. The bracers had awakened something deep within his stone elemental heritage, transforming his innate abilities into something greater. Through the ley lines, he could feel the pulse of Willowmire itself, the village's history, its magic, its very foundation now linked to his consciousness. The stone guardians continued their silent patrols as the vault's crystals pulsed with steady light. Jill's shirt made one final change, glowing softly with the words, "Guardian status, legendary," as she perched on his shoulder. "Well," she said, patting his cheek with her tiny hand, "I'd say that's a successful upgrade." Draven simply nodded, letting the rhythm of stone and magic flow through him like a silent song. The bracers had given him more than just enhanced power. They'd given him a deeper understanding of what it truly meant to be a guardian of this magical place. Dawn crept through the kitchen windows of the Hearth and Crust Inn, casting golden rays through the perpetual flower haze that Amara had come to think of as her personal sparkle effect. Her wings fluttered with excitement as she hovered over the ancient Veil-born recipe book they'd discovered in the sanctuary, its weathered pages practically humming with culinary secrets. "Rolling pin, what do you think about trying the flame-kissed cloud cakes?" Amara whispered to her faithful utensil companion, who gave an encouraging little rock in its holder. She'd learned long ago that the best kitchen tools had personalities of their own, and hers were particularly opinionated. A familiar giggle drew her attention to Jill, who had somehow materialized atop the flour bin. The brownie's t-shirt proudly declared, "Test subject, volunteer division," as she swung her legs back and forth, sending small puffs of flour into the air. "I volunteer as tribute to taste test anything that won't turn me into a toad," Jill announced, reaching for a stray chocolate chip. Amara's hand wrapped around the golden whisk of harmony, and the kitchen seemed to hold its breath. The moment her fingers closed around its handle, a melodious chime rang out like a perfectly tuned bell. Pots and pans shifted on their hooks, wooden spoons stood at attention, and even the temperamental old oven seemed to straighten up a bit. Jill's shirt flickered, now reading, Kitchen Symphony, now playing. "Oh my," Amara breathed, watching as measuring cups began a graceful dance across the counter, each one dipping precisely into different ingredients. "This is absolutely wonderful!" Her wings scattered silvery sparkles as she twirled with delight, the whisk moving like a conductor's baton in her hand. She could feel her fey magic merging with the whisk's ancient power, creating something entirely new and exciting. When she reached for the jar of fire essence, it practically leaped into her grasp. "Careful with that," Jill cautioned, her shirt now sporting safety goggles recommended in glowing letters. "Last time someone mixed fire essence in here, we had to regrow the ceiling." "Trust me," Amara said, though her voice wobbled slightly with uncertainty. But as she began incorporating the volatile essence into her cupcake batter, something magical happened. Instead of the usual sparks and pops, the flames danced through the mixture in elegant spirals, leaving trails of golden light that reminded her of summer fireflies. The kitchen seemed to come alive around her. The temperature adjusted itself perfectly as she worked, the old oven knowing exactly what she needed before she even reached for the dial. Mixing bowls hummed in harmony, creating a sweet undertone to the clicking of her whisk against their rims. Her wings pulsed with joy at each successful combination, sending showers of sparkles across the workspace. "Now this is what I call a show!" Jill exclaimed, her shirt now proclaiming, "Magical Baking Show Live Studio Audience," as she watched from her perch on the counter. Amara could hardly contain her excitement as she poured the batter into waiting cups, each one settling into perfect level pools of golden possibility. As soon as she closed the oven door, the most extraordinary thing began to happen. The aroma didn't just fill the kitchen, it painted it. Visible patterns of fire magic swirled through the air like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze. The golden whisk hummed in her hand, and almost instinctively, she raised it. The essence trails responded to her movement, weaving themselves into stable enchantments that would infuse each cupcake with warmth and courage. Jill's maintenance tools spun in their pockets as if dancing to an unheard tune, her shirt updating to elemental pastry detection. But the most remarkable discovery came as Amara reached for the spice rack. Through the whisk's power, she could suddenly see more than just cinnamon and nutmeg. She could see their magical signatures. The cinnamon glowed with inner warmth, while the nutmeg sparkled with tiny flecks of dream essence. Her fey magic amplified these insights, showing her combinations she'd never imagined possible. "Jill," she gasped, "I can see the magic in everything. The vanilla extract has joy embedded in its very essence, and the sugar crystals are actually tiny prisms of light magic." "Food science advanced class," Jill's shirt proclaimed as she leaned forward with interest. "Does this mean you can make those courage-boosting crumpets even better now?" "I can make them sing," Amara replied with wonder, watching as another wave of essence patterns swirled through her kitchen symphony. The golden whisk thrummed happily in her grip, and she knew that her baking would never be quite the same again. Amara watched with bated breath as she opened the oven door, her wings fluttering in anticipation. The sight that greeted her made her gasp in delight. Each cupcake was crowned with a perfect dancing flame, hovering just above the golden surface like tiny campfires. The flames gave off a gentle warmth that caressed her face without a hint of burning. "They're perfect," she whispered to her rolling pin, who wobbled appreciatively in agreement. She carefully lifted one from the pan, marveling at the golden glow emanating from its center. It was as if she'd managed to bake pure sunlight into the batter. Jill materialized beside her, practically vibrating with excitement. Her t-shirt now proudly displayed "Taste Tester Ready for Duty" in glowing letters. "Oh, they're beautiful. Can I? Please?" Amara nodded, unable to suppress her proud smile. "Just be careful, they're still—" Before she could finish her warning, Jill had already taken an enthusiastic bite. For a split second, nothing happened. Then the brownie's eyes went wide, and suddenly she became a blur of motion, zipping around the kitchen at incredible speed, Trails of sparkles marked her path as she zoomed past, her shirt now a streaking message that read, Speed Force. Activated. Oh dear, Amara muttered, watching as enchanted rolling pins began spinning in Jill's wake. The kitchen, usually so orderly under her care, was descending into chaos, but the golden whisk hummed in her hand and she felt its gentle guidance. Understanding flowed through her like honey in warm tea. With newfound confidence, Amara raised the whisk like a conductor's baton. The kitchen responded immediately, implements dancing gracefully out of Jill's path while maintaining their rhythmic movement. Measuring cups twirled just in time to avoid the speeding brownie, while wooden spoons performed elaborate dodges that somehow kept time with the kitchen's magical harmony. Whee! Jill's voice Dopplered past, her shirt briefly visible as, Kitchen Derby, lap 27. Amara bit her lip in concentration, letting the whisk guide her movements. She could see the patterns of magic now, the way the fire essence had amplified Jill's natural brownie energy. Working quickly, she began combining ingredients for a stabilizing glaze, honey for smoothness, lavender for calm, and a pinch of ground moonstone to anchor the wild magic. The moment she finished the glaze, the whisk guided her in a graceful arc that intercepted Jill's path. The speeding brownie zipped right through the falling drops, and gradually her pace began to slow. Finally, she came to a stop, hanging upside down from a ceiling beam with a dazed but delighted expression. Test results! Extremely effective, her shirt declared as she giggled. Several rolling pins lay scattered about, rolling in wobbly circles as if dizzy. The kitchen seemed to exhale in relief, and Amara couldn't help but laugh. Success, even if slightly chaotic, was still success. Energized by her triumph, Amara turned back to her workstation with renewed purpose. The golden whisk thrummed with possibilities, showing her new combinations she'd never dreamed of attempting. She reached for a jar of earth essence, its contents swirling like rich soil after spring rain. Let's try something a little more grounded, she suggested, and began incorporating the essence into a cookie dough. The whisk helped her maintain perfect balance as she added just a touch of air essence for lightness. Each element responded to her touch as if they'd been waiting for this moment. Jill, now firmly back on the ground, had produced a tiny notebook from one of her many pockets. Her shirt shifted to display Elemental Taste Test Round 2 as she dutifully recorded each new creation. The earth cookies make you feel stable and strong, she reported after one bite. Like you could win a staring contest with a mountain. Amara moved with growing confidence, letting the whisk guide her through increasingly complex combinations. Water essence folded into scone batter created treats that seemed to flow with grace, while air-touched meringues floated like clouds above their plate. The kitchen had become her orchestra, and she its conductor. Mixing bowls spun in perfect harmony while measuring spoons danced between ingredients. Her wings scattered silvery light that merged with the magical essences, creating swirling patterns in the air like the northern lights. She was just putting the finishing touches on a perfectly balanced earth and air cookie when Jill's delighted squeal made her look up. The brownie had taken a bite and was now floating serenely near the ceiling, cross-legged as if sitting on an invisible cushion of air. Her shirt's message shifted one final time to read, MasterChef Elemental Edition. I can taste the sky and the mountains at the same time, Jill sighed contentedly, drifting in lazy circles. It's like a picnic in the clouds. Amara beamed with pride, the golden whisk humming happily in her grip as she surveyed her kitchen kingdom. Every surface gleamed with possibility, and the air itself seemed to sing with magical potential. She'd always known her baking was special, but now, with the whisk's guidance, she could create wonders she'd only dreamed of before. Jill hummed a cheerful tune as her enchanted tools danced through the air around her workshop, their metallic surfaces catching the warm glow of floating witchlight orbs. Her latest creation, Cogs, the clockwork raven, perched on her workbench while she adjusted the delicate gears in its wing joint. The mechanical bird's sapphire eyes tracked every movement of her silver microspanner with almost comical intensity. "Now hold still, you magpie wannabe," Jill muttered fondly, her magical t-shirt flickering to display Bird Mom Technical Edition in shimmering letters. "Just one more tweak and—" Before she could finish, Cogs snatched her favorite wrench right out of her floating tool array and took off with a triumphant mechanical chirp. The Raven swooped between hanging contraptions and suspended mobiles of spare parts, its copper wings glinting as it performed a perfect barrel roll around a dangling wind chime. "Oh, you little troublemaker," Jill laughed, her shirt updating to "Aerial Chase Scene, Take 47, as she scrambled after her creation. She ducked under a string of levitating cogs and dodged around her organized chaos of workbenches and shelves. "That's my lucky wrench!" Cogs demonstrated its newly enhanced agility with a series of precise aerial maneuvers that would have made any real bird jealous. Its wing joints whirred with a musical quality that hadn't been there before the adjustments, creating an oddly pleasant mechanical melody as it soared toward the workshop's ceiling. With graceful precision, it deposited the wrench among a growing collection of shiny treasures arranged on a ceiling beam. Jill's shirt shifted to display Magpie Protocol Activated as she placed her hands on her hips, surveying her mechanical friend's hoard. "Really? We're doing this again?" She summoned her floating stepping discs, enchanted platforms she used to reach high places, and ascended toward the beam. As she retrieved her tools, something caught her eye. The stolen items weren't randomly scattered as she'd assumed. Cogs had arranged them in a distinct pattern, one that made her brownie magic tingle with recognition. "Well, stuff my pockets with buttons," she breathed, her shirt changing to Accidental Genius Bird Edition as she studied the arrangement. "That's the ancient brownie crafting sigil for enhanced perception. How did you—" Cogs glided down to land on her workbench, tilting its head at an inquisitive angle that somehow managed to look both mechanical and endearing. Its gears clicked softly as it watched her descend and approach with newfound respect. "You clever thing," Jill murmured, pulling out her enchanted programming crystal. Her shirt now read, "Artificial Intelligence Upgrading," as she carefully integrated this unexpected development into Cog's magical programming matrix. The Raven's sapphire eyes flashed brighter, and she could feel its consciousness expanding, becoming more complex. A strange clicking sound interrupted her work, emanating from her desk across the workshop. Both Jill and Cogs snapped to attention, their heads turning in perfect sync. Her shirt immediately updated to mystery detection mode as Cogs began analyzing the sound, its internal gears spinning rapidly as it processed the mysterious noise. The Raven's enhanced perception protocols were already at work, breaking down the pattern of clicks into something analyzable. Jill watched in fascination as Cogs glided purposefully toward her tool wall, its copper wings catching the witchlight in mesmerizing patterns. The mechanical Raven's movements had changed, become more deliberate, almost scholarly. With surgical precision, it plucked her favorite enchanted lockpick from its designated hook, the one with the moonstone handle that could detect magical locks. "Well, look who's getting particular about their pilfering," she mused, her shirt shifting to display "Assistant, Level Up" in gleaming letters. But Cogs wasn't adding this prize to its collection. Instead, it hovered before a seemingly ordinary section of her workshop wall, the lockpick held carefully in its articulated beak. The Raven's sapphire eyes pulsed with analytical light, projecting a faint grid pattern across the wall's surface. Jill's brownie senses tingled as she noticed the subtle magical resonance, something she'd somehow missed despite years of puttering around her workshop. "You sneaky wall," she muttered, "holding out on me all this time." Working in perfect sync, Jill and Cogs discovered a concealed panel. The lockpick slid home with a satisfying click, revealing a dust-free compartment that practically hummed with preserved brownie magic. Inside lay a stack of delicate copper sheets etched with intricate schematics, their surfaces still bright despite their obvious age. Cogs landed on her workbench, its sapphire eyes projecting a detailed holographic overlay onto the nearest schematic. Jill's shirt flickered to Ancient Tech Support as she studied the enhanced display. The Raven's projection highlighted crucial connection points and power flows that would have taken her hours to decode manually. "This is incredible," she breathed, watching as Cogs adjusted the holographic analysis in response to her attention. "These are original brownie crafting techniques, ways of linking mechanical systems that haven't been used in centuries." A soft whirring sound drew her attention to her other creations. Her collection of enchanted tools began to pulse with synchronized light, and her automated organizing system started realigning itself with newfound efficiency. Cogs was somehow connecting with them all, establishing a network of tiny gears and magical signals that coordinated their functions. Her shirt updated to Network Administrator Avian Division as she watched her workshop come alive with harmonious activity. Even her temperamental self-sorting socket set was behaving, its pieces flowing smoothly between tasks instead of playing their usual game of hide-and-seek. "You've been paying attention, haven't you?" Jill grinned as Cogs demonstrated its repair capabilities on a finicky music box she'd been meaning to fix. The Raven's movements mirrored her own maintenance style perfectly, right down to the little twist and tap she always used to align stubborn gears. Her shirt glowed with Teaching Success, Master and Apprentice, while the music box chimed a perfect scale for the first time in months. Together, they began implementing the discovered schematics. Cog's analytical abilities complemented Jill's intuitive understanding of magical mechanics, creating a seamless blend of ancient and modern techniques. Her floating tool array reorganized itself into a more efficient configuration based on the old brownie designs, while her workbenches adjusted their heights automatically to optimize her workflow. "This is what I call an upgrade," she exclaimed as the workshop hummed with new energy. Her shirt proclaimed, "Innovation Team Unlocked," while she and Cogs fine-tuned a particularly clever enhancement to her enchanted micro-spanner collection. The Raven settled on her shoulder, its weight comfortable and familiar despite all the recent changes. Its sapphire eyes glowed with shared purpose as they surveyed their improved domain together. Automated systems whirred smoothly, enhanced by ancient brownie wisdom. Her magical tools danced through the air with newfound grace, coordinated by Cog's network of signals. Jill's shirt made one final change to Dynamic Duo, Tinkerer and Troublemaker, as she caught Cogs sneaking her favorite silver hammer onto its ceiling beam collection. She rolled her eyes affectionately. "Some things never change, do they?" The Raven's only response was an innocent-sounding series of clicks that somehow managed to convey both mischief and satisfaction. "At least now you can help me organize that collection of yours properly," she added, scratching under Cog's copper chin. "Though I suspect you've had it organized all along, haven't you, you clever thing?" The mechanical bird's eyes flickered in what she could have sworn was a wink, and Jill couldn't help but laugh. Her workshop might never be conventionally tidy, but it was now running with an efficiency that would make even the most particular brownie proud. Theron's fingers tingled as he held the crystalline veil-borne lens up to the flickering candlelight. Evening shadows danced across the inn's library walls, but his attention remained fixed on the way the lens caught and refracted the light, sending prismatic patterns skittering across the ancient texts spread before him. The chest of whispers sat nearby, its usual soft murmur growing more distinct, almost eager. "Fascinating," he murmured, noting how the texts seemed to shimmer with previously invisible script where the lens's light touched them. From her perch on a stack of books, Jill leaned forward, her magical t-shirt casting its own gentle glow with the words, "Historical Discovery, Loading." The lens felt warm against his palm as he adjusted his grip, allowing his scholarly instincts to guide him. Years of academic training merged with his newfound sensitivity to the artifact's magic. Traces of veil-borne script began materializing in the air, glowing symbols that hung like motes of starlight. "Quick! Quick!" Jill scrambled to arrange parchment and ink, her shirt now proclaiming ancient language processing as she prepared to document everything. Theron appreciated her efficiency, even if her enthusiasm threatened to break his concentration. The library door creaked open, admitting Lenora and Draven. Theron barely registered their entrance, too absorbed in the way the lens was responding to his touch. The floating script began to coalesce, forming shapes that grew more substantial with each passing moment. Ethereal figures of light materialized between the bookshelves, veil-born scholars in their flowing robes, bent over ancient tomes or gesturing in animated discussion. "By the ancient stones," Draven breathed, his usually stoic expression giving way to wonder. Jill's shirt flickered to 3D historical projection beta test as she scribbled frantically in her notebook. The scratch of her quill provided a counterpoint to the increasingly clear whispers from the chest. Theron felt the magic flow through him, more responsive than ever before. He guided the lens in a slow arc, and the illusion expanded. The library's walls seemed to fade away, replaced by the sweeping vistas of a veil-born city. Spires of crystal and stone reached toward the sky, connected by bridges that seemed to be woven from solidified starlight. "You can feel it, can't you?" he asked softly, noting how the others had unconsciously shifted their stances. The lens was allowing them to sense the pulse of ley lines that had once flowed beneath the city streets. The chest of whispers added its voice to the illusion. The buzz of ancient marketplace crowds, the chiming of celestial bells, the melodic cadence of the veil-born language. Jill's shirt now glowed with immersive history experience as she turned in a slow circle, trying to capture every detail. With careful concentration, Theron directed the lens's power to focus on a specific moment in time. The scene shifted, showing a group of veil-born mages gathered around a pillar of pure energy. Their expressions transformed from curiosity to wonder, and then, most tellingly, to fear. This was the moment they had discovered the power that would eventually lead to their civilization's downfall. "Those faces," Lenora whispered, reaching out as if to touch one of the ethereal figures. "They knew, didn't they? They knew what they'd found was dangerous." Theron nodded grimly, maintaining his focus as Jill's shirt changed to read, "Plot Twist Historical Edition." The power of the lens felt different now, more precisely controlled. He turned its revealing light toward the artifacts they'd gathered from the chest. A series of crystalline shards, fragments of texts, and delicate instruments whose purpose had remained mysterious until now. The illusion shifted again, showing each artifact in its original context. A broken crystal became whole, its original form revealed as a key component in a veil-born navigation device. A scrap of parchment floated in the air, its missing portions restored through the lens's magic to show complete star charts and portal coordinates. Artifact lore, unlocked, scrolled across Jill's shirt as she darted between the displayed items, her notes becoming increasingly detailed. Theron felt a deep satisfaction as each piece of the historical puzzle found its place, though the weight of the knowledge settled heavily in his chest. The veil-born story was one of triumph and tragedy, of wisdom and hubris, and now, finally, he could see it clearly. Theron felt the lens's power flowing through him with unprecedented clarity. As he directed its revealing light across the library's shelves, the very architecture of the room seemed to respond. Books shifted of their own accord, their spines glowing with resonant magic as they aligned with the historical scenes playing out before them. He'd never experienced such seamless interaction between artifact and environment. "The library itself is helping us," he murmured, watching as ancient tomes floated gently from their resting places to hover near relevant illusions. Jill's tools danced excitedly around her as she darted between the moving books, her shirt proudly displaying "Library Interactive Mode." A gasp from Lenora drew his attention. She held up one of her family's weathered journals, its pages illuminated by the lens's light. "These symbols," she said, tracing the air where ethereal veil-born script merged with the markings in her book. "They're identical to our family records." Theron adjusted the lens, focusing its power on the connection. The overlapping scripts pulsed with validated truth, confirming what he'd long suspected about Lenora's lineage. Beside them, Draven pressed his palm against the library's stone wall, his eyes closed in concentration. "The stones remember," the orc rumbled. "These echoes match your visions perfectly, Theron. The very foundation of this place holds their memories." The lens thrummed warmly in Theron's grip, responding to the multiple confirmations. He felt his mastery of the artifact growing stronger with each verified detail, each piece of history brought to light. Jill's shirt flickered to "cross-reference confirmed" as she added more notes to her already impressive collection. Drawing on his deepening connection to the lens, Theron attempted something he'd only theorized possible. He layered the illusions, allowing multiple time periods to coexist in the same space. The library filled with overlapping scenes. Veilborn scholars faded into medieval mages, their techniques evolving but clearly influenced by their predecessors. Modern magical theory took shape before their eyes, its roots visibly stretching back through centuries. "Remarkable," he breathed, watching as the lens wove the temporal layers together without a single disconnect. Each era flowed seamlessly into the next, creating a comprehensive tapestry of magical development. The chest's whispers took on a rhythmic quality, as if keeping time with the historical progression. The lens guided his hands now, pulling his attention to specific points in the room. As he followed its lead, a map began to form in the air, a glowing network of Veilborn sites spreading out from Willowmire. Some locations he recognized from his research, but others pulsed with unfamiliar energy, promising discoveries yet to be made. Each point on the magical map resonated with its own unique signature, suggesting different purposes or powers. Theron's scholarly instincts burned with curiosity at each new location revealed. The lens seemed to respond to his academic excitement, providing more detailed information about each site. Hidden sanctuaries, forgotten libraries, ancient observatories, each one a potential treasure trove of Veilborn knowledge. As his confidence with the lens grew, Theron felt himself able to incorporate more sensory details into the illusions. The chest's whispers wove themselves into his projections, adding depth and authenticity to each scene. The library filled with the sounds of Veilborn daily life, the scratch of crystal styluses on enchanted parchment, the hum of magical experiments, the melodic conversations in their lost language. He could smell the unique blend of herbs they used in their focusing rituals, feel the subtle vibrations of their energy-conducting floors. The illusions became so complete that for a moment Theron felt transported through time, standing among the very people he'd spent years studying. Through the lens, he began drawing these elements together, creating a comprehensive picture of Veilborn society. Their connection to modern-day Willowmire became clear as overlapping ley lines and magical foundations aligned perfectly with current structures. The lens glowed with accomplished purpose as he completed this synthesis, while the chest's whispers merged into a harmonious chord that seemed to validate every revelation. "It's beautiful," Lenora whispered, reaching out to touch a ghostly image of a Veilborn teacher instructing young apprentices in arts that would eventually evolve into her own magical tradition. Theron nodded, carefully maintaining his focus as he committed every detail to memory. The lens had exceeded his wildest expectations, transforming months of theoretical research into living, breathing history. As the final pieces settled into place, the library seemed to hold its breath, now guardian to deeper mysteries than ever before. The weight of this new understanding settled over him like a comfortable cloak. Years of searching had led him to this moment, this revelation. Yet even as answers crystallized before him, new questions emerged, each one more intriguing than the last. He felt the lens pulse once more in his hands, as if agreeing that their work was far from finished. Through violet eyes that cut like shards of corrupted crystal, Mordaine's Shadecloak observed his temporary refuge with disdain. The forest's darkness offered little comfort to one who had tasted true shadow magic, though it served well enough to conceal his weakened state. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy in useless slivers, barely illuminating the fallen log where he perched like some wounded bird. The defeat at the sanctuary still burned, His fingers, long and skeletal, traced the wounds where veil-born magic had torn through his defenses. Wisps of corrupted energy leaked from them like smoke, dissipating into the cool night air. Each tendril of escaping power was a reminder of his failure, of the chest's secrets now in the hands of those self-righteous fools at the inn. A whisper of movement caught his attention, darker than the surrounding shadows. Mordaine's hand instinctively raised, gathering what remained of his power. But he paused, intrigue replacing caution as a cat emerged from the darkness. Its fur seemed to drink in what little light touched it, creating a void in the shape of a feline. When it turned its gaze upon him, amber eyes blazed with an energy he recognized all too well. Corruption, pure and perfect. "Well," Mordaine murmured, his voice rough from disuse, "what manner of creature are you?" The cat paid no heed to the writhing shadows that still clung to Mordaine's form, padding closer with deliberate grace. Its path took it through a protection ward he'd erected, one of his few remaining defenses, and Mordaine watched in fascination as the magical barrier simply unraveled, not broken or dispelled, but unmade, as if the very fabric of the spell couldn't maintain coherence in the creature's presence. A cruel smile pulled at Mordaine's gaunt features. "Fascinating," he breathed, extending one clawed hand toward the cat. "You're like me, aren't you? Touched by powers they fear to name." The cat's eyes met his, and in that moment, Mordaine felt the resonance between them. "Devil cat," he whispered, and the name took hold like a spell, binding concept to reality. The cat's eyes flashed in acknowledgement, and the shadows around them began to dance. Dark energy wove between them, creating patterns that spoke of ancient corruption and forbidden knowledge. Mordaine felt his own power responding, strengthening as it harmonized with the cat's natural darkness. His wounds, still leaking shadow essence, began to stabilize. Devil Cat moved with purpose now, circling Mordaine's position. Each step left traces of disrupted magic in its wake, like ripples in a dark pond. The protective runes Mordaine had carved into the surrounding trees flickered and failed as the cat passed, their carefully constructed matrices dissolving into nothing. "You unmake magic itself," Mordaine observed, his analytical mind already cataloging the possibilities. "The very fundamentals of spellcraft. They have no hold on you." The shadows surrounding him grew more substantial, responding to Devil Cat's presence like iron to a lodestone. Where before his control had been tenuous, now the darkness moved with precision, forming shapes at his will. Mordaine extended his hand and the shadows coalesced into a perfect sphere, solid as obsidian. "Together," he mused, dissolving the sphere back into writhing darkness, "we might yet claim what was denied us." His fingers reached out to stroke Devil Cat's void black fur. "Those fools think they've won, that their precious sanctuary is safe behind its seals and wards." A soft, dangerous laugh escaped him. "But they've never faced anything quite like you, have they?" Devil Cat's purr resonated with dark energy, and Mordaine felt his own corruption pulse in response. The cat settled beside him on the log, its presence already affecting the nearby flora. Plants withered slightly, their natural magic leaching away under its influence. Mordaine's violet eyes gleamed as he watched the display of passive power. His wounds might still need time to heal, but with Devil Cat's ability to unmake magical protections, combined with his own mastery of shadow, perhaps his defeat at the sanctuary wouldn't prove as final as his enemies hoped. The darkness around them deepened, responding to their combined presence. Mordaine began experimenting, testing the limits of his enhanced control. Tendrils of shadow became solid enough to grip, to tear, to destroy. Wisps of darkness formed into creatures that moved at his command before dissolving back into nothing. With each passing moment, his precision grew, the shadows becoming an extension of his will. Mordaine watched in fascination as Devil Cat approached a gnarled oak tree, its form seeming to blur at the edges. The cat didn't so much walk through the trunk as unmake the very concept of solidity where it touched. His own shadows responded, drawn to the disruption like water finding a new channel. When he directed a tendril of darkness to follow the cat's path, it slipped through effortlessly, maintaining its cohesion where normally it would have dispersed. "Remarkable," he murmured, extending his awareness through the shadow. The barrier between physical and ethereal meant nothing to Devil Cat, and through their connection, his power now shared that freedom. He tested the limits, pushing his magic further, watching as the cat's presence carved temporary passages through wards he'd never been able to breach before. The connection between them deepened with each experiment. Mordain found himself drawing on Devil Cat's innate power, using the creature as a focus to extend his reach. Shadow tendrils that normally dissipated after a few yards now stretched across the clearing, maintaining their potency. Devil Cat's eyes blazed brighter with each surge of power, amber light cutting through the darkness like corrupt stars. A subtle shift in his perception made Mordain pause. The world suddenly doubled, overlaying his normal vision with something other. Through Devil Cat's eyes, he saw the forest transformed. Magical currents that had always been invisible to him now appeared as distinct patterns, with clear points of weakness. A protective ward he'd dismissed as impenetrable revealed its flaws, the matrix of its construction laid bare by his familiar's sight. "So that's how you do it," he whispered, understanding flooding through him. Devil Cat didn't just disrupt magic, it saw the very architecture of spells, the joints and seams where they could be pulled apart. Combined with his shadow manipulation, this new vision opened possibilities that made his corrupted power surge with anticipation. The surge brought fresh pain from his wounds, shadow essence leaking faster than he could contain it. But before he could withdraw his power, Devil Cat pressed against his leg. The contact created an immediate channel, and Mordain felt his unstable energy flowing into the creature. Rather than harm it, the cat seemed to absorb the corruption, storing it like a living vessel. The process brought blessed relief, and he could feel his injuries beginning to stabilize properly. Strengthened by their exchange, Mordain turned his attention to more complex applications. Shadow binding had always been his specialty, but with Devil Cat's disruptive nature amplifying his control, he found he could corrupt and bind magical energies with unprecedented precision. The cat moved in perfect synchronization with his efforts, its presence unmaking protective energies just as his shadows reached to bind them. Each successful binding made the darkness around them grow heavier, more substantial. Shadows that once merely obscured now seemed to devour light itself. Mordain tested this deeper darkness, finding he could shape it almost like solid matter. Under his will, it formed barriers, weapons, and tools, each construct more stable than any he'd managed before. The moon had long since vanished behind thick clouds, but Mordain barely noticed its absence. His power, enhanced and stabilized by Devil Cat's presence, filled the clearing with a darkness of his own making. The cat leaped gracefully to his shoulder, its weight oddly comfortable against his neck. Together, they had transformed the forest glade into a pocket of pure shadow, where even the natural magic of the trees had been bound and corrupted to his purpose. "Soon, my friend," he promised, feeling Devil Cat's approval rumble through their connection. "We'll show them true darkness." The cat's eyes flashed in agreement, and Mordain let their combined power wrap around them both. The shadows embraced them like old friends, and they melted into the night, leaving behind a clearing where even the crickets dared not sing.
Thank you for listening. Please subscribe, like, and comment. I love hearing from you. You can also visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date.